Hey everyone, hope you're all doing great. Welcome back to the Anime Fictions 2.0. Today, we're diving into another exciting What If Naruto Get His Game On. Part 3. Prevo's parts are crazy, guys. If you're enjoying these alternate timelines, make sure to hit that subscribe button, share it with your friends, and check out the other videos on the channel. And of course, drop your thoughts in the comments. I always love hearing your ideas. Alright, enough talk, let's get into the story. Chapter 21. Finally, URGH. Naruto stared at the panting man before him with wide, unbelieving eyes, whilst Daniel glared back at him, his pupils shaking with unrestrained insanity. The blonde's mouth opened and closed uselessly, trying to come up with something to counter Daniel's outrageous accusation, but nothing came. Down below, the Duel Academy students weren't faring any better. What did he mean by that? Sho asked shakily, his wide eyes still glued to the platform. Raya, not having an answer ready for once, shook his head with a frown. It's a lie, Asuka said quietly, grabbing Misawa's attention, who was frowning in thought like Raya. It has to be, she continued, before her voice finally trailed off in disbelief. Sanjima closed his eyes, before turning around and examining the locked security door behind him. He knew that if he didn't act fast, things could spiral out of control for the young Yellow. But before speculations could run wild amongst his students, a calm voice rang out from the arena entrance. I can explain everything. Everyone turned to where they heard the voice, only to be surprised to see both Judai and Manjum. Manjum! What are you doing here? Exclaimed Asuka. Manjum just shook his head. That doesn't matter right now. What does matter is that you all know the truth about Daniel Joseph Gray, and why what has happened today came to be. Sanjima frowned and took a step closer towards the former Duel Academy student. Alright, start talking, Manjum-kun. We can talk about why you're here, and how you know about all of this, at a later date. Manjum nodded before he turned his attention to the student body. Right. It all started 32 years ago. Exclaimer, I apologize if any offense is taken from my incredibly inaccurate telling of anything related to religion, culture, or existence. Daniel was born in the city of Rome, Italy, or to be more accurate, in an orphanage in the Vatican City. The orphanage belonged to the Catholic Church, so as one can imagine, it had several extremely strict rules and regulations. Any child in this type of living environment would feel constrained, and Daniel was no exception. He had often dreamt of having a life outside the orphanage that he had never left since the day he'd been born, after talking with the older orphans who once had families. So, at the age of 5, he snuck out, an impressive feat in itself, and ran out into the streets of the Vatican. For a year, he lived off of scraps and rubbish, but he was happy just to be out of the home that had constricted him for so long. Yet even if he was happier on the streets, however, a young boy's body needs more nutrients than what can be gained from the scraps found in bins. His body began to wear away, until 18 months later, he was nothing but skin and bones. It was then that he met his savior Joseph Gray. Gray was a priest for a small church in Rome, who had come to the Vatican for spiritual reasons. He was a short man in his mid-50s, small in stature, but big in heart. He happened upon the weakened husk of Daniel merely by accident, and hastily took him to the small house he stayed in whenever he visited the Vatican. A few months later, not only had Daniel's body recovered, but so had his soul. He grew to see Joseph as a father figure, something he had never had growing up around nuns. And once Daniel had fully recovered, he was ecstatic to find out that Joseph had visited the orphanage and adopted him as his son. That was the day he became Daniel Joseph Gray. Question! Shouted Sho, his hand raised in the air. How do you know all this, Manjumessen? Said boy twitched with irritation at being interrupted. Shut up, slacker. We'll get to that later. With an EP, Sho quickly put his hand down. Good, now where was I? You were on the part where he was adopted, stated Asuka. Right, as I was saying. That was the day he became Daniel Joseph Gray, an altar boy for his father's small church in Rome. Over the years, his faith grew, as he believed God's divine intervention was the reason he now had a father and a better home. But after a quiet, but happy 20 years, he noticed his father had become weaker and frilier with each passing day. One day, it became too much for Joseph, and he collapsed during a service. Father! The doctors diagnosed Joseph with a rare terminal disease, and seeing as they were but a poor church, they could not afford to go overseas to see a much-needed medical specialist. Daniel became desperate over the weeks, before a chance fell into his lap. A Duel Monsters tournament? Daniel quietly read out loud from a leaflet he was holding next week in the beautiful city of Rome. Grand prize €50,000. Scrunching the paper tightly in his hands, his eyes blazed with determination. I'll do it! Over the week, Daniel pulled together all the scraps off money he owned and purchased a deck. He spent a few days practicing in a local park, where he, and many of his unfortunate opponents, discovered he had a great talent for the game. And so his hopes were set: he would win this tournament, no matter what. From high up above, Daniel glared down at his elite duel list. What is this? How does that boy know about my past? His eyes narrowed further on the black-haired boy. Who are you really, Manjum Jun? And so the day finally came, the 5th Italian Annual Duel Monsters Tournament, IDMT. Daniel stormed through the competition, effortlessly beating anyone who stood in his way, his determination to save his adopted father driving him onwards. Unfortunately for him, however, someone else was also there. Another much too talented young duelist. A blonde 10-year-old boy named Uzumaki Naruto. He was there with his mentor, Pegasus J. Crawford, as a learning experience, since those who entered the IDMT were usually not very skilled. At that time, Duel Monsters was still relatively new worldwide. Like Daniel, he effortlessly cut down anyone he faced with his 6 Samurai deck. Inevitably, the two of them met in the finals, and in an unexpected turn of events, the 10-year-old boy defeated the grown man. Daniel was crushed, his hopes shattered, and with a heavy heart he returned home. A week later, his father was on his deathbed. "Father!" Daniel cried, as he held Joseph's frail hand. "I'm so sorry that I failed you." Joseph gave his son in all but blood a kind but weak smile. "Be at peace, my son." Seeing your efforts warmed this old man's heart beyond comprehension. He squeezed Daniel's hand weakly, and the young man grasped his father's own hand with both of his. "Do not despair, my child. If I am to go now, then it is merely a part of God's divine plan." His eyelids began to droop, and Daniel moved from his chair to kneel on the floor. "Do not blame yourself," his eyelids slowly closed. "Keep your faith, my son." And just like that, with no dramatic final breath or dropped head, Joseph Gray passed away. "Father!" Daniel yelled with tears rolling down his cheeks. The local doctor came over to check Joseph's pulse, and shook his head sadly, before laying a hand on Daniel's shoulder briefly, and then leaving the room. Daniel held his father's hand to his forehead. "Why?" he whispered. "Why would God be so cruel?" He stood up violently, raising his head to the roof. What kind of plan demands death? But he received no answer, and collapsed to his knees in despair. Suddenly he remembered his father's last words. Merely a part of God's divine plan. Do not blame yourself. Keep faith. Daniel chuckled, a weak, but insane chuckle. Getting onto his feet, his chuckling turned into full-blown laughter. "I see now," he cried. "I understand. I am not to blame. This is a part of God's plan." He walked over to a local newspaper, and flipped through it until he found an article on the IDMT. There, taking up a corner of the page, was a picture of the tournament's victor, Uzumaki Naruto. "This is God's way of telling me that Uzumaki Naruto must die." He laughed once more, hatred and madness pouring from his words. Holding it to a candle, he watched as the photograph was engulfed in flames. "Despair, Uzumaki Naruto. For against the wrath of the heavens, you stand and no chance." Anyone who walked past the church that day would have heard the laughter of a madman, driven insane by loss, and a desperate desire to keep faith. Everyone was silent after hearing such a tragic story. Many people were crying, including Sho, Hayato, Momo, and Junko. Sanjima looked down for a second, before clenching his fist. "As sad as that may be," he began, gaining everyone's attention, "it does not excuse his actions. Daniel Gray may no longer be of stable mental health, but he is a criminal, a danger to society." He looked back up, his eyes set in determination. He must be stopped. Manjum nodded in agreement. "Yeah, well, someone will be here to take care of that later." With that, he turned back to Naruto and Daniel, ignoring all other questions. "They're starting." Just after Manjum's tale, Naruto stared at the glaring man opposite him with a blank expression, whilst Daniel's attention was still focused on Manjum, before he turned back to face the blonde. I don't know how Manjum found out about my history, but it doesn't matter. He sneered before grinning madly. I'll deal with him later, right after I destroy you. Naruto closed his eyes in frustration. Grrrr, damn it. This time, it really is all my fault. My friends got involved in this mess and… No! His eyes opened and he turned his head to the right to see Haku standing next to him with a glare on her face. Don't you dare blame yourself, she said, and before he could say anything, she slapped him. It's not your fault that his father is dead, he is just blaming you to keep hold of his faith. You need to stop him now, before he hurts anyone else. Naruto stared at the spirit with wide eyes, before smiling slightly. Yeah. Thank you, Haku? He whispered before turning back to glare at Daniel, who had been watching Naruto with a raised brow. The crazed religious zealot smirked when he noticed that his opponent's attention was on him. I take it you are ready to start, Uzumaki? Then let us begin, he declared, as they both activated their dual discs. Let us begin your descent into hell. Duel. Naruto. Daniel. It's my move, drawled declared Naruto, before looking at his hand. Okay, I've got a good hand here, let's try and end this as quickly as possible. I summon Akatsuki Deidara in attack mode. In a flash, the blonde bomber of the Akatsuki appeared on the field. AD. 2 clay tokens flew out from Deidara's hands, and landed on Daniel's shoulders. The man looked at them momentarily, before dismissing them completely. I take it I don't have to explain that to you. He took Daniel's smirk as a yes. I end my turn. Daniel smirked as he drew from his deck. A humble beginning for someone like you. Is that all you are able to do, or are you hiding something? Whether you are or not, it does not matter. My divine deck will defeat you no matter what new tricks you pull out. I summon Pastor in attack mode. A man with slightly pointy ears, short black hair and red eyes appeared on the field. Pastor Priest Light LVL4. Naruto frowned at the new monster. Priest? I didn't know that type existed, he thought, before a new revelation struck him. Wait a minute, Pegasus mentioned that he was creating a new monster type once, but the prototype deck he created got stolen on the way to the production line. So that's what happened to it. Yeah, I know. Trust me, I know. Just roll with it. Daniel pointed at Naruto's monster. Pastor, destroy that abomination. With a smirk, the pastor charged and punched Deidara in the face, destroying him in a massive explosion. Daniel. Naruto. After Deidara was destroyed, the tokens on Daniel's shoulder glowed before they too exploded, engulfing Daniel in a cloud of smoke. Naruto. Daniel. Once the cloud dispersed, Daniel was revealed looking quite unfazed, his red robes only slightly ruffled. I place 1 card face down and end my turn. Naruto grinned, before drawing a new card. This is going well so far. I summon Akatsuki Sasori in attack mode. The misleadingly youthful redhead of the Akatsuki appeared in a swirl of black sand. As Naruto grinned, before pointing forward dramatically. Akatsuki Sasori, destroy Pastor. Sasori swiped his hand, but Daniel acted quickly. I activate the trap card, Wrath of God. When an opponent's monster declares an attack on a priest-type monster on my side of the field, it is negated and the battle phase is ended. A large bolt of lightning descended from the heavens and struck Sasori, stopping him dead in his tracks. TCH, fine. Naruto muttered before picking a card from his hand. I place down a face down and end my turn. Daniel laughed before drawing a card from his deck. Even the heavens side with me, Uzumaki. You don't stand a chance. I equip Pastor with the spell card Holy Bible. This gives the equipped priest-type monster 300 attack and defense points. Instead of looking distressed, Naruto grinned, before holding his open hand outwards. I activate the spell card Explosive Tag, and you already know what it does, don't you? Daniel's eye twitched as the good book was destroyed in Pastor's hands. Naruto. Daniel. Daniel closed his eyes briefly before picking another card from his hand. I tribute Pastor to summon Iscariot Heinkel Wolf in attack mode. past her shattered before being replaced by a blonde woman in a priestess uniform and round glasses. A cigarette hung from her mouth, smoke billowing from the end. In her hands she held 2 pistols. Iskariot Heinkel Wolf Priest Light LVL 6. Heinkel destroy Akatsuki Sasori, Daniel commanded. Heinkel aimed her twin pistols at the redhead and fired a barrage of bullets, which shredded him to pieces. Naruto. Daniel. Daniel laughed as Naruto put Sasori in the graveyard with a frown. I end my turn with a face down. Naruto looked at his deck, before drawing a card and adding it to his hand. Right, I need to be careful of that face down. I don't need a repeat of what happened earlier. His eyes glanced down at the collar around his throat. I really can't afford to screw this one up. Further within the submarine, Yashiki grunted as he placed his hand on the corridor wall to hold him up, before pushing off to continue limping. He successfully walked 2 steps forward, before he stumbled and fell face down. Ow! He groaned, his voice muffled by the floor. He was contemplating on just laying there, when he heard a sigh from above him. Just look at you, laying there on the ground like some dead person. It's pathetic, said Raiden, looking down at his classmate with a flat expression. Yashiki just chuckled, turning his face slightly to see a familiar pair of purple boots. Hey Raiden, I take it from your ability to walk that you won your duel. Raiden kneeled down and grabbed the purple-haired eccentric by the arm, and pulled him up. He flung his arm over his shoulder and steadied him. Close enough. Manjum was defeated before I could finish my duel. Yashiki scoffed. That guy's nothing special, you could take him on easily. Raiden rolled his eyes as the two began to walk, with the blonde supporting his fellow elite along the way. So could you, if you actually used your real deck, and stopped pretending to be so weak. He narrowed his eyes as he stared directly at him. It's annoying. Yashiki's face fell slightly. You know I can't do that. After all, I am weak. It's my fault that. Don't. The short blonde said firmly. Don't go there again. What happened to Commander Yuto wasn't your fault. His expression softened slightly. You know that. Yashiki just shook his head violently. No! He yelled. It is my fault. If I wasn't so weak, then the commander wouldn't have even been in that car. They stopped, and Raiden looked at his friend worriedly. If I hadn't have lost that one duel, or made such a big deal about it, then Commander Yuto wouldn't have come to visit me. Yashiki grit his teeth angrily. And now we're stuck with that nut job. One wrong move, and our families are done for. Tears dripped to the floor, which Raiden took as his cue to look away. They stood there for a few minutes, before Raiden started moving again without saying a word. Back at the duel, Naruto examined his hand for a few minutes, before finally picking out a card. I summon Akatsuki Zetsu in attack mode. AZ 1000. Next, I play the spell card Foolish Burial to add one monster card from my deck to the graveyard. A card shot from his dual disc, which he caught between his index finger and thumb, before sliding it into his graveyard. Then, I play the spell card Edo Tensei to special summon a monster from my graveyard by tributing a monster on my side of the field. Immediately, Zetsu disappeared in a shower of pixels. I special summon from the graveyard Akatsuki leader Pain, in attack mode. In blinding flash of light, the leader of the Akatsuki appeared in the air, before descending to the floor. ALP. And now that he's out on the field, one of Pain's effects activates, allowing me to special summon one level 5 or lower Akatsuki monster from my hand. So I choose Akatsuki Konan, and summon her in attack mode, too. Quick note, I've been inconsistent with Konan's attack points, so from now on it stays at 1900. When at times before it wasn't, just forget about, pretty please. If I can be bothered, I'll make changes to the chapters to fix it. AK 1900. Pain destroy Heinkel. I activate my trap, Holy Water, shouted Daniel. When one of your heathens attacks, its attack points are reduced by 400. Heinkel pulled out a small bottle, opened it, and threw its contents at Pain. Out 2600. Continue your attack, Pain, Naruto commanded. Raising his arm, Pain fired a black rod from his sleeve, which impaled Heinkel, ironically, through the heart. Naruto. Daniel 2200. Conan, Follow up with Shikigami dance. With a wave of the blue-haired beauty's hand, Daniel was buffeted by a whirlwind of paper. Naruto. Daniel 300. Daniel collapsed to one knee, panting madly as his shoulders heaved up and down. Naruto stared at him warily, before he jumped in shock as the man let out an angry wail. Gah! I will kill you, Uzumaki! The madman raged, as he stared at the blonde with wide, wild eyes. The crowd down below flinched at the explosive outburst. Unsure on what to make of the situation, Sho looked at the others nervously. That means it's going well, right? Misawa nodded hesitantly. I believe so, he said with a frown. It would seem that his mental state has slipped even further, said a new voice, causing everyone to turn to where they heard it, only to gape in shock at who they saw. Standing behind them was a man dressed in a gray-blue coat, over a white shirt and red tie. He had long brown hair, some of it braided into a short ponytail at the back, and the rest flowing down to his shoulders. On his face he wore glasses with round, green lenses and white frames. Sanjima, instantly recognizing the stranger, pointed a shaky finger at the man. You. But he said. But the chairman was silenced by a raised hand. Yes, well, he can dream, but it would take more than some poorly planned sabotage plot to kill me, the man said with a smirk. Raya blinked in shock, before smirking and shaking his head. Kronos, on the other hand, looked as if he had seen a ghost. Asuka turned to the wide-eyed chairman with a confused look on her face. Chairman, who is this man? She asked. But instead of Sanjima, it was the newcomer who answered her question. I guess I should introduce myself, the man said, adjusting his glasses. My name is Kiriyudo, the true commander of Royal Academy. Nearly everyone looked at him in confusion, except those who had been there to meet Royal Academy earlier that day. Sho and Hayato, however, screamed in terror before latching onto each other. Ghost! They yelled, making everyone's sweat drop. Yudo just looked at them blankly. I assure you, I am no ghost. I am very much alive, he deadpanned with a sigh. I suppose I should explain. Co-commander? A surprised voice rang out from behind the amassed group. The group about faced to see none other than Yashiki and Raiden staring at Yudo, with Yashiki visibly more affected by their deceased leader's appearance than Raiden. Why Yuri alive? Yashiki stuttered as the two students limped over to the man. Yudo, ignoring a slight yell of surprise from the up-high arena, put his hands on both of the boys' shoulders. I'm sorry that I had to leave the two of you with him, Raiden, Yashiki, he said solemnly, but I couldn't risk him finding out my plan. The two elites just nodded numbly, before they and Yuto heard the sound of Sanjima clearing his throat. Excuse me, Yuto-san, but I believe you were just about to explain what's going on around here. Yes, of course, he replied with a short nod before he squared his shoulders and put his hands behind his back. 2 years ago, my second-in-command, Sakuma Jairu, retired due to an accident which cost him his right eye and crippled his left leg permanently. So naturally, I announced that I required a replacement to take over Sakuma's position, and one of the more promising applicants that I reviewed was none other than Daniel Joseph Gray. He had excellent credentials and high praises from past employers, and at that time I thought that he would make an adequate first lieutenant. After a few interviews, I decided to hire Gray for the position, and at first all was well. He worked efficiently and his personality ensured that the students liked him well enough. He frowned and took a moment to adjust his glasses. But as time went on, however, I started to notice that the students got along with him a little too well, to the point that they seemed fanatically loyal to him. Oddly enough, this disturbing behavior only occurred with the students who took his class, not the rest of the student body. This alone was enough for me to become suspicious of Gray's true intentions. Unfortunately, the only way that I could get a clear understanding on what went on in Gray's classes was by having someone on the inside report directly to me. So I asked one of my top students if he would enter the class and find out what was going on in that classroom. Despite the potential risks he would have had to face, Nakamura Theron agreed to act as my mole within Gray's classroom. Everyone's eyes widened as they turned to the unconscious teen on the ground behind them. What? Exclaimed Yashiki. You mean Nakamura succumbed to that? Buzz Nakamura. Masawa frowned, confused to what the elite was referring to. What exactly do you mean by that? But it was Commander Yudo who answered him, his expression dour. What Yashiki means by that is the reason why a majority of my students are so emotionless, almost as if they are nothing but subservient army drones brainwashing. Bra brainwashing? Sho yelped. Like in the movies? Tide Tocher Naya Sheldo Pen brainwashing? Ryu, although having better control over his emotions than his younger sibling, stared directly at the bespectacled adult, his wide eyes the only indication that he too found the entire situation unnerving. It does sound rather far-fetched, he said, his calm tone belaying the revulsion he felt towards Gray. I wholeheartedly agree with you, young man. If Theron hadn't been so insistent in his reports, I would have disregarded the possibility entirely. The Royal Academy commander then turned to the two conscious elites, snapping them out of their daze. I assume he tried the same on you? Yeah, said Raiden, despondently, but he underestimated us. It was just a few months ago. Yashiki continued, his fist clenching tightly as he recalled those horrible memories. After your supposedly fatal crash, he took over as de facto commander and brainwashed the rest of the academy in assemblies. Luckily, we were able to resist it, but he seemed to be in a hurry for some reason. As a result, he took more direct methods to ensure our loyalty. Yuto nodded solemnly, his visage taking on a more morbid expression. He took your families hostage, didn't he? Again, everyone was horrified by how far the religious zealot was willing to go to get his way. Yes. Not to mention he made us wear these accessories around our necks, said Raiden, as he thumbed to a shock collar around his neck. Yuto remained silent for a brief moment, silently contemplating on the most painful way he could kill Daniel Gray for the cruelty he put his students through, before continuing his explanation. Those with a strong enough mind could resist Gray's brainwashing to some degree, as it took a year just for Theron's mind to be heavily altered to its current state. At the mention of his name, said boy groaned and slowly sat up, rubbing his back in pain as he re-entered consciousness. Quickly making his way over, Yuto kneeled next to the Bluinet. Are you all right, Theron? Ugh. Commander Kidu? The student asked groggily while where. His eyes suddenly shot wide open as the memories finally came back to him, before he hung his head in shame. Damn. Commander I. Don't blame yourself, interrupted Yuto. The fact that you held off Gray's influence for so long says a lot of your strong will. He helped the boy to his feet, steadying him as he wavered a bit, before turning back to the crowd and picked up where he left off. After that, it wasn't long before the accident. I was on my way to visit Yashiki, who was feeling down since he lost the duel which would determine who would represent Royal Academy in this year's school duel to Theron. When it happened, I was run off the road by a truck, and was later taken to the hospital. Flashback. Yuto groaned as he awoke and noticed the white walls and ceiling. The hospital, he mused, why am I? You gave me quite the scare there, Yuto, said a familiar voice, further rousing him from his groggy state. Upon sitting up, he saw his old school friend. Shuya. What's the head of the hospital doing treating a patient? Goenji Shuya chuckled whilst Yuto took the time to examine him. The man had white hair tied back in a lazy ponytail, and two cold black eyes, which looked at him with amusement laced with worry. The doctor was also wearing a white lab coat and had a clipboard in his hand. Well, you're not exactly my first choice of a patient, you know, he said. How'd you end up crashing your car into a truck? You're the most careful driver I know, annoyingly so in fact. And with that question, it all came flooding back to him. Of course, he mentally screamed, before he remembered everything. Before I lost consciousness, I noticed something about the truck. His red eyes widened in realization. That symbol. It was a Royal Academy supply truck. But the only reason it would have been on the road at all is if a delivery was on the way, and since delivery day was last week. He absent-mindedly put a hand to his chin, ignoring Shuya's inquisitive glance. It should have still been at the academy garage, and the only ones who have access to it are myself, the driver, and... His eyes narrowed momentarily. Gray. Theron's cover must have been blown. He grimaced at that thought. Looking back at his friend, he shocked the man with the intensity of his glare. Shuya, I need you to do me a favor. End flashback. Shuya faked my medical records to say that I had died, and since he had the credentials to identify me, no one questioned it. With that, Gray's guard was down, and sadly he was free to take control of the academy. His fists momentarily tightened in anger. Allowing him to take Royal Academy was the most painful thing I ever had to do, but it was necessary. Taking some calming breaths, he continued. I secretly met up with a high-ranking contact in the police, and he helped me set up a private investigation into Daniel Gray. What we discovered was shocking. His records had been faked, and we managed to trace him back to Italy, and then narrowed our search down to Rome. After we discovered that the documents were forged, we investigated his recommendation, and found that it was from a company known as Amok. Kronos' eyes widened at that name. But that's the company that prints Duel Monsters cards. OC Original Company. An anagram of Konami, with AC added in. Yuto nodded. Yes, we were surprised as well. At first, we were confused as to why Amok would be behind something like this, because their company records have never so much as mentioned anyone by the name of Gray. It was at that point that we reached a dead end. Without an inside source, we would have never known what was going on, or what Gray's true intentions were. That's where June came in. What? Everyone turned to Manjum, who wore a smug smirk. A few minutes ago. Daniel stood back up, shooting Naruto a deranged glare as he drew a new card from his deck. I summon Iscariot Makub in attack mode. A man with slicked back hair with two bangs hanging out, and a scar down the right side of his face, appeared on the field. Like all of Daniel's previous monsters, he wore a priest's outfit. Iscariot Makub Priest Light LVL 4. 1250. Next, I play the spell card Double Summon, and then sacrifice Makub to summon 9th Division Crusaders in attack mode. 3 men in white robes with pointy hoods appeared in Makub's place. The one in the middle stood out the most, as he had one blue cross on its face and another, smaller cross on its forehead. 9th Division Crusaders Priest Light LVL 8. Naruto stared at the trio. Let me guess, Makub allows you to treat him as 2 summons, right? Daniel nodded with a mad smirk. Indeed. Next I play Co-Commander. The 2 duelists blinked and looked down, to which Daniel was shocked at who he was seeing. What? That's impossible! He screeched. As they listened to Yuto's explanation, Daniel's anger burned hotter and hotter. Naruto, on the other hand, just listened intensely. Everything was now beginning to make sense. He was snapped out of his musings when Daniel continued his turn. I played the field spell card Vatican City. All around them, many large buildings rose up, obscuring them from the group below them. This card raises the attack and defense of all priest-type monsters by 200 points. 9 DCP 3150. And decreases the attack and defense of all other monsters by 300. Naruto's eyes widened. He wasn't expecting the field spell to have an effect on his monsters as well. Shit! ALP. AK. Naruto started to sweat as he looked at his weakened monsters. Daniel, seeing this, smirked and pointed at Konan. Crusaders! Destroy Akatsuki Konan! The 3 cloaked men charged at Konan and struck her with their weapons, destroying her. Naruto 1900. Daniel 300. The mad priest laughed before ending his turn. You better make the next turn count, Uzumaki. Back on the ground floor. Before Yuto could continue his lengthy explanation, he was interrupted by a loud noise from the aerial arena. Looking up, they saw the arena become surrounded by many buildings. Shaking his head, Yuto cleared his throat and continued his story. I hid in the old Royal Academy building after Gray moved it to this submarine. It was there where I coordinated my plans from, with the help of a detective by the name of Onigawara. One day, a young man had entered the gates. Turning to Manjum, the elite continued the story. I fought against nature in order to collect enough cards in order to enter those gates. I battled killer sharks, polar bears, and even vampire bats. I swam through freezing waters, and climbed dangerous mountains in order to collect those cards. Only to give one of them away to an old man. Yuto smiled at him. Yes, and when you passed my little test with that act of kindness, I knew that you were the one I needed to help me. Coincidentally, it also told me you needed contact lenses. He turned to the others, and covered his mouth with his hand. He didn't see that man until he had already walked past him. He whispered, making Manjum twitch in annoyance. Shut up! He shouted indignantly. Anyways, after he entered Royal Academy, I informed him of the situation. After promising him a rematch with Yuki Judai, and the opportunity to become stronger, I enlisted Jun to be my second spy. After some quick training, I sent him to infiltrate Royal Academy. How did he infiltrate Royal Academy? Misawa asked, skeptically. Every year, Amok Incorporated runs a competition in order to scout out any talented duelists for them to sponsor, and this year they were using it to find recruits for the new Royal Academy. Jun entered the contest and took it by storm, which resulted in Amok sending him to Royal Academy. Gray, seeing his skill from Amok's reports, made him one of his elites. All of this seems rather convenient. Yodo shrugged. In their haste to enact their plans, they desperately took any help they could get to kidnap Uzumaki Naruto. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, it's true. Jun had managed to hack Gray's private computer and discovered the reason why Amok recruited Gray, his grudge against Naruto. They also knew that Naruto had close friendships with both Seto Kaiba and Pegasus J. Crawford. They figured that if they could hold Naruto hostage, they would be able to demand anything from the two of them, as well as everyone in Duel Academy. It was after a private meeting with Pegasus, I learned that he and the head of Amok Incorporated have had several arguments over their cut from printing Duel Monsters cards. You see, as the creator, Pegasus gets 60% of all profits, while Amok gets the remaining 40%. Now this is just speculation, but I believe that they planned to kidnap Naruto when he was most vulnerable, like in the middle of the ocean, on an island away from the mainland. Once they successfully abducted him, they would have threatened to harm the boy unless they received more royalties for the Duel Monsters franchise. Sanjima just stared at his friend, aghast at what he had learned. So all of this is about money? Yuto nodded somberly. Indeed. A greedy man alone is bad enough. But a greedy man with money and power at his disposal is much, much worse. Finally done with his tale, he looked up and grimaced at the arena. Gray's cornered and he knows it. The police are on their way right now. Even if he wins, Gray is going to prison. However, for that boy's sake, I hope he doesn't. Back at the arena, Naruto looked at his opponent's field warily, knowing full well that if he didn't pull a miracle out of somewhere, he was in for a world of pain. Looking at his deck, he began to hyperventilate as his fingers hovered over the top card. Closing his eyes, he tried to draw from his deck, but he couldn't because of his shaking. Suddenly, he felt a light pressure on his hand, making him open his eyes out of curiosity. Seeing a transparent hand on top of his own, his gaze followed up the arm it was attached to, and saw Haku smiling at him. Feeling another small pressure form on his shoulder, he looked behind himself, and he was stunned to see Itachi staring down at him. Haku blinked in surprise before smirking. It's about time somebody else paid him a visit. Though to be fair, I doubt the others would want to talk to Naruto-kun, she thought with a sweat drop. Relax, Naruto-kun, said Itachi, with a ghost of a smile on his lips. Believe in your deck, and it will answer you. Deciding to leave wondering why Itachi had suddenly appeared for later, Naruto nodded, and steadied his breathing. And after taking a deep breath, his hand made contact with his deck, and slipped a card from the top of it. Looking at his newest card, Naruto could barely keep a straight face. This is perfect, he thought gleefully. Looking back at Gray, he smirked dangerously. You know, one would usually expect a duel like this to have an epic conclusion, like a clash of powerful monster against powerful monster, a battle to the death. Daniel raised a brow at Naruto's growing grin. Well, I've always gone against the expected. I play the spell card Explosive Tag. Daniel's eyes widened as a holographic image of the spell card appeared on Naruto's side of the field. Oh yeah? Naruto smirked. I skipped the explanation earlier, so how about I give it now? Explosive Tag is a quick play spell card which destroys one spell or trap card on the field, while also dealing 500 points of direct damage. He paused to point at the city around them. Now, that appears to be a spell card. And oh, what do you know, you have 300 life points left. And as it happens, that's a lot less than 500. Daniel watched in horror as the small slip of paper shot out of the card, and flew towards a nearby building. Nuh! Boom! The crowd down below looked up at the explosion, and covered their eyes from the holographic dust. When it finally died down, they noticed the city was gone. All was silent for a minute, before Sho slowly looked at the scoreboard. Naruto 1900. Daniel 0000. He did it. He muttered. Naruto-san did it. He won! And that was all it took to break the silence before cheers rang across the stadium. He did it! We're saved! As the crowd celebrated, the duel arena slowly lowered back to the ground. Up above, Naruto was finally able to breathe properly as the shock collar was removed from round his neck, and the restraints were no longer holding his legs. Turning back to face his opponent, he saw Daniel still standing with his hand raised, staring forward unseeingly, with horror visible in his eyes. Suddenly, he collapsed to his knees and slumped forward, his forehead touching the floor in defeat. As the arena finally reached the ground, Naruto lightly hopped off, before he was crowded by grateful students. You did it! You the man! All hail the Pharaoh of Ra! Naruto was wide-eyed at the attention he received, when he heard a certain familiar giggle. Turning to where he thought he heard the source of the noise, he saw Asuka smiling at him. Returning the grin, he gave her a thumbs up, to which the smiling obelisk did as well. Some time later, back on land, Naruto watched as the Royal Academy students were ushered out of the giant submarine by the police, with Commander Yudo overseeing the process. They were to be taken to many professional psychologists, so that they could recover from Daniel Gray's brainwashing. He idly noticed Nakamura Theron standing next to the once more commander of Royal Academy, and made his way over to him. Seeing the blonde approach him, Nakamura tensed when Naruto stood before him and they stared each other down. Suddenly, Naruto grinned and offered a fist to Nakamura, which made him flinch, before he realized that it wasn't hurtling towards his face. Hey, Nakamura, said Boy, looked up to see a small smile on the blonde's face. Looking forward to our next duel. Hopefully you won't be indoctrinated next time. I want to duel you at your best. Nakamura stared at the blonde with wide eyes, before smirking and raising his own fist. Sure. And call me Theron from now on. Nakamura sounds too evil now. Naruto's smile grew into a grin once again. Sure, then call me Naruto. Uzumaki sounds too. Actually no, it still sounds pretty damn good. Theron laughed before the two bumped fists. Yudo watched the interaction with a smile, before turning around and approaching the nearby Yashiki and Raiden, the former receiving medical treatment. The two looked up at the man once he was in front of them. Don't worry about your families, you two, they'd been secured already. The two boys looked relieved. Thanks, Commander, Yashiki said shakily. Yudo just patted him on the shoulder before walking away, when Sanjima approached his younger friend. So what will happen after this, Yutosan? Well, we have enough evidence to incriminate a muck incorporated 3 times over. The CEO will be arrested, and his successor will most likely have to deal with many lawsuits from me, the parents of the students involved. Dole Academy. At this, Sanjima nodded in agreement, and not to mention Seto Kaiba and Pegasus J. Crawford. Yudo smirked triumphantly. Let's just say that a muck incorporated will be dealing with its founder's mistakes for generations to come. Sanjima nodded in agreement, before looking at the entrance to the submarine. And him? He asked, gesturing to the defeated form of Daniel Gray, who was being escorted from the sub by 4 police officers. Yuto narrowed his eyes at the sight of the religious man. Well, who knows? All I can say is that Daniel Gray won't be seeing daylight again for a very long time. Daniel stared at the ground, numbly aware he was being taken somewhere. His justice, God's divine plan, it had all been thwarted, and by the same brat who caused all of his suffering to begin with. His eyes burned in rage, before he started thrashing wildly, catching everyone's attention. Uzumaki! You will pay! Greya! He was quickly restrained by all 4 officers, albeit with great difficulty. Meanwhile, Yudo slowly and calmly made his way over the mentally unstable man. God's plan. It must be carried out. Yudo stared down at the slightly frothing man, before frowning. Gray. His voice grabbed the madman's attention, making him stop his thrashing. What happened to your father was not Naruto's fault. I spoke to your father's doctor, and he told me that your father's illness was untreatable, he was too far gone. Even if you had won the tournament's prize money, he wouldn't have survived long enough for the treatment to take effect. Daniel's eyes widened with horror, as his head slowly shook from side to side. No. You're lying. But after staring into Yuto's bespectacled eyes, he saw nothing but the truth. No. Why God? He screamed, his head whipping back as he screamed to the heavens. What part does this have in your plan? I don't understand. Tears streamed from the man's eyes as he let out a heart-wrenching scream. What is your aim? Speak to me! He was quickly lifted to his feet and dragged towards a police helicopter. With a quiet why, the door was shut, and a minute later the copter took off. Naruto watched it fly away with a frown, before a yell came from behind him. Turning around, he saw his friends approaching him. Grinning at them, he went over to greet them, and as they laughed and talked, the stress of the last few hours seemed to melt away. Chapter end. Or is it? The helicopter slowly descended to the ground, the blades halting their rotations. The door opened and out came Daniel and his guards. But before he could be taken over to the awaiting police car, a loud horn sounded from the nearby road. Turning to where he heard the disturbance, the last thing Daniel Joseph Gray saw was a truck's headlights, before he joined his dearly departed father. A lone figure walked past the wreckage. The truck had taken out all of the police officers there along with Gray. Approaching the priest's corpse, the figure shifted through its coat pockets, before pulling out a deck. It would be such a shame if this were to be returned to its rightful owner. After all, this deck doesn't deserve to be locked away, never to be used again. I'm sure it could aid someone else in their divine plan. With a deep, mocking laughter, the figure walked away, before getting into the back of the truck. From within the trailer, a normal, inconspicuous car backed out, which proceeded to drive away. Chapter 22 Farewells, and a New Threat. Naruto blinked as he looked around. He found himself standing in the middle of the yellow dining room, the tables covered with stacks of ramen. With a gleam in his eye, he ran over to the nearest chair, picked up a pair of chopsticks, and started eating the delicious noodles of the gods. As he finished his 20th bowl, his eyes widened as he saw a jacuzzi full of ramen, with several women sitting inside of it. With a large grin, he jumped headfirst into the jacuzzi and smashed his head on his bedside table. With a roar of agony, he rolled around on the ground, clutching his bruised temple. After the pain dulled down, and after a few muttered swears, he stood up, rubbing his head, and blinked when he saw Misawa smirking at him from the doorway with a raised eyebrow. Do I even want to know why you just head-butted your furniture? He asked amusedly. Naruto shot him a dirty look. No, probably not, you probably wouldn't get it. He muttered the last part. With a shrug, Misawa left his room and the yellow proceeded to get dressed for the day. As he was getting dressed, he started to reminisce over the aftermath of the Royal Academy incident the week before. Flashback. I apologize for all the trouble Royal Academy has caused you. Kiriyudo, commander of Royal Academy, said with a bow. Next to him, his 3 students bowed as well. They were standing in front of Yuto's private yacht at the docks, ready to go home. Samejima just smiled and clapped the younger man on the shoulder. You have nothing to apologize for, it was all Gray's fault. It was the day after Daniel had been taken away by the police, and the Royal Academy quartet, the rest had been taken to mental care to repair the damage done by Daniel, had stayed the night before leaving. Yashiki and Raiden had been hesitant to stay, wanting to get back to their families, but eventually they had relented. Everyone had a huge party in the obelisk blue dorm to celebrate Naruto's victory, and during it the Royal Academy triad had mingled with the Dual Academy gang. Despite the initial awkwardness, being on opposite sides one moment, and then partying together the next tends to cause that, they had gotten along quite well. With promises for rematches from Naruto, Asuka and Misawa, Asuka being especially adamant about it, having had her match interrupted and all, any bygones were forgiven. The rest of the student body were, of course, wary of the scary dragon guy, but being the elite, red arrogant, he was, what the cannon fodder thought didn't concern him. Yudo grimaced at the name perhaps, but I still can't help but feel responsible. Shaking his head he smiled before turning to Manjum. So June, what will you do now? Blinking at the question, Manjum looked down in contemplation. I don't know. Well, isn't it obvious? Judai said with a grin. Come back to Dual Academy. He turned to Samejima. That's okay, right? The Chancellor, okay, what is he exactly? I've called him like 3 different things by now, smiled back. But of course, as far as I'm concerned, you never really left Manjum-kun. Manjum's sweat dropped. Isn't that basically saying you didn't notice? He frowned before smirking. Fine. I'll grace Dual Academy with Manjum Thunder once more. Samejima I smiled. Wonderful. I believe there's a spare room in the Slifer Red dorm available. Manjum smirked, before it dropped at the last bit. What? He roared, outraged at the fact an elite like him would have to degrade himself so. Well, Slifer Red is where all transfer students are temporarily placed after all. What was with all that you never really left crap then? Oh ho ho. Ignoring the raging Manjum, Yuto smiled before turning to his students. Say your goodbyes, we leave in 5 minutes. Nodding, the three turned around. Theron smirked. Well, see you around, Naruto. Maybe I'll see you at a tournament or something one day? Naruto smirked right back. Yeah, and then I'll kick your ass again. Theron's brow twitched, before he calmed down. Sending a wink towards Asuka, he threw her a business card. Raising his hand to his ear, he mouthed "Call me" before turning around and entering Yuto's boat. Naruto was practically vibrating in anger at this act, while Asuka just rolled her eyes and threw it away. Shaking his head, Raiden turned to Asuka with his usual permaglare. Farewell, Tenjoinsen. Perhaps we may finish our duel one day. Asuka smirked challengingly. Indeed, and by then I'll be stronger than you. Lips lifting ever so slightly, Raiden gave her a respectful nod before sharply turning on his heel and walking onto the yacht. Finally, Yashiki turned to Misawa. Parting is such sweet sorrow. But the marinade of time will make our reunion all the tastier. All present sweat dropped at the eccentric teen's words. Back over on the yacht, Raiden face-bombed. Aniki. What did he say? Sho asked Judai. Judai didn't answer. He just stared at the strange purple-haired teen with a sweat drop. Misawa blinked slowly. Indeed, perhaps when we next meet you won't hold back. Yashiki blinked before smirking. You are most perceptive, Miss Owazen. Very well, on our next meeting I shall use my true deck. And with that he joined his fellows on the boat. Yuto shook his head at his students' antics, and turned to Sanjima one last time. I will see you next year, Samajima-san. Until then, I'll keep you posted on the Gray situation over the phone. Nodding in response, Sanjima grasped Yuto's hand in a firm handshake, and the commander joined his students. After a few minutes, the engine roared to life and the four sped away on the ocean. The farewell entourage watched it go for a while before they turned away. Phew. Thank our all that's finally over, Naruto said with a sigh. The others nodded in agreement. Sanjima turned to the blonde Are with a smile in his face. You know, Uzumaki-kun, I believe you deserve an award for yesterday. Ask me one favor and I will do my best to fulfill it. Naruto blinked in surprise at the offer, before he grinned. Well, there is one thing. Flashback end. Putting on his brand new, custom, orange jacket, Naruto left his dorm room with a grin on his face. Later that day, nighttime. In the deep blue backdrop that is the night sky, the full moon was obscured by ominous clouds. In a dark cave stood 8 dark figures gathered together in the shadows. Their eyes shone a bright, evil red. As a drop of water fell into a small pool of water, one of the voices spoke. Our time has finally arrived. Said a deep voice, you have made a pact to help me retrieve the cards of destiny. Who will be the first to lead us to battle? I will go, one of the figures said as he stood up and stepped out of the shadows. He had brown, shaggy hair, and his fringe spilled over onto the black mask he wore on his face. It covered his visage from the nose upward, the point of the mask dipping downwards like a beak, or a dragon's snout. The mask had 2 blue eyepieces, with a red gem between them. Darkness. The one now known as Darkness put on a regular, Duel Academy standard dual disc and booted it up, the red glow lighting up the cave slightly. At the other end of the island, on the docks, Asuka and Raya were doing their usual thing of absolutely nothing, while staring out at sea. Asuka, Raya said suddenly. Huh? She looked at him curiously. Your expression has gotten softer lately. Really? I don't think it's changed. It's a good thing. Asuka looked up as it began to pour with rain. We should head back, she said, walking past Raya. Without a word he followed suit. Suddenly, Asuka stopped and looked up as she saw a faint shadow in the sky. Anime supervision, gotta love it, what's that? Up in his office, Sanjima looked out his window with a serious look on his face, watching the storm, before gasping as he saw the same shadow fly by. So, they have arrived, just as I had been informed? He sighed as if the Royal Academy incident was not enough. The shadow swooped down onto the side of the active volcano situated on the island. Wait a minute, who the fuck builds a school next to an active volcano? Surely there's some form of regulation against that, revealing it to be darkness on a hand glider. When he let go of it, it suddenly burst into flames. The light of the fire lit up the smirk on his face as he chuckled darkly to himself. Around his neck was half of a medallion, which looked like it fit together with another. It glowed brightly, grabbing darkness' attention, and he lifted it up to examine it. Turning around, he gazed down at the rest of the island, or more specifically, the Slifer Red Dorm. The next day, school was in session, and the first class of the day was Daidokuji's. Boredly picking the lint off his amazing jacket, Naruto's gaze wandered over the room, and he rolled his eyes as he saw Judai sleeping. Well, that's new, he thought sarcastically. Suddenly the lunch bell rang, and despite this no one got up from their seats. Sitting up, Judai let it out that he was sleeping in class, and Sho seemed surprised by this. "Ho, you know what, I'm sick of commenting on the stupid things Sho says or does." As Judai was about to dig into a bento, Daidokuji spoke up. Yuki Judekin, your lunch will have to wait a bit, nya. You and I are going to the principal's office, nya. Okay, so is it principal? As the Slifer trio began to discuss why he would need to see the principal with expulsion being a suggestion, Manjum laughed and stood up from the back row. He now wore a black trench coat, seeing as he refused to wear the Slifer red jacket. Judai, it was nice knowing you. This is goodbye. Daidokuji turned his head to him. Manjum-kun, you are to come as well. What? Naruto laughed out loud at the Slifer's shocked face. You too, Uzumaki-kun. At this, Naruto stopped laughing, and he pointed at himself with a confused dumb look on his face. And then, there's Misawa-kun and Asuka-san. Looking at each other, Misawa and Naruto shrugged and they both stood up. Across the room, Asuka stood up as well. Why were we called over? Judai asked his dorm's leader. No clue. I was just asked to bring you to the principal. As they followed the cat-loving professor, they saw Kronos and Ryu approach from the opposite direction. Kronos saw the others, and he closed his eyes with a cheerful look on his face. What a distinguished group this is, no NE. So, have you all been called by the principal as well? A taste of tiramisu, he exclaimed as he saw Judai. Naruto's sweat dropped. What the hell is up with this guy? Surely we have a mistake here? We have an odd man out here, no NE. Don't sweat it, Thunder, Judai said to Manjum. He means you. A few minutes later they were in the office and stood in a line before the chairman's desk. Naruto was between Asuka and Misawa as they tried to digest what they had been told. 3 mythic demon cards? Judai questioned. That's right, Samejima said as he turned around. Sealed with this island, those 3 cards have been with us since ancient times. Naruto blinked and raised his hand. I call bullshit? Duel Monsters cards have only been in production for the last 20 years or so. So how the heck are there 3 cards from ancient times? And why are they sealed? Wait, Judai said, and Naruto was surprised that he agreed with Hai. The Duel Academy was around that long ago. Never mind. Shut it. Manjum said, be quiet and listen. Samejima carried on, completely ignoring Naruto's logic. Originally, this academy was built over where those cards are sealed. What? Everyone gasped, and Naruto's brow twitched. I have got to have a word with Kaiba. Those 3 mythic demon cards lie dormant deep underneath the academy. According to the legend of the island, when those cards are brought up to the surface, the world will be shrouded by evil. Chaos will enshroud everything, and the darkness dwelling within the people will be released. Naruto's eyes widened. Well, that sounds familiar. Wait. Does that mean? Asuka noticed Naruto's worried face, before quickly paying attention again. Before long, the world will be destroyed, and it will be no more. This is what is said of the extent of the power that these cards conceal. Asuka gasped. Destroyed? Misawa said with half-skeptical, half-worried expression. Manjum's expression tightened. I don't really get it, but they sound like pretty awesome cards. Kronos went up him. Aren't you paying attention, any? he shouted with a raised fist. Naruto just shook his head. As ridiculous as this sounds. Meh, I've heard stranger tales from Pegasus. But still, if what he said about people's darkness is true. Those who have challenged us, who have ambitions of breaking the seal on those cards, have appeared. Who exactly are they? Raya asked, his face not revealing if he was shocked by any of this. The Hachizai. They are 8 duelists known as the 8 Stars. They are 8 people who are shrouded in complete mystery, but one of them is already on this island. What did you say? Misawa exclaimed. Still, how will they break the seal? Asuka asked. The 3 mythic demon cards are sealed in the ruins under this academy. 8 enormous stone pillars known as the 8 spirit gates protect those cards. These 8 stone pillars will open with 8 keys. He placed a small box onto his desk. These are those 8 keys. Then, the 8 stars came to steal these. Misawa summed up. To that end, I would like to ask you to protect these 8 keys. You want us to protect them, but how are we supposed to? Manjum asked him. Naruto nodded. Yeah, these guys sound like serious business. Naturally, by dueling. Of course. Naruto muttered, shouldn't have had to ask really. As he said this, the others were busy gasping in surprise. Naruto's pretty much built up an immunity to stupid by now. If one were to steal the keys to the 8 spirit gates, they must win them in a duel. That is an edict carried out on this island since ancient times. Naruto was about to call bullshit, before deciding not to bother. It was like there was some sort of cosmic force which blocks his logic from people's ears. That is why I had you, the best duelists within our academy, gathered here. He coughed into his fist. Well, I have also called on 2 more to match the amount. I'm pretty sure he means you no any, Kronos said, leaning in and pointing at Judai. Judai just scoffed at the man. They will come here to challenge those duelists who possess these 8 keys. If you are prepared to battle the 8 stars, then. He opened the box, revealing the 8 keys within. I would like you to take one of these keys. Misawa, Asuka, Naruto and Manjum looked at each other, and Judai quickly reached over and grabbed one. Shrugging to himself, Naruto followed suit. Judai put it around his neck. Sounds fun. I'll do it. Naruto smirked. Why not? Always wanted to be what stands between the bad guys and the end of the world. Rai gave an amused HM and reached for one of the keys as well. Misawa nodded, and he too grabbed one, followed by Asuka and Manjum. My. Kronos said as he raised a finger and shook it. Principal, you mustn't scare them no any. After all, while they want to challenge and defeat those at the academy, we should think they're just coming to steal no any. After he said his piece, he too grabbed a key. Well, I suppose such a thought is all right for now. Well then, I will allow Sonia. Let's see. Daidokuji picked up the remaining key and held it aloft, and Pharaoh tried to grab it with his paw. Naruto looked at Daidokuji with a light frown. He looked a bit too satisfied for his liking. Challenging and beating us, huh? If it were me, I'd probably start from the toughest guy. Think it's me? Judai asked. You are Mr. Ken One. The suddenness of Kronos' statement and proximity caused Judai to fall over in shock. If we are speaking in terms of skills, it would be me. Or it would be our Kaiser, Signore Marufuji Ryu, or even Signore Uzumaki no any Yuki. Judai. I conducted a secret investigation, and I saw that you have been beaten to a pulp by both Kaiser Ryu and Uzumaki no any. Am I correct? Naruto blinked. Wow, he must hate Judai more than he hates me. Ryu chuckled and Manjum looked and Kronos with a smirk. Likewise, you've lost to Judai, haven't you? Samejima decided to cut in before things escalated. Thank you, everyone. From this moment on, our battle has begun. Please be on standby to duel at any moment. And please, you must protect the 3 mythic demon cards and the keys to the 8 spirit gates, without fail. As they began to leave, Sanjime spoke again. Oh, Uzumaki-kun, may I have a word? Stopping in his turn, Naruto blinked before nodding. Turning to Asuka and Misawa, he said, I'll catch you later. With nods, the 2 left, and Naruto turned to Sanjima curiously. Sitting down with a sigh, Sanjima looked at Naruto tiredly. Naruto was taken aback about the principal's use of his first name. I got a call from Yutosan. Amok Incorporated would get off free of charge. Naruto's eyes widened and he slammed a hand onto the desk. What? He roared. How? After all that Gray did. There is nothing left that connects Daniel Gray to Amok. But what about the files Manjum found? Gray's journal? All of it deleted or gone. It seems someone has cleaned up after Gray's mess. But what about Gray himself? Surely they could get him to confess? Sanjima sighed once more, and he slumped in his chair slightly. That would be possible, but only if he were still alive. Naruto looked at the man with wide eyes. What? Gray was killed by a speeding truck after he was taken to the mainland. He, his police escorts, and the waiting officers were all killed in a crash. Also, Gray's deck was looted from his corpse. Naruto was silent as he tried to absorb the information he was given. You may take the rest of the day off. I understand that this may be shocking. With a vague nod, Naruto left the office. It was late that night, and Naruto was roaming the forest. It was his go-to place when he needed to think or be alone. The familiar surroundings comforted him. Damn it. After all that, Amok is getting away with it. As he wandered a bit more, he noticed he had come out near the Slifer Red dorm. Huh, there's that random location thing again, kinda getting old now. Naruto? Turning around, he saw Asuka approaching him. Asuka? What are you doing out here? It's not safe to be wandering around on your own. Smiling slightly at his worry, her face quickly turned serious. Despite what was said earlier, I believed it would make sense for the 8 stars to target the Slifer Red dorm first. Because hypothetically they're the weakest. Good thinking. Naruto commended, annoyed that he hadn't thought about it. Together they made their way to the dorm, but they stopped as they saw a light shine from one of the doors. Looking at each other, they nodded before running over. Judai. Running into the room, they stopped as they saw Judai standing in the middle of the room. Judai. Naruto blinked as he saw a winged Kuriboh hover next to Judai, before light engulfed them all. Chapter end. Omake. Darkness landed on the side of the volcano and let go of the hand glider. After a few minutes, he turned around to see why it hadn't set on fire yet. Seeing the match hadn't sparked, it quickly pulled out a box and tried to set it alight. Burning himself, he dropped the match onto his coat. Shouting out, he tried to shake the coat off, which he succeeded in doing. Looking at his dual disc, his eyes widened as he realized he hadn't taken his deck out of his coat yet. And so, after the whole 8 stars farce was over, they never did find out why they only fought 7 of them. You know, this wasn't how Naruto expected his day was going to end. Naruto was having a pretty good day, with an awesome dream, getting to wear his new jacket, and ignoring Daidokuji while coming up with tag team strategies with Masawa, because hey, you never know, in class. But it all went downhill with that visit to the principal's office. Not only did he hear about a plot to unseal 3 supposedly ancient cards that would unleash evil and darkness out onto the world, causing the possible destruction of all life as we know it, but also that Amok Incorporated was getting away free of charge, and Daniel Gray is dead. So you can understand that when Naruto was dropped into an active volcano by a portal of light, he was getting pretty damn pissed off. God damn it! Can I not have a normal night for once? Ignoring the raging boy next to her, Asuka looked around the area. Where are we? As she was looking around, Judai was crawling on the ground over to the edge of the small platform of light they were on. Isn't this the volcano? Suddenly, a spout of flames shot upwards, causing Judai to scramble away. With a roar, the flames turned into a fiery dragon. A dragon? Making a turn, the fire dragon crashed into the other end of the platform, and out from the flames emerged a man in a black mask, wearing a coat with tails that would make Kaiba proud. Who are you? Judai asked the man as he stood up. My name is Darkness. Darkness? Naruto and Judai repeated incredulously. I am one of the 8 stars. Judai recoiled slightly. So you're... Naruto subtly put himself at guard, ready for anything that Darkness could do. Yuki Judai, you are my first opponent. I knew I was the strongest. Suddenly, the amulets around Judai and Darkness's necks glowed brightly. I'm not sure why, but the light of this pendant led me to you. But what I desire is that key to the 8 spirit gates you have hung around your neck. Darkness smirked. I shall steal that key from you, through a duel of darkness. A duel of darkness? Another fire dragon flew over their heads, causing them to duck, except Naruto. He stood straight, letting the heat pass over him. He stared at darkness with narrowed eyes. Something about him seems familiar. That hair. Darkness looked back at the blonde, and he seemed impressed. You do not shy away from the flames, he grinned evilly. I've changed my mind. I want to duel you. Hey! Judai yelled. What about me? I'm the strongest, right? Darkness smirked again. If you were indeed the strongest, the flames would not bother you. Judai just crouched on the floor with a dark aura around him. Prepare yourself, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto blinked at the name drop, for the duel of darkness has already begun. Judai. Aniki! Looking down, the three of them saw Sho and Hayato being suspended in an energy sphere. Sho! Hayato-kun! Cheerleaders! Everyone looked at Naruto with a deadpan expression, and he rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. What? I wanted to yell something too. They are being protected by that cage of light, but that barrier will vanish as time goes on. If you drag this duel out any longer, looking at Judai's angry face, he added, or interfere with my duel with Uzumaki Naruto, they will end up inside the magma. No fair. They've got nothing to do with this battle. Don't say such half-hearted things in this battle with the keys to the 8 spirit gates at stake, Yuki Judai. Turning to Naruto, he said, originally I was going to duel Yuki Judai, but if I knew you were going to be so interesting, I would have gotten different hostages. However, this is the stage I set, so I will work with it. Moreover, whoever loses between you and I will have their souls sealed within this card, he said as he held aloft a blank card, which proceeded to emit a foul, black mist. Both of our souls know our lives are at stake, and we have no choice but to face off in this duel. That is my duel of darkness. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Another duel of darkness? Who, except this one's the real fucking deal. Wait, is this real? There's a chance it could be phony, Judai said. No. Naruto said firmly, this is real. I can feel it in my gut, and my gut never lies. Besides, I've been in similar situations before. Duels of darkness are real, alright, and they're also real dangerous. No lesser duelist could partake in one and live to tell the tale. Judai nodded. Yeah, I've been in a few duels like that as well, and now I know they were duels of darkness. He looked at Naruto, pleading in his eyes, you can't lose this duel, no matter what. Looking into the brunette's eyes, Naruto saw his feelings. His anger over the situation, his fear for his friends, and his helplessness over not being able to do anything about it. His own eyes becoming determined, he nodded to Judai and turned to face darkness. Alright, I'll beat him for you, Judai, and save the cheerleaders. Ignoring the indignant yells, he booted up his duel disc, darkness following suit. Duel! I will go first. Darkness declared. Draw. I summon Army Dragon in defense mode. A humanoid green dragon in a gladiator-like garb appeared in a crouching position. Army Dragon. Dragon Wind LVL2. 700-800. I set one card face down, ending my turn. Another dragon user? Naruto muses before drawing a card and examining it, before placing it into his hand. Picking another card, he placed it onto his disc. I summoned fake Hunter Haku in attack mode. In his typical swirl of icy mist, Haku appeared on the field. FHH. Haku destroy Army Dragon. And with a swift throw, Army Dragon was impaled by several Senbon needles, destroying it. At this moment, Army Dragon's special effect activates. When Army Dragon has gone off to the graveyard, I can special summon another Army Dragon from my deck. I will summon it in defense mode. In the old one's place, a new Army Dragon appeared, this one also crouching. AD Def 800. With nay but a narrowing of his eyes, Naruto ended his turn. It's my turn. Draw reversed card open. Call of the Living Dead. The face-down card flipped up to reveal a trap card with a picture of a cemetery with purple fog hovering above the gravestones. This will special summon one monster from my graveyard in attack mode. Darkness explained with an evil smirk. I will summon Army Dragon. His graveyard glowed brightly, and next to the first army dragon appeared a second, the one that was destroyed earlier. And then I sacrificed my 2 army dragons to summon Red Eye's black dragon in attack mode. Asuka's eyes widened. Red Eyes black dragon? Jidai finished. From the bubbling lava below them, another fiery dragon emerged, briefly sweeping down to scare Hayato and Sho, before crashing down in front of Darkness, where it transformed into the famous Red Eye's black dragon. Red Eye's black dragon, Dragon Dark LVL 7. 2400-2000. I use Red Eye's black dragon to attack Haku. Dark Mega Flare. The black dragon let loose a ball of red energy straight at Haku, before exploding, taking the Hunter Nin with it. The force from the shock wave pushed Naruto back about a meter, almost hitting Asuka. Naruto. Darkness. Naruto. This pain. This is the real deal, alright. Naruto said through grit teeth. I told you that this was a battle with poor souls and lives at stake, didn't I? That is why I will literally whittle your life away. Darkness declared. Uzumaki Naruto, this is a duel of darkness. Naruto scoffed, and stood up. As if there was any doubt in my mind. I mean, you kidnapped us in a flash of light, dumped us in the middle of a volcano, and trapped Jidai's friends in a bubble of light. I didn't exactly think that this was a friendly. My turn, draw. Alright Naruto, this is nothing, it ain't no darkness metal dragon, and you beat that pretty easily. Looking at the card in his hand, he smirked. I summon Akatsuki Sasori in attack mode. On the field, the puppeteer of the Akatsuki appeared. As 1800. Next, I equip him with the spell card Human Puppetry. I can remove 1 card from my graveyard from play, and Sasori gains attack points equal to that monster's level x 200. From O puff of smoke, Haku emerged, but he was attached by blue strings to Sasori's fingers. As 2600. Now Sasori, destroy Red Eye's black dragon. With a twitch of his fingers, Sasori made his puppet fire a barrage of Samban at the dragon, destroying it instantly. Darkness. Naruto. Alright. He destroyed Red Eyes. Jidai cheered. Naruto watched with narrowed eyes as Darkness stumbled slightly. Heh, this is affecting your soul as well, isn't it? Anyway, I hope this isn't all you've got. The last dragon user I fought was much stronger than this. Darkness growled. It is my turn, draw. Do not be so cocky, Uzumaki Naruto. The dark souls of my dragons will not be so easily disposed of. I summoned Dark Dragon Chick in attack mode. A small red egg appeared in midair, before it broke open to reveal 2 glowing red eyes. Naruto gulped. Well, shit. Indeed. This is Red Eye's Black Dragon's Chick. I activate Dark Dragon Chick's special effect. By sending this card to the graveyard, I'll special summon Red Eye's Black Dragon from my hand. The egg shined briefly before exploding, revealing Red Eyes. I'm not done. The evolution of my Red Eyes will reach its ultimate form. Where have I heard that before? Naruto muttered to himself. I sacrifice Red Eye's Black Dragon. Come forth. Red Eye's Darkness Dragon. Red Eye's Darkness Dragon, Dragon Dark LVL 9. 2400-2000. Naruto's eyes widened. Another damn Darkness Dragon? Crap. Just my luck. The volcano started shaking, causing everyone present to gasp. Above them, many fiery dragons hovered in the sky. The cries of the dragons from the depths of the earth will become my Darkness Dragon's flesh and blood. For every dragon-type monster that is in my graveyard, Red Eye's Darkness Dragon's attack increases by 300 points. One by one, the fiery dragons vanished, until only one remained. Red. An attack. Of Asuka whispered, a slight frown appearing on her face. The remaining dragon burst out of its fiery shell, to reveal an evil-looking Red Eyes. It appeared to be clad in black armor with gold lions and red gems adorning it. Naruto, thoroughly savor the terror of the darkness. I use Red Eye's Darkness Dragon to attack Sasori. Darkness Giga Flame. The dragon roared before glowing purple and firing a blast of dark orange fire at the puppeteer. Naruto grit his teeth as the attack hit, destroying Sasori as a result. Darkness. Naruto 2200. Damn it, he muttered. Asuka gasped as she saw the state he was in. Oh. Naruto. His arm was badly burned, his brand new jacket completely ruined. His face was pink from the heat of the flames, and he was hunched over slightly. As he stood upright, she noticed he had protected his deck with his body. She felt prickling behind her eyes, before she willed it away. Shit, this is crazy, Judai said, staring at Naruto's arm with wide eyes. Darkness laughed maliciously. Come on now, Naruto. For someone like you, surely this must feel no worse than a paper cut. Naruto just smirked. Of course. Fuck, what does he think I am? Flame retardant? Even if I were the strongest guy alive, that would still fucking hurt. Shit. Moving his arm, he winced in pain, before pushing through it and drawing a card. Looking at what he drew, his brain began to race. Could I pull this off? Wait, who am I kidding? Hell yeah, I can. Naruto smirked wickedly, and Asuka's heart skipped a beat seeing it. That smirk. It usually means he has a plan. I summon Akatsuki Deidara in attack mode. The mad bomber of the Akatsuki appeared on the field. As two clay birds flew from Deidara's hands and landed on Darkness's shoulders, who raised a brow at them, or at least, we presume he did, hard to tell with that mask. Next I play the spell card Mystic Palm. This card restores my life points equal to the combined levels of all monsters on the field x 100. Judai's eyes widened. So, 4 add 9 is 13. That's life points restored. Asuka finished. Naruto. After his life points were restored, Naruto noticed that his arm was healed. Grinning as he flexed his arm, he continued. Next, I play the spell card Double Summon, which gives me an extra summon. I tribute Deidara to summon Akatsuki Uchiha Itachi in defense mode. AUI Def 2200. As the man who massacred the Uchiha clan appeared on the field, the clay birds on Darkness's shoulders exploded. The man grunted in pain as smoke billowed off his shoulders. Naruto. Darkness 2800. Turning around, Itachi nodded at Naruto, before getting into a defensive pose. Hey, I guess you figured out the plan, Itachi. Why did he summon Itachi in defense mode? Sho asked, and even Hayata looked at him like he was daft. Seeing the looks, Sho blushed. Never mind. Shaking his head, Naruto continued with his turn, and slid his last card into his dual disc. I put down a face-down card and end my turn. Darkness laughed, getting defensive. Naruto? How long will this last, I wonder? Pointing at the crouching ninja, he said. Red Eyes Darkness Dragon, destroy Akatsuki Uchiha Itachi. Darkness Giga Flame. Itachi closed his eyes calmly as the searing flame engulfed him, before he exploded. You can only keep this up for so long, Naruto. Eventually, you will run out of monsters. In fact, if you don't draw a monster now, you're doomed. Darkness laughed once more, as Judai and Asuka looked worried. He's right. Naruto would need a really lucky draw to get through this, Judai said. Asuka frowned and looked at Naruto, who was looking down, his hair shadowing his face. No, he definitely had a plan. She recalled his smirk, her heart skipping another beat at the thought, which she promptly ignored. There's no way Naruto would base a plan around the luck of the draw. Naruto was silent for a few seconds before his body twitched. Gradually, the twitch turned into shaking, and before anyone could say anything, he chuckled. Hey, it wouldn't matter what card I draw this turn, I'd still win. What? Darkness asked. What nonsense is this? Hey, there's something you forgot about, Darkipu, my face down. He looked up, a confident grin on his face. Darkness's eye widened. What? That's right. My face down activates the spell card Curse of Hatred. The card flipped upright, revealing a fan-like symbol surrounded in dark flames. This card activates only when Akatsuki Uchiha Itachi has been destroyed in battle. When this condition has been met, I can special summon a certain monster from my deck. A certain monster, any idea what he means? Judai asked Asuka, who shook her head in the negative. Pulling a card from his deck, Naruto stared at it with a blank expression, before placing it on his disc. I special summon from my deck Akatsuki Uchiha Sasuke in attack mode. In a burst of pitch-black flames, a cloaked teenager appeared on the field. He wore an Akatsuki cloak, but a white collar was poking out from beneath it. In his hand he carried a sword. The teenager looked like Itachi, except he had no tear tracks, and his hair was spiked up like a duck's ass. His eyes were red six-pointed stars on black scara. Akatsuki Uchiha Sasuke Warrior Fire LVL 5. Darkness stared at Sasuke for a few seconds before laughing once again. You expect this to defeat Red Eye's Darkness Dragon? It's no better than your last monster. Naruto smirked. I'm not finished yet. If Akatsuki Uchiha Sasuke is summoned because of Curse of Hatred, then I can add one of 3 cards to my hand. And the card I choose is Amaterasu. A card shot out from his deck, which he caught in his restored hand. This card can only be used when a monster with Uchiha in its name is on the field, and it allows me to destroy one monster on your side of the field. Right, maybe I should start my turn now, nay? He asked the sweating Darkness. Alright, he got it 1. Judai cheered. Not yet, he hasn't. Asuka reminded him, but she couldn't hide her smile. Looking at the card he drew, he grinned. Oh, this is just too perfect. I activate Amaterasu to destroy Red Eye's Darkness Dragon. Intense black flames flew from Sasuke's eye, engulfing the dragon opposite him, and it screeched in agony before shattering into pieces. Darkness stared with wide eye as his prized monster was destroyed so easily. Now usually Amaterasu would take 500 of Sasuke's attack points. However, thanks to his special effect, he's immune to the nasty side effects of Amaterasu and its similar fellows. Darkness stared at Naruto for about a minute, before regaining his composure and smirking. Well done, good job Naruto, I'm impressed. However, he threw his arms out wide, a dark smirk on his face. Your monster doesn't have enough attack points to finish me off. And I have another dark dragon chick in my hand. Next turn Red Eye's Darkness Dragon will return, and I will finish you off. Naruto stared at him blankly, before smirking. Maybe, however, I have a card in my hand that will end this duel now. I activate the field spell card Geto Mazo. A giant statue emerged from the lava behind Naruto and company. This gives all monsters with Akatsuki in their name a 300-point boost in their attack and defense points. Darkness's eyes widened again, and he took a step back. Then that means... Yep, Sasuke gets an attack boost, giving him 2,800 attack points. And funnily enough, that's exactly how many life points you have left. Sasuke, finish him off, Chidori Senban. Sasuke's hand sparkled with electricity. With a swipe of his hand, Sasuke flung a flurry of lightning needles at Darkness, which stuck him in the chest. Darkness screamed as the lighting coursed through his body. Naruto. Darkness 0000. Darkness collapsed to his knees, before he was surrounded by a ring of fire. As he screamed again, the flames went higher. Couldn't resist, fire spouts shot up from the lava, before a ring of flames surrounded Naruto as well. Hearing a scream, he turned around to see one around Asuka and Judai as well. Suddenly, a bright blinding light surrounded the area, and Naruto blacked out. Ozen! 2. Are you? Naruto! Naruto's eyes shot open as a girl's worried voice broke through the blackness of unconsciousness. Looking around, he saw Asuka, Judai, Sho and Hayato hovering over him. What the hell did I do last night? Asuka smiled. Not much, just played a game of darkness. His eyes widened and he shot up, hitting Judai in the head with his own. Where is he? Where's Darkness? Ignoring Judai's groaning, Asuka pointed behind him. Looking over his shoulder, Naruto saw said man on his front a few feet away. With the help of Asuka, Naruto stood up, and the two of them walked over to him. As they stood over him, he stirred, and Asuka's eyes widened. As he opened his eyes, she gasped. Hey Asuka, he muttered. Asuka shook as she stared at him with a frown. And no way. Naruto, Judai, Sho, Hayato. Turning around, Naruto saw Misawa, Raya and Manjim running over. Is he alive? Manjim asked as they crouched next to Judai. Yeah? Naruto-san just headbutted him. Sho answered. Che, it wasn't that hard, it was an accident, besides, That was nothing compared to what darkness did to me, Naruto said. Hearing this, the others stood up and turned to Naruto. So, I take it you dueled then? Raya asked, and Naruto nodded in confirmation. So, it was a duel of darkness? Misawa added, seeing Naruto's ruined clothes. That's right, but Naruto won. Hayato answered it was an amazing battle. Looking past Naruto, Raya noticed something. Asuka, he called, walking over to her. Naruto turned to her, and was surprised to see her on her knees beside Darkness, hugging him of all things. The fuck? He muttered, feeling a little annoyed. Understandable, if your crush was hugging some guy who tried to kill you earlier, you'd be a bit ticked off as well. Asuka? Raya asked. The blonde girl turned to him. His soul. She chalked he had another soul in him. That's why it was sealed away, leaving his original soul, she said, tears in her eyes. What are you saying, Asuka? Raya asked, looking slightly worried at her ramblings. Don't you see? It's my brother, Fubuki, she said, tears running down her face. Raya gasped, and Asuka started to cry. Fubuki? Raya repeated, looking utterly shocked. Naruto too was shocked, staring at the scene with wide eyes. The fuck? Chapter 24 Dracula ain't got shit on this bitch. It was a dark and misty night, the mysterious fog rolling across a large crescent moon. Bats fluttered by as a gothic canoe drifted along a large body of water. Lying within the vessel was an onyx coffin, half covered with a gray drape. Slowly, the lid creaked open, and a dark figure rose from its slumber. The figure, a woman, smirked, her bright red lips the only visible color on an otherwise gray palette. Ah! Judai screamed as he sat bolt upright, before clutching his head, moaning in agony. Aniki, are you hurting somewhere? Sho asked from his bedside. No, Judai said as he lowered his hands onto his lap. I had a dream. A dream? Ah, so you're awake, Judaken. Judai looked up to see the school nurse gym teacher female blue dorm leader come from behind a screen. Sensei, how's Asuka's brother? Judai asked. The woman turned to the side before answering. Though he has yet to regain consciousness, he'll be all right. His life isn't in any danger. Following her line of sight, Judai saw Asuka sitting next to her brother's bedside. Geez, Kuribohead, you're still in here. All I did was headbutt you. Everyone turned to the doorway as Naruto strolled in, smirk present as always. Ayukawa smiled at the Ari yellow. Well, Naruto-kun, you have a very hard head. Judaken had to stay a while due to the shock to his brain. He couldn't walk straight. Naruto frowned. I'm not sure if that was an insult, or just an observation. The woman just smiled innocently in response. Hey, did you hear those rumors? Rumors? Well, anyway, I could have sworn that I saw an amazingly beautiful lady standing at the lake. And she had fangs in her mouth. Hey, wait, wouldn't that be a vampire? I'm serious. There was a woman vampire. No way, I can't believe it. A vampire! Manjum yelled in shock. He, Misawa, Ryu, Daidokuji, Kronos, and Naruto were standing before the principal's desk once again. That gossip is currently the talk of the entire academy. The owner of the desk told them. That's Skarinia. What utter nonsense! There is just no way no any. Yeah, I mean what, does she sparkle or something? Ignoring his smart-ass rival, Misawa closed his eyes and crossed his arms. However, if it's somehow related to the duels of darkness, our next enemy may already be on this island. Raya finished. Everyone, I sincerely ask that you do not let your guard down. All those in attendance nodded. Later, Naruto was walking through the grounds, thinking about the previous night. If this so-called vampire is one of the Hachizai, then there's a chance she's even tougher than darkness was. After all, the weakest always goes first. Naruto stopped as he thought about what he just said. Jaya! He yelled, clutching his head, except when it's the good guys. Right. So caught up in his own antics was he, that Naruto didn't notice the bat spying on him. Which isn't to say no one else didn't. Two red eyes looked at the bat with suspicion, before it noticed it had been seen and flew away. Naruto-kun, Naruto stopped still and turned around, shocked to see a translucent Itachi standing next to him. It would seem you are being spied on. Naruto blinked before looking around with narrowed eyes. Oh no, you don't think. Itachi nodded that I have fangirls, do you? The usually stoic man face faulted. Haku appeared next to him, pinching her nose in exasperation. No, Naruto-kun, you'd have to be cool to have fangirls. Before the teen could yell at her, she said it is much more likely that this vampire is the one spying on you. At her words, Naruto stopped dead. With a serious look on his face, he turned to Itachi. How was she spying on me? Oh wait, let me guess, bats, he said with a scoff. Yes, bats. You're kidding. No. Right. Of course you're not. Stupid question, really. Later that evening, the keyholders minus Asuka and Judai, who Naruto was sure was milking his supposed injury, were standing before Samajima's desk once again. We're all ready, Principal, Manjum said before Hayato burst into the room. We've got trouble. She's shown up. She's on the lake. Minutes later, the group were approaching the lake, which was covered in fog, making their visibility very low. Looking out at the lake, they noticed a shape approaching them from within the fog, before it was revealed to be a red carpet unfurling on the water. Is this what they call the Virgin Road? Naruto raised a brow. Was that an honest-to-goodness joke from Manjum? He wondered, slightly amazed that the guy had a sense of humor. I don't think so, Nya. She's calling to us, Raya said. Kronos and Daidokuji began to creep behind the others. What'll we do? Naruto smirked at his rival. Isn't it obvious? We go ahead, defy the laws of physics by walking on the carpet, and challenge that bloodsucker to a duel. The others looked at him, and he shrugged. What? Kronos and Daidokuji hit each other's backs, and the two jumped in surprise, resulting in Kronos being pushed forward. It seems I stepped out, doesn't it? He said nervously. Hayato crossed his arms. That's impressive, Professor Kronos. Hard to think you volunteered first. Misawa followed up. Naruto smirked. Are you sure you're up for this? I mean, you were beaten by Judai after all. Kronos twitched and span to face the Ace. That was a fluky no any. Besides, it's natural, is it not? The path of crimson is the path of gentlemen. In other words, it is the path I must take as a descendant of the proud Medici family, is it not no any? The group's sweat dropped, before Hayato ran off. I'll go tell Asuka-san and Judai. They watched as the large boy raced away, before turning back to see Kronos standing ramrod straight before the carpet. They watched him for a few minutes before Manjum spoke up. Are you all right? You're trembling. He turned to Manjum with a glare. Too, and just trembling with excitement and no any. A sudden wind blew past and they looked back at the carpet. The fog dispersed, revealing a beautiful woman standing on a canoe at the end of the carpet. She wore a crimson dress that revealed her legs and shoulders, as well as her impressive cleavage. She had green hair that reached down to the small of her back, with a large cowlick to the left. Many bats hovered behind her. Welcome to my path of crimson darkness. She stepped onto the carpet, before walking towards them. She stopped as she reached land, and looked at them with a slightly surprised expression. You are my opponent? She asked Kronos. Indeed I am no any, he said firmly. She closed her eyes as a displeased look crossed her face. She glanced at Ryu, before looking back at the blond man. Would you like to change? She asked bluntly, causing Kronos to spaz out. That was rude, was it not? He roared, an enraged look appearing on his face. Your opponent is none other than I, Kronos de Medicino Ne. I see, she smirked. Then let us begin our duel of darkness. I, Vampire Camula, Mistress of the 8 Stars, will now be your opponent. Vampire Camula? Misawa parroted. So the rumors of a female vampire appearing were true? Naruto raised a hand. Question. Everyone looked at him, and Misawa groaned internally. Here we go. When you say mistress, is that in the "you're the boss" kind, the arrogant self-acclaimed kind, or in the bedroom kind? A large tick mark appeared on Camula's forehead, while Misawa face-palmed. Also, how can darkness be crimson? Isn't that burgundy? Really, it should be called the path of burgundy. Camula's eye twitched rapidly, before she calmed down. Grr, that boy's lucky he claimed him as his opponent, or I'd strike him down now. Kronos ignored Naruto and spoke up. Well then, what are your rules of Batlina no Eni? Turning back to Kronos, the vampire regained her smirk. The winner will advance on, while the loser has their soul sealed into this doll. She showed the doll in question. You're sealing their soul into a doll? Misawa asked incredulously. You serious? Manjum asked rhetorically. What utter nonsense! Kronos dismissed the whole soul being trapped thing amusedly. It is futile to tell me to believe in such fairy tales, is it not? Camula suddenly grinned viciously. I will soon have you realize whether or not it is all a fairy tale. Are you prepared? She yelled. Bring it on! Kronos yelled right back at her. Duel! The two powered up their dual discs and drew their hands. Naruto noted with very little, next to none really, surprised that Camula's dual disc looked like a gold bat wing. I will take the first move, she declared. Drawl, I summon Immortal Werewolf in attack mode. And I should really bookmark Yu-Gi-Oh! Wikia. A large werewolf with green trousers held up by a brown belt howled as it appeared in the field. It had silver fur that covered all of its body except for its muscular chest. It also had shackles on its wrists, with chains hanging from them. Immortal Werewolf Zombie Dark LVL4. 1200. I place one card face down, ending my turn. My, your ghastly mud of a monster is a bluff, no? It is obvious that you are using that run of a monster as bait to set a trap, Kronos said condescendingly. It is my turn, draw. I will activate the permanent spell, Antique Gear Castle. A large castle with many turrets adorning it rose up behind Kronos. Next, I will summon Antique Gear Soldier in attack mode. A robot soldier with a gun for an arm appeared on the field. Antique Gear Soldier Machine Earth LVL4. Yes. Misawa cheered. Thanks to Antique Gear Castle's effect, the attack of that antique monster went up by 300 points. Naruto slowly turned to his rival. Misawa, I swear to RA if you start pulling that shit I will slap a bitch, he said with a glare. Misawa slowly lowered his raised fist. Sorry, he muttered. Furthermore, Riot continued, causing Naruto to twitch. Antique Gear Soldier has a special ability. I give up, Naruto what internally. Raya briefly smirked at him, before continuing. When it attacks, the opponent is unable to activate spell or trap cards. Naruto grumbled to himself. Misawa smirked. You didn't know that, did you? Shut up, Misawa. I will use Antique Gear Soldier to attack Immortal Werewolf no Eni. Precious bullet. The barrel of the robot's gun began to spin, before it fired upon the werewolf. The zombie howled, before exploding, though Camula looked unfazed. Kronos. Camula. That is a magnificent first strike, Professor Kronos. Raya praised. Naruto nodded. Yeah, I'm actually impressed. Dueling is beautiful, Kronos declared with a bow, before cupping his face. Battles must be magnificent, mustn't they? Then I will also have a magnificent counterattack. Be revived, Immortal Werewolf. The zombie returned to the field, and much to Kronos' shock it came back stronger. IW 1700. What? I must have forgotten to tell you that, when this card is destroyed in battle I can summon a card of the same name from my deck and raise its attack points by 500 points. Kronos growled in confusion. Wait a sec, you didn't know that? Manjum asked, and Naruto face-palmed. I take back what I said earlier. Kronos recoiled, before frowning. Yes, this is all going as I planned, is it not? I will place one card face down, which will end my turn. It is my turn, draw. I summon vampire bats in attack mode. A colony of bats materialized, before they turned into one that was as big as Immortal Werewolf's torso. Vampire bats zombie dark LVL3. 800. When this card is face up on the field, it raises the attack of my zombie types by 200 points. IW 1700 VB 8001000. My, to think that you followed up a werewolf with a bat. Such illusions will serve no use against me, no any, Kronos stated. Camula smirked. That may be, but can you really say that they're illusions? I use Immortal Werewolf to attack Antique Gear Soldier. Roar, howling slash. The werewolf leapt at the soldier and slammed it in the chest, causing it to explode. Kronos 3700. Camula. My, to think that you bit the proud ancient gear soldier. Such an impolite mutt, is it not? Kronos said, unbothered by his monster's destruction. We aren't done yet. The fun is just beginning. Direct attack. Dance. Bloody spiral. The bat split into the colony again and flew at Kronos. He covered his ears as the screeched in his ears. This pain. Could it be that this so-called duel of darkness is becoming? He groaned and collapsed to his knees. Gloria. Camula. Kronos 2700. Professor Kronos. Raya called in concern. Kronos moaned in pain as the bats retreated and fused back together. Camula laughed sadistically. How does it feel to be tormented by the underlings of the devil? Kronos growled at her with a glare. She closed her eyes with a sad, amused expression. Still, it is a shame. If I would be tormenting anyone, I would have preferred him over there. She looked over at Raya, and Manjum smirked. Hey, well, it looks like the enemy has you in her sights. Naruto joined in. Lock your windows tonight, Ryu team. Vampires can't enter places without permission. She said. How about a change earlier? Tunya Daidokuji added. Even now, it isn't too late. It's okay for you to change up with him. She called over. Is this a joke to you? Everyone turned to Kronos in shock as he yelled, before standing up with a glare. He is one of my precious students. I will not let you lay a finger on him. Naruto's eyes widened. Whoa, that was unexpected. Professor Kronos. Raya muttered. And I am the Chief Director of Practical Application at the prestigious Duel Academy. I absolutely cannot approve of these duels of darkness. But still, you're a mess, Manjum said with concern. Kronos turned with a grin. There is no need for concern, is there not? Dueling is light. Using my righteous dueling, I will bury the darkness. Reverse card open. I activate Damage Condenser. Due to Damage Condenser's effect, I will special summon one monster from my deck with an attack that is less than or equal to the damage I took this turn in attack. Medeno Ne. Come forth, Antique Gear Soldier. AGS. And now it is my turn. Draw. I will sacrifice Antique Gear Soldier to summon Antique Gear Beast in attack. Medeno Ne. Antique Gear Golem disappeared, only to be replaced by a mechanical, Clockwork Wolf. Antique Gear Wolf Machine Earth LVL 6. 2000. Be prepared, Signora Camula. I will use Antique Gear Beast to attack Immortal Werewolf. No Ne. Wait a second. Manjum called. Immortal Werewolf's going to revive and power up if it's done in, just like. Non problema. Kronos interrupted him. Antique Gear Beast's special ability will negate the effect of a monster it destroyed in Batlino Ne, he explained, wagging his finger at the end. That's Professor Kronos, all right, Misawa said. A good strateginia. Not bad at all, Naruto said with a grin. Go, Antique Gear Beast. Precious Fong. The mecha wolf leapt at the werewolf and bit it in the thigh, and it exploded seconds later. Camula. Kronos 2700. Irk. Camula raised her arm slightly as the smoke billowed past her. Ah ha ha ha. Kronos laughed, enjoying the look on the vampire's usually smug face, and so, the illusion of these duels of darkness will have been Buriedno Ne. It looks like he wants to deny it to the end, Manjum said, he and the others smiling in fond exasperation. Well, the guy did go on non-stop about it. Hey, dumbass. Naruto snickered. He didn't think he'd ever find himself willingly cheering Kronos on, but there you go. It's my turn. Camula giggled and drew a card from my hand. I activate the field spell, Immortal Kingdom Helvania. The surrounding area suddenly shifted into a location you'd probably see in some sort of Dracula film, complete with creepy castle and all. Helvania? A forbidden field spell, is it not? Kronos asked, sweat starting to form on his face. That is correct. By sending one of the zombie-type monsters in my hand to the graveyard, I can destroy all monsters on the field. Wait a sec, if you do something like that, on top of destroying your own monsters, after using the effect you'll be left unable to normal summon, you know. Manjum said. Naruto narrowed his eyes. She wouldn't do that unless she had some kind of plan. Wait. If she's a vampire, then it's likely that she'll have. Oh dear. Still, surely you know this isn't the end, Professor Kronos. Camilla said. That's right, no any. Your monster was vampire bats, Signora. Kronos replied, realization dawning on him. And none other. The vampire flung her arm to the side. When this card is destroyed, by sending a same-named card from my deck to the graveyard, I can negate its destruction. It is literally an immortal monster. Naruto's sweat dropped. Well, not really. I mean, you'll run out of them eventually. He thought as the other gasped. From my hand, I send Vampire Lord to the graveyard to activate Helvania's effect. Vampire Lord briefly appeared on the field, before disappearing. The castle behind Camilla began to glow orange, and all the monsters on the field were destroyed. By sending a vampire bats from my deck to the graveyard, the vampire bats on my field won't be destroyed. Vampire bats immediately rematerialized. Kronos growled while Camilla giggled, before her expression turned fierce. Dance! Bloody spiral! She yelled. Once again a colony of bats flew at Kronos, and he cried out as they screeched at him. How shameful it is that I made the same mistake again, he thought as he protected his face from the bats. Professor Kranz. Raya muttered again. My students, you must take this current mess as a mode of what not to do, so that you never do the same. And with that, he collapsed. Camilla. Cruz 1700. Everyone gasped as they watched the man fall. I knew I should have stepped forward, Raya said, clenching his fist in anger. Hearing him, Camilla turned to him. That's why I told you to change, isn't it? To think that you would thrust a weak and unsightly duelist like him before me. Naruto narrowed his eyes at her words before a voice called out. You're wrong about that. Judai, Hayato, and Sho arrived on the scene. Professor Kronos is strong, you know. Kronos' eyes opened wide. Huh! The dropout. Boy! Judai glared at the vamp. I'm telling you from battling him myself. There's no doubting it, Professor Kronos. Show us all. It's your turn. Naruto grinned. Yeah, tenacious bastard. I didn't think something like this was enough to make you give up. Kronos' eyes widened further. Signore Uzumaki? A determined look crossed his face as he slowly pushed himself to his feet, everyone watching in awe as he pushed through the pain. He growled in pain and concentration, before glaring hatefully at Camilla. Signora Camilla. I wonder, have you awakened? She asked, looking down her nose at him. I, Kronos de Medici, will absolutely not be defeated in some duel of darkness. That is because dueling is something that essentially gives the youth hope and light. It is not something that gives them fear and darkness. You said it, Professor Kronos. Judai smiled. So, he meant that things such as duels of darkness don't exist and… Misawa started. That they can't be allowed to exist? Raya finished. It is my turn. Drawl, I will summon Antique Gear Golem and attack Medeno Ne. A huge mechanical figure emerged from the ground, looking like a Roman centurion. Antique Gear Golem Machine Earth LVL8. There it is. Kronos' trump card, Manjum said with a smirk. And yet, he didn't have any sacrifices, Sho muttered. With a permanent spell, Antique Gear Castle activated, for the tribute summon of an antique monster, this card can be used for as many sacrifices as how many monsters you normal summoned. Ryu explained for his younger brother. As he finished his explanation, the castle vanished. Antique Gear Golem, you will attack the vampire bats no Ne. Ultimate pound. The golem pulled its arm back and punched towards vampire bats, and a fist flew at the monster, ripping it to shreds. Kronos 1700. Camula 1200. Camula stumbled slightly, before smirking. Due to my combo with vampire bats, I'll be able to continue destroying your monsters. Vampire bats rematerialized again, but Kronos just smirked back. I won't let you, will I? Camula gasped, and the others watched with wide eyes and dropped jaws. What's he going to do? Judai asked. Naruto smirked. I have a good idea. I will destroy every spell and trap card in the field. No NE. From my hand, I will activate Heavy Storm. Heavy winds blew at Camula, and she held her arms up to brace against them. The winds flipped up her face down and destroyed it, along with the castle behind her, returning the area back to normal. Camula, however, was unpaused by any of this. You really are weak and unsightly, Professor Kronos. You should stop making excuses, shouldn't you? Even if I am, can you really say I'm making excuses? That makes no sense. Ignoring the yelling of the younger blonde, Camula's mouth opened ridiculously wide, showing her long tongue and sharp fangs as she yelled. Trap card activate. Undead bed. Impossible. Kronos yelled. All trap cards should be destroyed, should they not? Your studies are lacking, Professor Kronos. Camula taunted. Man, she sounds really stupid talking with her tongue out like that. Naruto mused. Undead bed is a special trap whose effect activates from being destroyed. Ryu explained for the others. That is correct. With the effect of undead bed, I will summon Immortal Werewolf in attack mode. IW 1200-1400. Even an impressive professor was unable to read this far through. Camula taunted, getting a growl from Kronos. No way! Sho cried. To think she's been able to read his skills so far, Manjum said. Camula laughed, her face returning to normal. It is something easily done if they were to come into the view of my red eyes. A large bat fluttered down onto her shoulder, and its eyes glowed an ominous red. Kronos gasped, and Camula laughed at him, getting yet another growl from him. It is my turn, draw. From my hand, I activate the spell card, Book of Life Forbidden Magic. I special summon Vampire Lord from my graveyard in attack mode. A man with cyan hair and a fancy cape appeared between vampire bats and Immortal Werewolf. Vampire Lord Zombie Dark LVL 5. 2200. I'll remove the Antique Gear Beast in your graveyard from the game. Next, I remove Vampire Lord from the game to special summon Vampire Genesis in attack mode. An incredibly buff vampire appeared on the field, and look it up, I can't be arsed to describe it. Vampire Genesis Zombie Dark LVL 8. With the effect of my vampire bats, its attack is raised by 200 points. VG. Everyone gasped at the powerful monster. Kronos closed his eyes and hummed, before slowly reopening them. He turned to the others. Gentlemen, listen carefully. No NE, he said seriously, and you must promise me. Promise? Sho asked. Even if you are defeated in a duel of darkness, the darkness cannot surpass the light. Please promise me that you will believe so, and that you will never yield your hearts. Professor Kronos. Professor Kronos. Kronos. My, I wonder, is your last lecture over, Professor Kronos? Camula asked the resolute man. Bring it whenever you like, Kino NE. He yelled. Heh, that will be your rondo of death. I use Vampire Genesis to attack Antique Gear Golem. Hell vicious blood. A wave of red energy flew from the vampire's chest and struck the large golem, causing it to explode, and Kronos yelled as his life points decreased. Kronos. Camula 1200. We are not through yet. He said I will not surrender in a duel of darkness. No NE. Camula laughed, before pointing at him. Roar. Howling slash. Immortal Werewolf jumped with a roar, and slashed Kronos across the chest, causing him to let out a cry of pain. Naruto grit his teeth as the man stumbled back, and he forced himself to watch till the end. It would be disrespectful of him to look away from the man's resolution. Kronos. Camula 1200. And this, Camula said with a smirk dance. Bloody spiral. Vampire bats shrieked and dispersed into a colony once more. Everyone watched helplessly as the man was surrounded by bats. Professor Kronos, Jedi yelled, and Naruto watched with a grimace. The man turned to them, and despite his situation, smiled. Boys, use your dueling of light. And with that, he collapsed to his knees before hitting the ground face first. Camula 1200. Kronos 0. And that's the end, Camula stated. Professor Kronos, Manjum muttered angrily. You were cool out there, Professor Kronos, Jedi said quietly. Tough bastard, hung on till the end, Naruto muttered just as quietly. Camula walked over to his downed form and kneeled down. With a smirk she took the key from around his neck. And we finally have one. It hung of her fingers for a second, before vanishing in a blue light. As we promised, I will take his soul from my collection. She held up the doll from earlier, and it glowed with a dark aura. Kronos' body was surrounded by the same energy, and his features slowly appeared on the doll's face. Professor Kronos, he's in that doll. Oh show, I did not miss you stating the obvious during my break. No siree. And yet, even so, he is not to my liking. She casually threw the doll on the ground, angering all present. You! Jedi started, but was held back by Raya's arm. Kaiser. Camula giggled at his glare. I look forward to our next challenge, she said before a castle appeared behind her. What is that? Misawa yelled. It's a castle, Manjum answered. Before long, you will get a lovely invitation. And with those words, she vanished in a gust of wind. It was later that evening, and everyone else had made their way back to the infirmary, everyone except Naruto. He had taken a detour to try and let off some steam. He didn't want to go back while he this pissed off. Damn vampire bitch. Me and Kronos may not have had the best relationship, but damn it, he didn't deserve any of that. Haku watched him worriedly as he paced, before punching a tree. Naruto-kun. I wouldn't suggest that, boy. You might damage your drawing hand. Naruto whipped around in the direction of the voice, only to see a dark shadow in between some trees. Naruto smirked. Well, I'm guessing you're one of the 8 stars? The figure nodded, and Naruto's smirk grew. Good, 'cause you see, I'm not in the best of moods right now. So his smirk turned into a look of rage. Beating on one of you bastards will be the perfect way to release my stress. Chapter 25 He who angers you conquers you. Last time, on Get Your Game on Databao. Welcome to my path of crimson darkness. You are my opponent? She asked Kronos. Indeed I am no any, he said firmly. I see, she smirked. Then let us begin our duel of darkness. I, Vampire Camula, Mistress of the 8 stars, will now be your opponent. Gentlemen, listen carefully, no any. And you must promise me. Even if you are defeated in a duel of darkness, the darkness cannot surpass the light. Please promise me that you will believe so, and that you will never yield your hearts. Boys, use your dueling of light. And with that, he collapsed to his knees before hitting the ground face first. Camula 1200. Kronos 0. Naruto whipped around in the direction of the voice, only to see a dark shadow in between some trees. Naruto smirked. Well, I'm guessing you're one of the 8 stars? The figure nodded, and Naruto's smirk grew. Good, 'cause you see, I'm not in the best of moods right now. So his smirk turned into a look of rage. Beating on one of you bastards will be the perfect way to release my stress. Had the man chuckled, is that so? He slowly walked out from the shadows of the trees, and Naruto finally got a good look at him. What he saw was not what he was expecting. Instead of a masked man, or a vampire, what emerged looked like a rather normal guy. He was in his early to mid-20s, with jaw-length crimson hair. His looks were that of the typical pretty boy, along with a pair of golden eyes. He wore a black suit and tie, with a red shirt underneath. The dark smirk he wore distorted his attractive face into a mask of evil. Sorry, But I can't allow that to happen. He raised his arm, bringing Naruto's attention to a dual disc that covered it to halfway up his bicep like a dark burgundy gauntlet. Set in the elbow was a green gem, and the end curved off the top of the arm into a wicked spike. The summoning zone was as smooth as the gauntlet, except for the deck holder which spiked outwards. I, Akio Shinji, shall defeat you, and take your ki as my own. Glaring at him, Naruto raised his own dual disc in response. Not likely. Grinning darkly, Akio raised his own disc. A black fog seeped out from the gem in his elbow, coating the ground in darkness. Let the duel of darkness commence. Duel! I'll start, Naruto said, and drew 6 cards. Shrugging uncaringly, the man casually drew 5 cards for his hand, and stared at Naruto expectantly. Looking at his own hand, Naruto tried to calm himself down. I need a clear head if I'm going to win this. Taking a few deep breaths, he deemed himself to be sufficiently calm, before picking a card. I summoned Fake Hunter Haku in attack mode. The masked warrior appeared in the field in a whirl of mist. FHH. I end my turn. Akio smirked and drew a card. Not a bad start, Uzumaki Naruto. Oh yes, I know your name, he said, correctly guessing Naruto's shock. However, is it enough to protect you from fear itself? Naruto shrugged his shock off quickly, before literally shrugging his shoulders. You know, he started casually as Akio drew a card. You're not exactly what I expected one of the Hachizai to look like. In fact, you seem pretty normal. Akio raised a brow at the sudden statement, before his smirk grew, if that was possible. Heh, what were you expecting, Shonen? His smirk widened as he caught the twitch in Naruto's brow. A werewolf? A possessed suit of armor? He chuckled. No, I'm not some supernatural being. Neither am I possessed by an evil spirit. I am a human being, through and through. I'm just a little bit special. Anyway, enough banter. I summoned Demon Soldier in attack mode. An armored man with a curved horn helmet and a green cape appeared on the field. Demon Soldier Demon Dark LVL 4. 1900. Demon Soldier, destroy Fake Hunter Haku. The monster charged the shinobi and slashed him in half with a wicked blade that it pulled out from under its cloak. Haku shattered into light, lowering Naruto's life points. Naruto grunted as he placed Haku in the graveyard. Akio. Naruto 3700. I place down 2 face downs and end my turn. Naruto growled, not at all happy with how the duel started. Drawing a card, he looked at it, before grunting and putting it in his hand. Shit, this is bad. This hand is terrible. Guess I'll have to go on the defensive. I summon a monster in face down defense mode. I end my turn. Akio raised a brow, before drawing a card. Is that all? I'm disappointed in you. After you defeated darkness so easily, I had hoped that you'd be a much better challenge than this. I should have just let Camula dealt with you. Naruto glared in confusion. What's that supposed to mean? Akio looked him in the eyes. After you defeated darkness so quickly, I was drawn in by your skills. I felt the desire to battle you myself. So, I made sure that the rest of the Hachizai were made aware of the fact that you were mine and mine alone. But now I'm regretting wasting my time with you. Maybe this is how Camula felt when she thrashed that freak. Naruto's glare intensified, causing the man to chuckle. Akio picked out a card from his hand and placed it on his disc. I place a monster in face-down defense mode. Now, Demon Soldier, attack his face-down monster. The fiendish soldier laughed wickedly, and leapt into the air. Drawing its blade, it fell down towards the card, only for it to flip over, revealing it to be Akatsuki Sasori. AS Def 2000. The blade bounced off a wall of iron sand, dealing a small amount of damage to Akio's life points. Akio 3900. Naruto 3700. Not even bothered about the minute loss, Akio ended his turn. Naruto drew a card, and looked at the face-down monster. Should I risk attacking it with Sasori? It could potentially give me the boost I need to take care of that demon soldier. But if it has a better defense than Sasori's attack, then not only will I lose life points, but I'll be open to attack. Well, any other time that would be his train of thought. Tonight, however, he was pissed off from Akio's comment about Kronos. I switched Sasori to attack mode and attack your face down. And anger led to poor decision making. Sasori waved his hand at the face down. Akio just smirked. Your attack triggers my face-down Night Assassin's flip effect. Night Assassin Demon Dark LVL 3. 200-500. A cloaked man with arms of blue fire with a wicked-looking sword appeared on the field. Just before the strings hit him, he threw his weapon at Sasori, hitting him straight in the heart area. 2 simultaneous explosions rocked the field, signaling the monster's mutual destruction. When Night Assassin is flipped face up, I can target one monster on your side of the field and destroy it. Akio explained smugly to an angry Naruto. Tut tut, you should really think your moves through more carefully, Shonen. He taunted, causing Naruto's fist to tighten in anger. Damn it! Looking back at his hand, he cursed as he saw nothing that could help him. I end my turn. He spat through grit teeth. Akio laughed as he drew a card. My. What a glare! It almost caused my heart to stop out of sheer fright. He laughed mockingly, making Naruto even angrier. Don't be so angry, Shonen, it's rather childish. He chided. I summoned Dark Geroid in attack mode. A strange, twisted, demonic monster materialized on the field. I have no idea how to describe this thing. Dark Geroid Demon Dark LVL 4. 1200. Dark Geroid, Demon Soldier, attack the Shonen directly. Akio commanded. The 2 demons struck Naruto, causing him to yell out in pain. He fell to one knee as his life points took a massive hit. Akio 3900. Naruto 600. His body shook from the pain, as he struggled to stay conscious. Akio laughed sadistically at the teen's agony. What's wrong, Shonen? Are you scared to lose? You should be. Your group has already lost 1 key tonight. How bad will it be for morale if you lost 2? Naruto growled softly. The pain was excruciating, but it did knock some sense into him. Damn it! How could I forget the first rule of dueling: never lose your cool. The words echoed in Kaiba's voice, having heard it from the man several dozen times in the past. The man's voice once again rang in his thoughts. Second rule of dueling: leave outside problems out of it, focus only on the duel. I can't afford to lose this duel. Standing up on shaky legs, he closed his eyes. Breathing in deeply, he put aside all thoughts of Kronos, Camula, and everything else that didn't have something to do with this duel. Placing his hand on his deck, he slowly drew a card, and looked at it. Smirking at what he drew, he looked back at an amused Akio. You're not going to rile me up anymore. I know what you're up to. I do it myself often enough. You're trying to make me so mad that I mess up out of anger. Akio clapped slowly. Congratulations, Shonen, you figured out my little tactic. What do you want, a cookie? He drawled sarcastically. Not that it really matters, you're going to lose anyway. Naruto just grinned. Heh, that's what you think. I hate to tell you, Ajisen. His grin widened as Akio's brow twitched. But this is the end of the line. In the infirmary 10 minutes ago. Damn it! Judai groaned. How could she make Professor Kronos? He tapered off, and Manjum looked at the Kronos doll in his hand. How the heck are we supposed to turn Professor Kronos back to normal? You have to win a duel of darkness, Nia, said Daidokuji, but if you lose, you'll be put in a doll like Professor Kronos. His body and voice began shaking slightly. I really don't want Tanya. His hold on Pharaoh tightened suddenly, causing the cat to cry out in pain. He dashed under a bed, and Daidokuji followed him under hastily. If I get an invitation from that vampire, I want you to tell her that your sensei is absent, Nia. Sensei, Sho muttered. A duel of darkness. Masawa mused. I thought it was just a legend, but... Manjum turned around to look at him. Asuka looked back to her bed-bound brother. A battle in which one's life and soul are at stake. She said that's a duel of darkness? Damn it all! Judai cursed. We just need to win, don't we? If we win. Need to win, huh? Manjum asked. Then it's simple, isn't it? Just leave it to the Manjum. I'm next, Judai complained. Shut it. If you're whining before the battle, you'll just get in the way, Manjum snapped. Who's in the way? Masawa asked. I won't run away. It doesn't matter if it's a duel of darkness, or what kind of opponent we're facing. We'll win, for sure. That's what I was going to say. Manjum glared at Judai. Shut up. Hi. Duels of darkness really are frightening duels. Asuka stood from her seat and faced them all still. That's why we can't afford to lose, she said determinedly. Suddenly, she looked around the room with a frown. Wait, where's Naruto? She asked. He's not here. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked around the room. You're right. I haven't seen him since we were by the lake, Misawa said in realization. Asuka's face dropped slightly. Then, does that mean he's still out there? She quickly made her way to the door. We need to go find him. It's dangerous to be alone right now. If one of the Hachizai ambushes him, she said desperately, and Raya nodded. We should go groups and search for him. He looked at the Slifer trio. You three search the lake. He looked at Misawa and Asuka. You two search the forest, and Manjum and I will check the docks. Everyone nodded and rushed out of the room. Back with Naruto. Akio laughed at the Uzumaki's declaration. You are a riot, shonen. I'm not sure if you've noticed, but I have 2 monsters and you have none. There is no chance of you winning. Naruto just laughed right back at him. That's what you'd think. However, I always have something up my sleeve. I play the spell card Foolish Burial to send 1 monster from my deck to the graveyard. Next, I summon Akatsuki Zetsu in attack mode. AZ 1000. But he won't be around for long, because I play the spell card Edo Tensei. By removing 1 monster on my side of the field from play, I can special summon 1 monster from my graveyard to the field. Akio's eyes widened. Then that card you discarded. Naruto's grin widened. That's right. I special summoned from the graveyard Akatsuki Leader Pain. A coffin rose from the ground and absorbed Zetsu into it. The box shook before the lid fell open, revealing the pierced god amongst men himself, Pain. ALP. His special effect activates, allowing me to special summon 1 Akatsuki monster from my deck, and I choose Akatsuki Kanan in attack mode. In a flurry of paper, the blue-haired beauty of the Akatsuki arrived on the battlefield. AK 1900. Pain, Conan, destroy his monsters. Pain raised his hand and fired a black rod at Demon Soldier, while a tornado of paper buffeted Dark Geroid, destroying both of them. Akio. Naruto 600. How do you like that? Naruto asked with a large grin, which fell as Akio laughed. What's so funny? He asked. Akio laughed for about half a minute, before he calmed down. Oh, nothing, I'm just amused that you think it's over. Just because you summoned a couple of decent monsters, you think you've won. Akio drew a card, and smirked at it. Heh, now let me show you how you pull off a winning move. I play the spell card Resurrection of the Dead to special summon Demon Soldier from my graveyard in attack mode. DS 1900. Next I play the spell card Heavy Storm, which destroys all spell and trap cards on the field. A strong gale blew across the field, destroying Akio's 2 face-downs. The effects of my Golden Wicked Idols activates. Once they have been destroyed and sent to the graveyard, I can special summon 1 evil god token for each that was destroyed. 2 golden snake statues appeared on the field. Naruto stared at them, getting a bad feeling about all of this. Now, I sacrifice Demon Soldier and my 2 evil god tokens to special summon Raja Divine General Ajiba. Naruto gasped as the monsters disappeared in a golden light, and from within that golden light emerged a being that could only be described as divine. It was a huge, towering man, who wore golden armor, with a trident in his right hand. Raja Divine General Ajiba Fiend Light LVL 10. Akio's grin grew to an insane width as he gleefully gave his command. Raja Divine General Ajiba. Crush Akatsuki Konin. Divine Judgment. Nearby in the forest. Naruto! Where are you? Asuka yelled, running through the trees, with Misawa not far behind her. They were desperately looking for their friend, trying to find him before the Hachizai could. Suddenly, a blinding golden light in the distance caught their attention. That must be where Naruto is! Asuka cried, and ignoring Misawa's call of wait, she rushed towards the light. Naruto! Divine Judgment! Asuka stopped in her tracks as the giant monster raised its trident high, and slammed it into Konan, destroying her instantly. She, Naruto, and the only just caught up Misawa watched on in dumb shock as the last few pixels dissipated. And no way. He stuttered. Akio. Naruto 0. I lost. The holograms faded away, and Naruto fell to his knees. Asuka and Misawa looked at him in disbelief. Damn it! We're too late. Misawa cursed, his fist clenched painfully. Asuka stared at the blonde boy helplessly. Naruto, she whispered. Akio's laughter grabbed their attention, and the man approached Naruto slowly. Asuka made to stand in his way, but the dark fog made a barrier before her, keeping her on place. Stay away from him, she cried, and Akio turned to her with a smirk. Nope, no can do. He lost, so he needs to face the consequences. He turned back to the shocked Naruto, and raised his hand. The key around the boy's neck glowed, before appearing in Akio's hand. And so, the second key belongs to us. It vanished in a flash of blue light, and the man looked down at the kneeling blonde before him. Such a shame, Shonen. I had hoped to get a better challenge out of you. He sighed dramatically. Maybe if you survive this, we can have a rematch one day. More dark fog billowed out of his gauntlet, and it surrounded Naruto like it had a mind of his own. The fog then flew at him, and entered his body through his mouth and nose. Naruto! Asuka screamed, unable to do anything other than watch. Misawa glared at Akio, wishing he could wrap his hands around the man's neck. After about a minute, the fog died down, and Naruto's eyes had gone blank. He knelt there for a few seconds longer, before falling to the ground. Asuka looked at him through teary eyes, and she fell to her knees. No, not you too. Akio took in the sight of the comatose blonde for a few seconds, before the fog gathered around him. I shall see you later, Shijoken. Maybe you can offer me a better challenge than your fellow blondie. And with that, he vanished into the night. Asuka, now free to move, ran over to Naruto's downed form, Misawa not far behind. Naruto! She knelt down next to him and gathered him in her arms. His eyes just stared, dead to the world. A tear slipped down Asuka's face as she looked into his usually vibrant eyes. Misawa looked at his best friend's face solemnly, his fist shaking violently. Forcing himself to be calm, he gently laid a hand on Asuka's shoulder. Come on, we need to get him to the infirmary. Asuka continued to stare at Naruto, before she finally registered what Misawa said. Nodding, she sniffed, before putting the boy's arm over her shoulder, with Misawa taking the other. Slowly, the two of them began the long journey of taking their best friend to the infirmary. Neither said another word the whole way there. Chapter 26. You're not me. Darkness. He could sense nothing but the darkness that surrounded him, encapsulated him, suffocated him. It took all of the strength that he could muster merely to flounder ever so slightly, his limbs sluggish and his mind heavy. With the acknowledgement of the darkness came the pain that came hand in hand with being trapped in the world of darkness. For the second time in his chronologically twisted lifetime, Uzumaki Naruto was trapped in the realm of shadows that crept beneath the surface of worlds. The world of darkness connected all realities, for there are many. Unknown to any in the shinobi world, even to Uchiha Madara with his all-powerful eyes, was the reason for the existence of the creature known as the Jubi. Sure, Madara knew that it was the theft of the fruit from the Shinju that birthed the 10-tailed beast. However, he did not know the technicalities of how it came to exist. Only someone who has passed through the world of darkness can possibly know of the true origins of the Jubi. Naruto was one of those few people and the only one to come through from the elemental nations. Because of this rare circumstance did Naruto learn of the truth behind the Ten-Tails' origin. When the Princess Kaguya ate the fruit from the God Tree to bring an end to the war that pillaged her world, the world of darkness became connected to it. The rage and anguish of the tree created a portal to the realm of shadows, and the sentience within the Shinju latched onto the shadows, and manipulated them to transform into the Jubi, becoming an incarnate of the world of darkness. A living, moving monster created only to avenge the theft of what belonged to it. Thankfully, due to the Rikudo Sannin sealing the beast within himself, and later the moon, the beast was stopped, and the world of darkness's connection to the elemental nations was cut. If the Jubi had been allowed to continue its rampage, then the shinobi world would have been consumed by the world of darkness. So, in the end, Madara's plan was always doomed to fail, because no one could control the world of darkness controlled you. During the battle with Obito, the new Jubi Jinchuriki, Naruto entered a dreamscape to try and reason with him, as well as to remove the Jubi from within the broken shell of a man. However, that was when the world of darkness awakened once more. As Naruto extended his hand to Obito, he was shocked by the rush of shadows that emerged from the Uchiha. He watched in horror as Obito was disassembled by the darkness, before it latched onto him. Outside of the dreamscape, the Shinobi Alliance was ready to pull out the Biju from Obito. However, they were immediately disintegrated by the explosion of power from Obito's body. Every single being in the area, including the Biju within Obito, was annihilated in an instant, and Naruto was unlucky enough to be at the exact epicenter of the explosion. He had been swallowed up by the world of darkness, seconds before he would have died, and was thrust into the dark depths of the world of darkness. It was there that he suffered the most nerve-breaking pain he had ever bared in his life. The only thing keeping him alive was Kurama pumping chakra into him at an alarming rate. He gasped as the pain sharply increased, sending hot waves through his body. He felt himself flung wildly in the darkness, hitting nothing yet feeling like he crashed into a wall. He screamed as the dark tendrils grabbed him, wrapped round his neck as the life slowly drained from him. He struggled to try and escape from his bindings, but it was no good. As he felt his senses numb, he let in one last breath before his vision grew dark, the warm pulsing of Kurama's chakra growing fainter and fainter as he slipped further into darkness. In the darkness, he learned things, the origin of the Jubi being one of them. He also picked up bits from another world, whispers from conversations and arguments. He saw things, like a golden eye, or a blue-horned monster. He was unaware of how long he floated in the darkness, time becoming meaningless within it. Eventually, a light shone through the darkness, and Naruto began to feel something other than pain. He reached out towards the light, and he tumbled onto a hard, rocky floor. The feel of the rough edge of earth felt like heaven under his fingers. Vaguely, he heard a murmuring sound, and slowly he opened his eyes. In his field of vision was a man with long silver hair that covered one of his eyes. Slowly, he began to understand what the man was saying. "Oh, you all right, my boy? Ah, you've opened your eyes," the man exclaimed jubilantly. Naruto groaned and sat up, taking a long look at his surroundings. Most people would call them dark, but to Naruto the dim lighting from the flames of the torches were almost blinding. He assumed that he was in some kind of tomb, considering the stone walls and the strange symbols. "Hello? Anybody home?" His attention snapped back to the man before him. "Ah, you understand me then." The man smiled. "Tell me, child, what on earth were you doing inside a wall of all things? Or to be more accurate, what were you doing in the world of darkness?" He later learned that the man was called Pegasus J. Crawford, and the man apparently had an interest in ancient Egyptian tombs. Pegasus told him of how he had been examining some newly discovered ruins, when he happened across a strange swirl engraved on the stone. When he ran his hand over it, it began to spin, and slowly a black portal materialized. Pegasus had been surprised to see a hand emerge from the portal, before a small child fell out of it. Naruto stopped him there, taking a look down at his body. He yelled with a surprising amount of energy when he saw that he had the body of a 7-year-old. When Naruto explained to him that he was in fact 16 bordering on 17, Pegasus shrugged it off. He had seen and heard of far stranger things in his time. Naruto told him of his world, of how he was older than he looked, and taking it in stride, Pegasus in turn explained to him about his. Pegasus offered Naruto to stay with him, considering he had no other options, since he didn't exist as far as any country in the world was concerned. Realizing this, Naruto accepted the offer, and with some sneaking and a few favors owed to Pegasus being cashed to, Naruto was now living on Pegasus's island with the eccentric man. It was after a year of living with him did Naruto meet Seto Kaiba. By this point Naruto had been playing Duel Monsters for 6 months, and foolishly challenged Kaiba to a duel. Kaiba decided to humor him, and defeated the boy in 7 turns. Kaiba was impressed that a child could hold him off for so long, and he decided to keep a close eye on the boy. Naruto, despite knowing everyone he knew and loved were dead with Kurama's current state unknown, he had a happy second childhood. He decided to push his old life aside to put it behind him, lest he end up like Obito and become obsessed with bringing them back. It was why, when Pegasus asked him for stories of his old life, he told him of his enemies, any and all of them, from Haku to Nagato. Though most of the memories were bad, at least they weren't as painful as the good memories of his friends. One night, he had a nightmare of his time in the world of darkness, one of the many he had suffered through in his sleep. That night it was particularly terrible one. The darkness was enshrouding, but a light pierced through it. He awoke to a warmth he had only felt sparingly in his life, the warmth of an embrace. Pulling away from the feeling of safety, he was shocked to see someone from his past. "Ha, Haku!" he stammered, scrambling away from the ghostly figure before him, who smiled at him. "Ho, how you're dead!" he yelled, pointing his finger at her shakily. Haku giggled at his expression. I'm not sure, Naruto-kun. Like your current age, I couldn't tell you why I'm here with you. It took Naruto quite a while to calm down that night, but once he did, he began to appreciate Haku's presence. She was the first person that he truly could call a friend, as well as the foundation of his nindo. Since she was dead long before that happened, she was a part of his old life that didn't pain him to acknowledge. When he informed Pegasus of her presence, the man looked thoughtful, before asking what she looked like. Before Naruto could answer, Haku told him to describe her as she looked when they first met. When he asked why, she didn't answer, so he just shrugged and did so. Soon, Naruto's skills had improved greatly, enough to impress Kaiba. The man took the boy under his wing, before Yugi or his friends decided to. He wasn't about to let a promising young duelist be corrupted by their foolishness, as he put it. With Pegasus and Kaiba training him, Naruto soon became one of the best duelists of his age in the world. None of this is important, however. For at the moment, Naruto found himself in the darkness once again. Whatever Akio did to him, it connected his souls once again to the world of darkness. The pain this time was unimaginable, as he no longer had Kurama to protect him. The darkness tore at his soul like Hayato ate a cheeseburger. This is it then. This is how I die. Naruto thought, barely able to think through the pain he was suffering. The Akatsuki couldn't kill me, Obito couldn't kill me, Daniel couldn't kill me, but what does me in is a pretty boy in a suit. He let out a pained laugh as his soul was struck once more. I really am pathetic, aren't I? He beat me like I was a dead horse. He couldn't feel the pain anymore. His pain threshold has been broken beyond feeling. Guess I should just give up? I mean, what else can I do? In the end, I might as well just have died back then. Naruto, you're almost as amusing as Funny Bunny, but you're nowhere skilled enough to even interest Kaiba. Wah. Oh, Naruto, what do you want? Cabe. Eh? You are a very skilled duelist for your age. In fact, you're much better than people twice as old as you are. Ryu team. Don't worry, no harm done. I must say though, that was an incredible duel. Your strategy was almost flawless. Misawa. Sure, we'll tell you, as long as you stick around till the end. So, what exactly are you doing here? I was wondering if you'd like to talk for a bit. Wise, you're right. But only because I owe you one. Next time you won't be so lucky. I got it. It's the golden egg bread. I'm so happy. Pervert. Idiot. Naruto? Asuka. His eyes snapped open. Damn it. What was I thinking? I can't give up now. He grit his teeth and pushed through the darkness, batting it aside like it was foliage. As his struggles became stronger, he noticed a light appear in the inky blackness around him. Light. Screw not walking into the light, I'm not staying here any longer. He felt himself near the light, and once he reached it, it filled his vision with white. Once the light died down, he dared open his eyes, and found himself in a familiar place, the seal where Kurama once was. It had been years since he had been here, and he was saddened, but not surprised when he saw no sign of the giant fox anywhere. What a shame this place is so empty. Seeing old Fox's face again sure would be nice, wouldn't it? Naruto span around as he heard a voice behind him, and he was shocked at what he saw. What are you? Naruto asked, narrowing his eyes on the replica of him that stood before him, the only difference being the clothing he wore. He recognized it, how couldn't he? It was, after all, the outfit he wore back then. The other Naruto chuckled. Ain't it obvious? I'm you. Naruto scoffed at his doppelganger's words. No, you're not. You're obviously something from the world of darkness that has taken on my old appearance. Yami. Naruto smirked, and put his hands behind his head. Bingo, you know you really have gotten a lot smarter. But you're wrong about one thing, I haven't just taken on your old appearance. I also have your old memories. The ones you have put aside in favor of your current life. Yami's smirk grew sinister, and he tilted his head back enough so that he was looking down on Naruto. What would Sakura-kun say about being forgotten so readily? Or even Bachan? Naruto's eyes narrowed further. I haven't forgotten them, I just don't want to think about them. What's the point? They're all dead. It was Yami's turn to scoff. Wow, you've become pretty cynical it seems. The old you would remember his friends no matter how painful it was. What about Erosenin? Are you perfectly happy to forget about him as well? What does that say about Haku, huh? Seems like you don't care about her that much if you're happy enough to acknowledge her existence. Now ain't that an oxymoron and a half? Naruto growled at the thing in front of him. What's your goal here, huh? To torment me about my past? To scold me for putting the past aside so that I can focus on the future? He swiped his hand in the air in frustration. Yami Naruto sighed and shook his head. Nothing so noble, I assure you. No, you see, when Akio doused you in darkness, it opened up a small window into your soul, a window which I was able to slip through. I was going to take over your body while your soul was being torn apart, but you pulling yourself back together put a stop to that. I was hoping to use your guilt about trying to forget the good things in your past life to tear your soul apart, or something. However, it seems a more direct approach is necessary. Yami Naruto held his arm out, and a black version of Naruto's dual disc appeared on his arm. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this. Seriously? We're seriously doing this? Naruto sighed. Why can't you just hop out the way you came in and spare yourself a humiliating defeat? He said with a dismissive wave of his hand. Yami's brow twitched and he glared at Naruto, who sighed in defeat. Oh, fine then. Why not? Duel. Naruto drew 5 cards from his deck, before his eyes widened as he saw the cards he drew. What this is? Your 6 samurai deck. Yami finished for him with a smirk. When Naruto looked up at him with a frown, his smirk grew. Hey, this is more than just any ordinary duel, Uzumaki Naruto. This is a duel between the you of now and the you of your past. Yami drew a card from his deck and slammed it onto his dual disc. I summon Akatsuki Deidara in attack mode. Naruto watched with wide eyes as his own monster was summoned against him. AD. Isn't this a much more fitting use for the Akatsuki? To be used by a dark entity such as myself? Mwahaha! Yami Naruto threw his head back with a dark laugh, while Naruto glared at his evil double as 2 clay tokens landed on his shoulder. Before we go any further, I should probably tell you about what is at stake here. What do you mean? I already know that you want to destroy my soul. He was cut off by a scoff. Kami, weren't you listening? As you are right now, there is no way I can destroy your soul. Not while you are so determined to get back to your friends. There's only one way for me to take over your body, by defeating you in what you are most confident in, dueling. Yami's smirk grew as he continued his monologue. Once I defeat you, your soul will be just that little bit unstable enough for me to destroy a little piece of you, and that little piece is your memories of your new life. Naruto staggered back slightly, and Yami snickered at the movement. Once your new memories have gone, you will immediately latch on to the memories of your old life, which I just so happen to have bonded myself to. It's funny how messed up your head is, you know. Because of those memories you made in your new life, the current you is almost like a split personality off of your original idiotic self. That fool no longer exists, only me and you. Yami sighed dramatically. Honestly, this is getting a little confusing, so I'll sum it up for you. If I win this duel, your memories will be gone, and the old ones that you pushed aside that I have bonded to will take over. Meaning bye-bye Uzumaki Naruto. Pharaoh of Are Naruto narrowed his eyes in his doppelganger. There's no way I'm going to let that happen. A thought occurred to him just then, one he had to address. What happens if I win? He asked cautiously. Yami Naruto closed his eyes. If you win, the grasp I have on your soul will loosen, and I will be expunged from your soul completely. He opened his eyes, the light in them shimmering maliciously, including all of your memories of your past. He grinned as Naruto flinched violently, the blonde's eyes wide once again. I don't see what the problem is. Haven't you been trying desperately to forget about your past? Didn't you want to forget the pain that is associated with your old life, and the people you will never see again? No. Naruto couldn't say anything to that. While it was true he didn't want to think about the past, about how painful it is, could he possibly want to forget it completely? What will you do, Uzumaki Naruto? Will you lose and keep your past memories, but lose yourself? Or will you win and keep your body, but lose your past in the process? You have to make a choice, Uzumaki Naruto. Will you walk forward, or forever look backwards? We are in a bad situation, Sanejima announced solemnly. He and the other remaining key bearers sans Asuka were in his office, and the mood was as somber as the man's voice. As if Kronos losing his ki and being placed in a doll wasn't bad enough, but now Naruto, one of their best duelists, had been bested, and his ki also stolen. We've lost 2 of the keys in one evening, and sadly we may have lost their bearers too. I can't believe that Naruto got beat, Judai muttered. The only time I've seen that guy lose, it was on purpose. Manjum nodded. I hate to admit it, but Naruto is an incredible duelist. When we teamed up, he came up with the strategy by himself. If he was beaten, then only Raya could possibly stand a chance against the one who beat him. Yes, despite how much his ego hated the fact, he knew that Naruto was better than him. If that tag duel hadn't alerted him to the blonde's skill, then the Royal Academy incident certainly did. He never would have stood a chance against Nakamura Theron, or Daniel Gray. Not necessarily, Misawa muttered, his hand resting thoughtfully on his chin. Once he saw he had everyone's attention, he elaborated. While it is possible that Naruto was beaten on skill alone, let's not forget that Naruto has an incredibly short temper. I wager that seeing what happened to Professor Kronos made him angry. He might not like the man that much, but he respects good duelists. As much as a buffoon the man was, not just anyone got a PhD in dueling. That anger may have affected his judgment, leading to his downfall. Either way, Sanjima said, from now on, I don't want anyone to be alone. Make sure that you are near someone at all times. Raya nodded. Very well, I'll stay with Asuka. After receiving a nod from Sanjima, Raya turned and left. Once the Kaiser had left, the Chancellor turned to Judai. Yukikin, stay with Marufujikin and Maidakin. That leaves Misawakin and Manjum-kun to stick together. Misawa and Manjum looked at each other, before nodding slightly. Right, now I think it's time you got some rest. You need to be alert in case Kamila or the other one turns up again. It's your move, Uzumaki Naruto. What is it with bad guys and saying my full name? He muttered as he drew a card from his deck. He took a look at Yami's field, more specifically the face down he placed before he ended his turn. Knowing my deck. That's probably explosive tag. In that case, I placed down a face down, and then I summoned the 6 Samurai Zanji in attack mode. A man in orange armor with elaborate decoration appeared on the field, a Naginata with a blade made of light gripped tightly in his grip. The 6 Samura Zanji Warrior Light LVL4. 1800. Zanji, destroy Akatsuki Deidara. The samurai charged the blonde bomber and sliced him in half with his Naginata, causing him and the clay tokens on Naruto's shoulders to explode. Yami. Naruto. I end my turn, Yami chuckled as he drew a card. Now that must have stung. After all, for all intents and purposes this is a duel of darkness, so the pain of that must have been fierce. Naruto said nothing, though his quaking shoulders said everything he wouldn't. My turn. I summon Akatsuki Sasori in attack mode. As. Next I activate my face-down explosive Ta. Not so fast, Naruto said with a smirk. I think there have been enough explosions already in this duel. I activate my face-down, Magatama of Muzukani. When you activate a spell, trap, or monster card effect that destroys one or more of my cards while I control one face-up 6 samurai monster, I can negate its activation and destroy it. A Magatama necklace flew at the face-up card and wrapped around it, before exploding, taking the card with it. Yami TCHD before pulling out another card. Whatever, I play the spell card Mystic Palm, which restores life points to me equal to the combined levels of all monsters on the field times 100. Yami 4400. Naruto. Next I play the field spell Geto Mazo, which gives all Akatsuki monsters a boost of 300 attack and defense points. As. Now, Akatsuki Sasori destroyed the 6 samurai Zanji. Sasori swiped his hand at Zanji. An invisible string stuck into his body. With a yank, Zanji was now on Yami's side of the field, and he had turned into a puppet. Yami 4400. Naruto 2700. And of course, Sasori's effect came into play. As 3400. Your turn, Uzumaki Naruto, Yami said with a smirk. Is this all you can muster? Or is it perhaps that you want to lose? Do you care so little for your new life, that you'd sacrifice it for something you cast aside? Heh, I feel bad for your friends. Naruto's brow twitched at his double's words. Shut up. You don't get to talk about my friends, Naruto said with a glare. Yami snickered at his expression. Ah, but they're my friends too. They are not, Naruto growled. You're not me, got it? You're just some freak who lives in the world of darkness. Yami shook his head mockingly. Whatever helps you sleep at night. At this rate, you're gonna be sleeping a lot, so you need some comfort, I suppose. Naruto kept his glare up, before drawing a card. He squinted at what he drew, before grinning slightly. Heh, perfect. I summoned Hand of the Six Samurai in attack mode. A woman in a yukata and hood appeared in the field, with a short sword in her grasp. Hand of the Six Samurai Warrior Fire LVL 3. 1000. Next, I special summoned from my hand legendary Six Samurai Kazan in attack mode. Next to the woman appeared a man in midnight black samurai armor, adorned with yellow highlights. On his waist was a katana, the sheath tied on with a chain. Legendary Six Samurai Kazan Warrior Earth LVL 4. 1800 500. When I have a Six Samurai monster on my side of the field, I can special summon this guy from my hand. Now, I activate the effective Hand of the Six Samurai. When I have another Six Samurai monster on my side of the field, I can tribute one of them to destroy one monster on the field. He grinned as Yami's eyes widened. I sacrifice Hand of the Six Samurai to destroy Akatsuki Sasori. Hot SS vanished, before appearing behind Sasori. She unsheathed her blade before plunging at the puppet user, consequently stabbing herself in the process. The two of them vanished in a burst of light. Now, Kazan can attack you directly. Kazan drew his sword before charging at Yami, his sword slashing through the doppelganger. Yami hissed in pain as he felt the blade slice through his skin. Naruto 2700. Yami 2600. Finally, I place one card face down and end my turn. Yami took in a deep breath before drawing a card from his deck. Not a bad play at all. But because of that, I'm going to have me a little fun once I win this duel. A dark smirk crossed his face, and unlike the others, this one actually made him feel uneasy. I'll be sure to tell Asuka why she has to suffer when I'm fucking that sweet ass of hers. His smirk grew when Naruto froze completely. Heh, oh, you can be sure, she might not appreciate it, but I'll sure damn enjoy myself. I mean, have you seen that girl? Damn. Naruto's head hung down, his bangs shadowing his eyes. What's wrong? Don't quite like the idea of that. Don't lie. I'm sure you've thought of taking her by the hips, and it was Yami's turn to freeze as Naruto looked up slightly. Through his blonde bangs, Naruto sent his dark double the coldest glare possible. It was enough to actually make the dark being scared. Hey, what's with the scary look? Never heard of a joke before? He said nervously. Naruto said nothing, and Yami shook his head slightly. Whatever, it's my turn. Heh, now this is going to be interesting. I summoned fake Hunter Haku in attack mode. Naruto was thrown out of his rage as his oldest friend and closest companion materialized before him. Haku, he murmured, staring into the eye holes of the mask. Haku lowered her head slightly. Naruto-kun. Yami chuckled. Now, isn't this just touching? I'm sure you're realizing it now, but if you win this duel, you'll even forget about dear Hakuchin here. Naruto closed his eyes as the words reached him. Damn it, he screamed in his mind. Naruto-kun. Naruto looked up as Haku's voice entered his mind. Please, win this duel. Naruto's eyes widened. What? But if I do, I'll forget you. He thought sadly, but Haku shook her head. Yes, that's true. But maybe it's better if you do. Naruto stared at her in horror. How could you say that? If you forget about your past life, then you'll also forget about your time in the world of darkness. Then, you won't be plagued by those nightmares anymore. He gasped as he thought he saw the eyes behind the mask glistening. As your friend, it hurts me to see you like that. If forgetting me will make that stop, then that's fine by me. Yami scoffed, drawing their attention. Are you two going to just stare at each other all day? It's still my turn, damn it. He whined petulantly. Ignoring him, Naruto looked down. If I forget about my past life, then it's true that my nightmares will stop. But I don't want to forget Haku either. Slowly, realization began to hit him. I'd rather suffer through nightmares than forget about Haku, the one who comforted me when they plagued me. He began to stand straighter as his thoughts raced. Damn it, I've been a fool. Just because my past is painful, I shouldn't push it aside. Even though the memories are painful, the good times make it bearable. Jizan, Bachan, Iruka Sensei, Kakasha Sensei, Sakurakin, team, everyone. I'm sorry. Yami, satisfied that all attention was back on him, continued his turn, although he was put off slightly by the fire in Naruto's eyes. Anyway, I play Foolish Burial to add 1 card from my deck to my graveyard. Next I play Edo Tensei to sacrifice fake Hunter Haku and special summon Akatsuki Uchiha Itachi to the field. Haku was shoved into the coffin, before it shut closed. It rattled for a bit, before the front opened and the prodigy of the Uchiha clan appeared on the field. AUI 2800. Itachi, destroy Kazan. Itachi brought his hand to his mouth and blew a fireball at Kazan, destroying the samurai. Yami 2600. Naruto 1700. Not long now, Uzumaki Naruto. Soon, I will win and your body will be mine. Naruto snickered, and Yami frowned. Hey, what's so funny? Naruto chuckled for a bit, before grinning. You really are my old self, aren't you? Because what you did was pretty damn stupid. Yami bristled at the other blonde's words. What? Who asked you? Yami snapped. Naruto shrugged. No one, but I'll tell you this for free. If it were me, I would have summoned Akatsuki Leader Pain instead of Itachi. Yami's eyes widened. Shit, I would have won. The doppelganger shouted, throwing in a stomp to complete the childish display. Yep, you sure would have. But don't worry, I'm sure you'll survive this turn. Maybe. My turn, draw. He drew a card and put it in his hand, before pulling another out of it. I summoned legendary 6 samurai, Enishi in attack mode. A man in golden and gray armor appeared on the field, a large 2-handed sword in his hands. Legendary 6 samurai, Enishi warrior light LVL 4. 1700. Next I activate my trap card double-edged sword technique. This card allows me to special summon 2 6 samurai monster in my graveyard to my side of the field. And I choose Hand of the 6 Samurai and legendary 6 Samurai Kazan in attack mode. Hot SS. LSSK. Now then, first I activate the special effective Hand of the 6 Samurai. I'm sure I don't need to tell you what it does. As Hot SS vanished, he looked into Itachi's eyes. The Uchiha looked at him with narrowed eyes, before nodding at what he saw in them. Itachi closed his eyes as Hot SS took him and herself out. Finally, I equip Enishi with the equipped spell card Divine Sword Phoenix Blade, which raises his attack by 300 points. LSC 2000. Yami took a step backwards, realizing that the monsters before him could and would finish him off. Wait. Are you sure about this? You'll forget about your past, you'll forget about Haku. Naruto just smirked. Kazan Enishi, finish him off. The 2 samurais raised the weapons at Yami, who screamed in pain as he was impaled by the samurai's blades. Greya Af. Naruto 1700. Yami 0. The 2 monsters vanished, leaving Yami standing there with a gaping hole in his torso. Damn you, Uzumaki Naruto! The dark being rasped, falling to his knees as shadows began to leak out of his wound. Heh, but at least you'll forget about your past. Heh, yeah? He winced as he was pulled up by the hair, and he was brought face to face with the other whiskered blonde. TCH, just let me die, damn it. Naruto shook his head. Sorry, no can do. And with that, he shoved his hand into Yami's wound. Gah! What the fuck, asshole, gah! Naruto grinned at the incredulous and agonized face of his dark double. Heh, I've made my choice. I chose option 3 because no one tells Uzumaki Naruto what to do. He roared and shoved his hand further into Yami's chest. Yami screamed as he began to unravel into darkness that was absorbed by Naruto's arm. I'm keeping all of my memories, you bastard, even if it means I have to stick with you for the rest of my life. Yami let out one last scream before he was fully absorbed into Naruto. The blonde grunted as he fell to his knees, gritting his teeth from the pain, before it began to subside. Naruto-kun! He looked up slightly to see Haku kneeling next to him, her unmasked face showing her worry. Hey Haku. Come here a second. Haku frowned and leaned in closer, before she was knocked away by a punch to the face. Ow! What the hell? She screamed, female fury filling her. It vanished, however, when he saw the look in his eyes. Never undervalue yourself like that again, he growled, making Haku flinch. I'd happily suffer through a lifetime of nightmares than be without a friend. Her eyes winded, then softened. Right, understood, she said, her eyes wetting slightly. Naruto grinned back. I realize now that I shouldn't forget about my past life just because it hurts. After all, I'm the only person still alive who does remember them. If I won't think about them, who will? Well, doesn't that just make me feel all warm and fuzzy inside? Yami's sarcastic drawl echoed in his mind, and Naruto smirked. Don't worry, it won't last long. After all, you still need to pay for what you said about Asuka. He could feel the dark being blanch. Hee, that was just a joke, a dumb joke. Why, you know I wouldn't really do anything like that. Naruto just smirked, and Yami began screaming no. Not this. Anything but this. Ah. Haku, hearing the screams through her and Naruto's connection, frowned. What are you doing to him? Naruto grinned. Nothing you need to worry about. You know, I've almost missed having a voice in my head. It's nice. Wah. Damn you! Asuka sat between the two infirmary beds, torn between who to worry about the most. On the one hand, her precious Onaikin, who has been missing for at least a year, had finally returned, and who knows if he'll ever wake up again. On the other was her best friend, and she finally admitted to herself her crush, who had been hit with a horrible darkness. The two most important boys in her life were hurt, and it took everything she had to keep herself together. She turned her gaze to the blonde, whose hand she was holding. As he slept, he had thrashed, as if he was having some sort of terrible nightmare, but recently he'd stopped and was as calm as the dead. Asuka shook the thought from her head, banishing it before it could go any further, and gazed at his sleeping face. Hesitantly, she leaned in to get a better look at him. As she got closer, her eyes turned to his lips, and her face grew hot. Realizing what she was doing, she went to pull away, but suddenly Naruto shot up. She went numb as she felt their lips connect, and only seconds later did Naruto's eyes fly open. The two stared at each other for a while, before realizing their position. With identical yelps, amusing since Asuka's was rather girly, they jumped away from each other. Asuka. Sorry, I done it was an accident. She watched in disbelief as he stammered, before realization hit her. Soer, again I'm sorry. He was cut off as she threw her arms around him and rested her head in the crook of his neck. Asuka? His eyes widened as he felt her shake. Two thought you were dead. She whispered into his shoulder, and Naruto brought one of his arms around her. Hey, of course not. It'll take more than some pretty boy in a suit to kill me. What do we have here? The two separated and looked to the entrance to see an amused Raya. They flushed under the Kaiser's amused gaze. Don't mind me, pretend I'm not even here. For the first time in his life, Raya suffered violence from a teenage girl. It was fortunate for him and his junk that Asuka threw an apple at him, and not the scalpel that was next to it. Chapter 27 Rematch. Che, this sucks. Naruto pouted, flopping down on the infirmary bed he had been all but forced into staying in. Why do I have to stay here while Ryutin gets to duel that vampire bitch? Haku materialized next to him, a dry look on her face. I don't know, maybe because you almost had your soul torn to pieces, and then nearly had your body taken over by an evil spirit, she asked sarcastically. An indignant noise rang out in Naruto's head. Hey! I'm not evil. Well, a little bit evil, but I still find that offensive, Yami yelled, causing Naruto to wince and hold his head. Hey, if you're going to say anything, at least say it quietly, he told his dark side, which scoffed. You're lucky I'm not doing anything worse than a bit of shouting after what you did to me. Not cool, man, not cool, Yami moaned with tears streaming down his face. If that's what you do to a guy for telling a joke, I feel sorry for any stand-ups you meet. Naruto's brow twitched. I could do a lot worse to you, you know, Naruto growled. Yami just yawned, the tears instantly vanishing. Yeah, sheesh, can a guy be a little melodramatic? Not like I have much else to do in here. Unless. Yami went silent for a while, and Naruto let out a sigh of relief. His respite didn't last long, however, as Yami hummed in interest. Woo, I can just go and poke around right in your mind. How about that? Hey, stop poking about my brain, you damn bastard! Naruto yelled, a vein on his fist twitching erratically to show his anger. Yami ignored him and kept looking through his mind. Calm down, calm down. If you can't share secrets with your dark side, then who can you share them with? Yami muttered dismissively. Ooh, what's this? Hey, childhood crush, eh? I wonder what Jinoikazan would say if he found out you had a thing for his little sister. Naruto's face went scarlet. Stop poking around my head, you bastard! A highly embarrassed Naruto screamed, drowning out Haku's giggles. He glared at the dual spirit, who looked away innocently, before turning his attention back to Yami. Damn it, I could do worse to you than before. You have 3 seconds to stop poking around or I'll. He left the threat hanging in the air, before starting to count down. 1, 2. TH. You slept with a Blue Eyes plush? I'ma fucking kill you! Uzumaki-kun? Naruto stiffened as Ayukawa Sensei poked her head in through the door. Are you alright? Naruto flushed slightly, and waved his hands wildly. Why yeah, I'm fine. Just a nightmare, yeah, a nightmare. Ayukawa stared at him for a moment, before nodding unsurely. Right. Well, if you want to talk about it. Naruto shook his head. No, it's fine. Sorry to have disturbed you. After taking a few more moments to look at him, Ayukawa nodded and left the room. Once the sound of her footsteps died down, he sighed in relief. So, about the plush? Just shut up. He looked up as he heard movement outside of the room. He blinked as Asuka entered, and he grinned. His grin fell when he saw the sad look on her face. Asuka? She looked at him, looking as if she had only just remembered he was there. What's wrong? What happened? Asuka's mouth opened, but shut without saying anything. The girl sighed before sitting in the chair next to Fubuki's bed. To think that just after my brother came back, Raya would become victim to a duel of darkness. Naruto's eyes widened. He threw the covers off, and Asuka was startled by the motion. Naruto! You should stay in bed. Naruto ignored her and staggered over to her. He almost lost his balance, but caught himself on Asuka's shoulders, getting a yelp from the female blonde. You're telling me that he lost? Ryu team lost? He asked, disbelief lacing his voice. Asuka's sad eyes gazed into his shocked ones, and she broke eye contact. Naruto let go of her and staggered back. So it's true. He sat down on his bed heavily, resting his head in his hands. Damn it! He cursed, and Asuka looked at him worriedly. Now we're 3 keys down, there's only 5 left. Damn it! He slammed his fist onto the mattress. If only I hadn't lost. Now there are more of them than there are of us. Asuka was about to say something, but something caught her attention, more specifically her brother moving and grunting. Nizan! Naruto looked up at his fellow hospital mate as the older teen began to stir. His eyes were half open, and he was holding his hands near his pendant, which was glowing a golden light. Nizan! You want to say something, don't you? She bent down and took off his respirator. As soon as she took it off, Fubuki spoke. Camula's. Asuka and Naruto leaned in closer as the elder Tenjoin's siblings started talking. Even among dark duelists, she's one of the most ruthless. A genuine monster. Nizan. Fubuki weakly turned his head to face Hisamuto. Camula's probably using a cowardly technique. To stop a duel of darkness which used an item of darkness, you need an item of darkness. Like the completed version of the amulet around your and Judai's necks? Naruto asked, and Fubuki turned to face him too. Uzumaki Naruto. Yes, exactly. Asuka, he looked back to his sister. Please. Give Yuki Judai the other half, the piece around my neck. With that, he can stop the duel of darkness and beat Camula. Asuka nodded and removed it carefully. Go. Give it to him, quickly. Asuka nodded, and with a quick glance at Naruto ran out of the infirmary to find Judai. Naruto sighed and fell onto his back. That Kuribo had better win this, he muttered. Naruto. You must have fought Akio by now, correct? Naruto sat back up and looked at Fubuki, who had pushed himself up ever so slightly to be able to see him. When Naruto nodded, Fubuki closed his eyes. I thought so. You have the look of someone who suffered from a dark duel. What made you think it was him I dueled? Akio. He was obsessed with you. He threatened everyone else to keep away from you, so he could have you for himself. Don't ask me why, I have no idea. His gauntlet, it has dark powers. If you have any hope of beating him, you'll have to overcome it somehow. Naruto sighed. What do you mean? I've already lost my ki. What reason would he have to duel me again? Fubuki opened his eyes. Then you need to give him a reason. The fact that you recovered from what he did to you so quickly means that his interest in you will return. All you need to do is give him that extra bit of incentive for a rematch. Naruto stared at him for a while, until the older teen went back to sleep. Well, that was interesting, Yami remarked. Looks like you still have a shot at beating that guy. Why do you care so much? Naruto asked, and he could feel Yami shrug. If I'm going to be stuck with someone, I damn well don't want them to be a loser. My reputation is on the line here, you know. Naruto sat in silence for a good long time, before jumping out of bed. Right. Well, if I'm going to have a rematch, then I need to prepare my deck. He looked around the room, before his eyes picked up the sight of a crutch leaning up against the wall. He hobbled over to it, and grabbed it. Slotting his arm into it, he began to leave the infirmary, supporting his weight on the crutch. As he hobbled through the halls of Duel Academy, Haku materialized next to him again. Are you sure you should be walking about on your own like this? Naruto nodded. Yeah, like I said before, it's not like those assassin guys have any more reason to come after me. Until I meet that bastard again, I have nothing to worry about. Haku nodded and fell silent, walking alongside him. Even though he didn't say it, he appreciated her presence, despite what he said before. They walked in silence for a few minutes, before his dark side spoke up. You know, I've been thinking, Yami said casually, and Naruto stifled a groan. Alright, fine. I had a Blue Eyes White Dragon plush. But in my defense, that thing was awesome. Yami's brow twitched. No, you idiot. I was talking about the item of darkness that Akio guy has. Geez. Oh, right, that. What about it? He asked as he left the main building. Asuka's brother mentioned that you need an item of darkness in order to stop a dark duel. And correct me if I'm wrong, but you don't have one, do you? Naruto stopped in his tracks. Damn, you're right. Yami smirked. Of course I'm right. Naruto jumped slightly when his dark side materialized next to him. He looked just like Naruto, except now his eyes were red, his hair was spikier and his whisker marks were more pronounced. His body, like Haku's, was see-through, like a ghost. Yami put his hands behind his head and smirked. Anyway, luckily you don't need a dark item. Why would you, when you have your own bona fide resident of the world of darkness rooming in your soul? I'll lend you some of my power so you can negate any negative side effects of the duel of darkness. Naruto looked at him suspiciously. Why are you offering to help me? What's your agenda? Yami held his hand over his heart, sending him a look of mock hurt. He dropped it, however, when Naruto stared at him flatly. The dark spirit sighed. You're no fun, you know that, right? When Naruto's face didn't change, he sighed again. Alright, fine. Why do you assume I have an agenda? I'm past the whole wanting to take over your body thing. I wouldn't have a chance. Your spirit is too stubborn for that, especially now. Well, I suppose I do have an agenda of some sort, but it's nothing bad, honest. It's just that if you lose again, there's a chance that I might get sucked back into the world of darkness, and I have no intention of returning to that hell. Yami shuddered, and Naruto could understand why. I guess even someone like you wouldn't want to be stuck in a place like that, Naruto said, continuing his hobble. Yami nodded and started walking backwards. Yeah, trust me, I've spent a long time there, and it doesn't improve with time, I can tell you that. He turned on his heel and started walking normally. Look, we don't have to make this difficult. Let's make a deal. I'll lend you my power during duels of darkness, and you make sure you don't lose. If we stick with that, we shouldn't have too many problems. Naruto looked at him out of the corner of his eye. After a few minutes, he nodded. Alright, that works for me. Yami nodded and looked ahead, before blinking as a fist entered his vision. He stared at it in surprise for a moment, before looking at Naruto. His eyes widened when he saw the bright grin on the teen's face. Haku's eyes widened when she saw the expression. I haven't seen that smile in years. The dual spirit thought happily. Yami stared for a moment longer before smirking and bumping his fist against Naruto's. Hey, looks like he's definitely the light side to my dark, he thought to himself, before vanishing. Naruto stopped as the large castle came into view. He stared at it before continuing on his way. I hope you're kicking that bitch's ass, Judai, he murmured. Eventually he arrived at the RE Yellow dorm, and he entered the building. Hobbling up the stairs, his crutch missed a step and he slammed into the ground face first. Ow. Uzumaki-san? Naruto flipped over to see Alexander Belmont looking down at him with a frown. What are you doing? The English-French teen asked with a raised brow. Hey Belmont, sup? Not much really, just chilling. Alexander deadpanned. On the stairs. Yup. Of course, how stupid of me to ask, it's so obvious. Yeah, you're pretty dumb alright. Alexander's brow twitched. Do you want my help or not? I don't not want it. Alexander sighed before bending down to help him up. He steadied the Japanese teen, and handed him his fallen crutch. Thanks. What's with the crutch? The dual nationality teen asked. Naruto blinked before shrugging. I tripped, twisted my foot. He frowned before looking at his friend. Anyway, what are you doing out here at this time of night? Meeting a girl? The boy flushed slightly and looked away, causing Naruto to slowly break out into a big grin. No shit? Mr. can't function if a girl talks to him is off to a scandalous late-night meet with someone of the female variety? Who is it? Alexander's flush grew into a full-on blush. He muttered something, which Naruto barely caught. Momo? Really? Alexander frowned and glared. Why, what's wrong with that? Naruto backed up slightly, holding up his hands in surrender. Nothing. I'm just surprised you could talk to any girl, especially one of the hottest girls in our year. Alexander shrugged and looked away. Says the guy who has the attention of the hottest girl in the whole of the academy. Naruto's eyes widened. Whoa, what are you talking about? Asuka's doesn't see me that way. Alexander looked back at him with a smirk. Oh come on, you can't be that oblivious. Wait, I forgot who I was talking to. Of course you are. Besides, who said I was talking about Asuka? Naruto's expression turned stony, and Alexander stepped back as he was suddenly in his face. Don't speak such sacrilege. If you're talking about the hottest girl in the academy, it's got to be Asuka. The European's sweat dropped. Right. Well, I should be off. Naruto nodded with a grin. As Alexander walked down the stairs, he called down helpfully. Don't forget protection. As he turned around he grinned as he heard the boy fall down the stairs with a cry. He limped to his dorm room and pushed open the door. Shutting it he quickly went to his wardrobe and opened it. He pulled out a small box and walked over to his bed. Setting the crutch near the pillows, he reached under the mattress and fished out a small key. Haku appeared next to him, looking at the box with concern. You're going to use those cards? Naruto nodded determinedly. Yeah, I think it's time I stopped being scared of them and start using them. Pushing the key into the lock, he turned in, which popped open the lid. Reaching inside of it, he pulled out 3 cards. Looking at them intently, he swallowed before pulling out his deck and placing them inside of it. Haku frowned and looked at the box. You're not taking all of them? Naruto shook his head. No, I'll use these 3, but the others, I can't ever bring myself to use them. Haku nodded. I understand. Yami appeared on his other side and peered into the box. His eyes widened and he backed away. That's probably a good idea. I can just taste the darkness in those cards. Even with my power, you couldn't handle them. Naruto nodded and stood up, and his spirit companions disappeared. Right, I should get back to the infirmary before those guys get back. So, you beat that vampire? Judai nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, she was pretty tough, but I came out on top, he said with a grin. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he caught the strain in his expression. Deciding not to comment on it, he nodded. Good job. Now there are only 6 more of them to worry about. There with Judai were his usual cheerleading entourage, as well as Misawa, Manjum and Asuka, who sat between his and Fubuki's beds. The older teen was currently sleeping, still recovering from being possessed. Yes. We know the identity of one of them, Akio Shinji. Misawa remarked, his eyes moving to Naruto as he said it. Instead of the defeated expression most would expect, Misawa saw the determination that he had come to expect from his rival, causing him to smirk. We need to stay on alert. Now that there are 5 keys left, the enemy might pick up the offensive. That's why we should stick with our groups. I'm sure you two wouldn't mind sticking together? He asked Naruto and Asuka. The two blondes looked at each other, then Misawa, and nodded. Right then, come on, Manjum. I want to tweak my deck a little. The black-wearing teen scoffed in annoyance, but followed him anyway. Judai and his friends left as well, talking about going to take a bath. Well then, Asuka. Looks like we have to stick together. Such a hardship, isn't it? He said sarcastically, making the girl giggle. Yeah, I have to put up with you. Byurin. Yami sang. Naruto ignored his dark side and laughed. Ouch, guess I deserve that one. He glanced at her, just as she was glancing at him. When they caught each other's eyes, they looked away, blushing as they remembered the accidental kiss formed the other day. That sat in awkward silence, before Naruto yawned. I'll just go to sleep, if that's alright with you. Asuka looked at him, before glancing away again. Yes, sure. Naruto nodded and lay down, before closing his eyes and going to sleep. Asuka watched him sleep for a while, before remembering what happened last time and looked at the wall instead. This is so awkward, she screamed internally. A little chibi version of her appeared in her mind, crying anime tears. Later that night, the 8 key bearers, active and not, were gathered by the forest where Akio ambushed Naruto before, looking for the dark duelist so they could deal with him. Hey, come on out! Judai yelled, glaring out at the forest. They stood in tense silence, before a chuckle rang through the area. They tensed as footsteps approached them, and a figure exited the tree line. Well then, who wants to be my next victim? Akio asked, looking about the gathered duelists. His gaze went from Misawa, who was glaring at him, to Asuka, who also was giving him the evils, to Judai, completely ignoring Naruto, who was in between the two. I will, Naruto said, feeling annoyed at being ignored. Everyone looked at him in surprise. What? Manjum asked incredulously. You've already lost to this guy. What makes you think you could beat him this time? It's a non-issue, Akio drawled. You disappointed me last time, Shonen, although how quickly you've recovered is interesting. However, you don't even have a key. Even if I did want to duel you again, there would be no point. Naruto looked at him with a smirk. Oh, come on, surely that last duel wasn't enough to satisfy you. Since you were so passionate about dueling me, don't you want to do so again when I'm in the right state of mind? Or do you need to anger your opponents to be blinded by anger in order to actually beat them? He grinned when Akio's brow twitched. TCH, you better watch what you say, Shonen. I might just kill you, duel or not, and since you have no key, it'll most likely be not. The two stared each other down. Che, enough of this, Manjum interrupted. I'll duel high. You can borrow my key. The group turned to the speaker with wide eyes. Asuka-san! Sho cried in shock, which was reflected in the eyes of everyone around him. Hey Asuka, are you sure you want to do that? Manjum asked. Uzumaki already lost once. You'll practically be giving your key away. Naruto snapped out of his shock to give Manjum a glare. Thanks for the show of support, Manjum. Manjum returned the look. You've already been beaten by that guy once. Yeah, I heard you the first 20 times you said it. Naruto snapped. I could say it 100 times and it would still be true. As the two glared at each other, Riot turned to Asuka. Are you sure about this, Asuka? The blonde nodded to her fellow obelisk. Yes. I believe that Naruto will win this time. I don't have any doubt that he can and will beat him this time. Naruto turned back to Asuka, or written all over his face. Asuka. She smiled at him and removed her key from around her neck. She handed it to him, and he grasped it tightly in his hand. He looked up into her eyes, and he could see her faith in him reflected in them. He placed the key around his neck, before turning back to Akio. Well, there you go then. Now I have a key, there's no reason for you not to duel me. Akio sighed and held his hands out in defeat. Well, alright then. If you're so eager, then I suppose I can defeat you again. He raised his arm, and Naruto heard Yami gasp. That's it, that gauntlet in his arm, it's his item of darkness. Naruto narrowed his eyes on the gauntlet. So, Shonen, shall we get this started? Or are you remembering the last time and you've already chickened out? Naruto felt his irritation rise, and he narrowed his eyes on Akio this time. Bastard, I'll show him. Wait. Not yet, calm down. Yami admonished, appearing next to him and eyeing the gauntlet. That gauntlet, I understand now. You can't see it, but it's releasing some sort of aura. I can see it leaking over to you. It must be affecting your emotions, making you angry so you'll make mistakes. Naruto's eyes widened. So that's why I was so angry before. Not only did what happened to Kronos piss me off, but that gauntlet made it worse. He glared at Akio, before looking at Yami from the corner of his eye. Do your thing. Yami nodded and disappeared. Naruto closed his eyes and began to emit an aura of his own, one that only Akio could see. The man's eyes widened slightly as the aura deflected that of his gauntlets, and he could see Naruto relax. He flinched when Naruto's eyes opened, and he was disturbed to see that they had turned red, before returning back to their original blue tone. Naruto grinned and held up his dual disc. So, ready to duel? Or are you too scared to now that your little toy is useless? Akio twitched and raised his own disc. Not at all, I was just waiting for you to be ready. Duel. I'll go first if that's alright? Akio asked, drawing a card without even waiting for a response. I summon Ghost Knight Death Caliber Knight in attack mode. A horse-mounted knight in black armor emerged from a warp of shadows. It had a huge sword and shield in its hands, and a ragged cape billowed behind it. Ghost Knight Death Caliber Knight Fiend Dark LVL 4. 1900-1800. I set one card face down and end my turn. Alright, my turn, draw. I summon Yakushi Kabuto in attack mode. The white-haired medic Nin materialized on the field. YK 1900. Next I play the spell card Explosive Tag to destroy your face-down card. A paper tag flew from the card and onto Akio's face-down, which was revealed to be the trap card Hate Buster. Akio's life points decreased from the ensuing explosion. Naruto. Akio. Now I use Kabuto to attack your Ghost Knight Death Caliber Knight. Kabuto ran at the fiend with a glowing hand, and he struck down both rider and steed in one blow. The knight fell of his horse, but not before he slashed Kabuto in half. Finally, I place one card face down and end my turn. Alright, way to go. Jidai called out, grinning widely at the good move. Sho frowned. But why did he attack? He's left himself open to a counter-attack. Misawa shook his head. That may be, but at least Akio can't hit him with multiple monsters next turn. Also, that face down is most likely Paper Person of God. Naruto wouldn't leave himself open like that unless he had that card at the ready. The midget is correct, Shonen. Now you're open to my attacks. My turn, draw. I summon Mad Demon in attack mode. A skeletal humanoid with wild red hair and bone armor with yellow trousers appeared on the field. Mad Demon Fiend Dark LVL 4. 1800. Mad Demon attack him directly. Akio ordered with a dramatic point. Naruto grinned and flung out his hand. Trap card open. Paper Person of God. Akio's eyes widened as Mad Demon was swallowed by a gaping chasm that was lined with millions of paper tags, all of which exploded. After about a minute of explosion, the chasm closed up, and Mad Demon was no more. Just as I expected. Misawa mused with a smirk as Sho and Jidai cheered again. Manjum scoffed. So what, I could have done as much. He muttered, crossing his arms and looking away. Akio growled slightly, before setting a card and ending his turn. Naruto started his turn and played the card he drew. I summoned Demon Brothers Meizu and Gozu in attack mode. The twin demons of the mist materialized in a cloud of their village's namesake. DB Maji. Attack his life points directly. The brothers vanished before appearing either side of Akio, their chain wrapped around him. With a tug, the chains dragged across his skin, getting a grunt out of the 8 stars assassin. Naruto. Akio 2200. I end my turn by activating hidden mist jutsu to obscure the demon brothers from view. A thick fog rolled over the field, hiding the Chunins inside. Man, Naruto is owning this guy. Jidai grinned. Show that Cagnalian not to mess with Duel Academy. Everyone looked at Kronos in surprise. The man noticing this coughed and looked away. What, no any? My turn, draw. I activate my trap card, Dust Tornado. This card destroys one spell or trap card you control. A large tornado blew away the smoke, and the card itself exploded into pixels. Naruto gulped as the demon brothers were now revealed. Next I summoned Demon Soldier in attack mode. An armored humanoid figure appeared draped in a green cloak. Demon Soldier Fiend Dark LVL 4 foot. 1900. I play the spell card Solidarity. As long as I have one kind of monster in the graveyard, all monsters of that type gain 800 attack points. And since I only have fiend monsters, Demon Soldier gets boosted up to 2,700 attack points. DS 2,700. Demon Soldier, show them the power of a real demon. The demon roared and ran at the brothers, destroying both with a single swing of its sword. Naruto 2,700. Akio 2,200. I end my turn. Akio finished with a smirk. Naruto grimaced as he drew a card, before grinning at what he drew. Next I summon Akatsuki Haiden in attack mode. In a spiral of blood, Haiden entered the game. I activate Haiden's effect. By sacrificing both 500 life points and Haiden's battle phase, I can destroy one monster on your side of the field. The red symbol of Jashin seeped into the ground beneath Haiden, whose skin went black with a skeletal pattern on it. Haiden laughed manically as he raised a spike and stabbed it into his chest, causing Demon Soldier to explode into pixels. Naruto 2,200. Akio 1,700. I end my turn. Alright, now that he has that monster on the field, this should be over soon, Sho said with a grin. Misawa shook his head. Not exactly. Although Akatsuki Haiden's effect is powerful, it has a downside. It's true that it can destroy any monster while never being destroyed, but it costs 500 life points to use it, and nothing can be done after it uses it. He looked at Asuka, who was staring at the duel, her gaze not wavering in the slightest. Misawa smirked and looked back to the duel as well. I wonder how much longer it'll take for them to just come out and admit it to each other. Okay, Shonen. I'll admit this has been going well for you, Akio said, narrowing his eyes on his blonde opponent, before he smirked as he looked at the card he drew. But now, that's going to change. By removing 3 fiend monsters from my graveyard, I am able to special summon Dark Necrophere in attack mode. Out of the shadows emerged a very strange being. It was vaguely feminine in shape, with a bald head and blue skin. In its hands was a creepy, half-broken baby doll, and adorned on its left arm was a gauntlet that looked exactly like the one of Akio's. Dark Necrophere Fiend Dark LVL 8. 2,200 2,800. Solidarity raises its attack to DN. What's that? Judai asked as he eyed the weird monster that stood before Akio, whose smirk was positively smug. Misawa answered him, not even looking at him, so focused on the monster was he. A problem. When Judai made a confused sound, Raya spoke up. Dark Necrophere is a monster that's very hard to get rid of. When it is destroyed either by battle or card effect, the user can target a monster on his opponent's side of the field and equip Dark Necrophere to it, effectively gaining control of that monster. Sho's eyes widened. Then how will Naruto-san defeat it? We'll just have to wait and see, was all his brother said. Dark Necrophere, attack Akatsuki Haiden. The fiend raised its hand and held its palm flat out. A dark orb gathered before it, fired it at Haiden. Dark Necrosphere. The orb collided with Haiden, causing an explosion, but Haiden was unharmed. Naruto's life points, however, were not. Akio 1,700. Naruto 1,000. I end my turn. Naruto grimaced as he looked at his hand of only 2 cards. Damn, I have 1 card that I need to summon him. I need to draw that card in order to make 5-pronged seal work against Dark Necrophere, since it's one of the few cards in my deck that can beat Dark Necrophere. If I can't draw that card, I'll lose this duel next turn, 5-pronged seal or no. He looked at his deck, and he could feel his heart pounding. This is worse than the Royal Academy incident. It's not just a crowd of teenagers' lives at stake here, it's the whole world. If I lose this, then they will be one step closer to breaking the seal. I'll be the guy who lost 2 of the keys. He put his hand on his deck, but he couldn't bring himself to draw. Damn it, I'm one step away from believing in that heart of the cards bollocks Yugi and friends are always on about. His eyes widened slightly at his choice of words. Believe. I believe that Naruto will win this time. I don't have any doubt that he can and will beat him this time. That's right, Asuka believes I can win. He glanced down to the key around his neck. By entrusting this key to me, she's trusting me with her pride as a duelist. Not just that, she's trusting me with the fate of the world. He looked over at the girl, and even now, in this dire situation, the faith in her eyes, her faith in him was still there. He looked back at his deck with a determined look. It's not just a matter of wanting to draw that card, I must do it. You have to believe that you'll draw it, Naruto-kun. Kami, just draw the damn card already. He nodded, acknowledging what the voices in his head said to him. Normally he'd laugh at that thought. Well, here goes nothing. My turn, draw. Everyone watched with bated breath as Naruto finally drew the card. He took a look at it, before his shoulders slumped. Picking up on this, Akio laughed. What's wrong, Shonen? Didn't get the card you wanted? What a shame, ha ha ha. No way. TCH, I knew he'd lose again. Naruto's shoulders starting shaking, and before anyone knew it he'd thrown his head backwards, laughing hysterically. Ha! Woo! Holy RA, I was so nervous. He continued laughing, and Akio's smirk slowly dropped. What are you laughing about? Naruto's chuckles continued, and Akio's brow twitched. Hey! What's so funny? He yelled. Naruto stopped laughing, and looked at Akio with a large grin. Just laughing at myself, I got so worked up about that, I nearly had a heart attack. But shit, I actually drew what I needed. Maybe there is something to that heart of the cards bollocks. Akio growled. You're bluffing. You couldn't beat me before and you can't beat me now. So play your last pathetic card so I can end this. Naruto smirked. Heh, how ironic, you use your dark item to make people angry, but you're actually pretty short-tempered yourself. Alright, I'll play my last pathetic card. I play the ritual spell card, Moon's Eye Plan. Naruto placed a card on his disc, and one appeared on the field. On the card was a picture of the moon, with a red eye on it with 3 commas circling around the pupil. To activate this card, I need to remove the card Akatsuki Tobi and all monsters on my side of the field from play. And luckily for me, I have Akatsuki Tobi in my hand. Tobi appeared next to Haiden, and the two started to swirl together in some sort of special warp. The 2 monsters disappeared, and a new one appeared from the vortex. This one was a man, with spiky black hair. The right side of his face was heavily scarred, and in one eye he had the same eye as on the card he was summoned from. In the other was the same eye that Pain had. He wore a black cloak, with a battle fan on his back. I summon Uchiha Obito to the field. Uchiha Obito Warrior Fire LVL 10. Whoa! Look at that thing's attack points. Judai whistled, that's one awesome card. Misawa nodded, his eyes wide. Incredible. I knew you could do it. Asuka muttered, a smile on her face. Akio stared at the monster with wide eyes before smirking. That's a nice card you've got there, Shonen. But what you seem to forget that is if you attack with that, Dark Necrosphere will possess it, and it'll be mine. Naruto shrugged. Oh yeah, if I attacked you right now, then sure, that would happen. But what if I were to play this card? I activate the spell card 5-pronged seal. This card allows me to choose one monster on the field and set it to face-down defense mode. Akio's eyes widened as 5 flames appeared on Dark Necrosphere's stomach, and it was flipped face-down. Of course. Since Dark Necrosphere isn't a flip effect monster, if it's attacked while face-down its effect can't activate. Misawa exclaimed. Judai, Sho, Hayato and Manjin looked at him with wide eyes. Seriously? They all said, and Misawa nodded absently. Awesome. Judai grinned, looking at Naruto in awe. Akio stumbled back slightly, staring at Obito in horror. Obito, destroy that face down. Obito raised his hand to his mouth and blew out a humongous fireball, bigger than 2 trucks stacked on top of each other. The blaze swallowed up the face down, and all that was left was a scorch mark on the ground. Bye-bye dark necrophere. Akio stared at the scorch mark with fear. That was my unbeatable strategy. Shit, what now? I don't have time to summon Agrippa, nor any of my more powerful cards. Except maybe? He looked at a card in his hand and smirked slightly. Yes, there's still that card, and with this I can summon it soon. Akio's eyes returned to normal width, and he began to clap slowly. Good job, Shonen. You managed to defeat Dark Necrophere. Truly, you're everything I expected. Naruto looked at him with a frown. He doesn't seem as worried as he was earlier. Could he still have something up his sleeve? I end my turn. My turn, draw? Yes. Alright, all I need to do is this. I place 1 card face down, set a monster in defense mode, and end my turn. My turn, draw. Explosive tag. But do I use it? He has that face down, but since Obito is immune to all spell, trap and monster card effects, that face down won't harm me in any way. So, that means I should use it on Solidarity, just in case. I activate the spell card Explosive Tag to destroy Solidarity. Once again, a paper tag flew out and destroyed one of Akio's cards. Akio 1200. Naruto 1000. Obito, destroy his monster. Obito unleashed another inferno, which was so intense you couldn't even see what the card was revealed to be. I end my turn. What's he planning? Naruto wondered. Akio smirked widely and drew a card. I activate my trap card, return from the different dimension. This card allows me to special summon as many of my banished monsters as possible. Akio raised his arms into the air, and before him appeared Ghost Knight, Death Caliber Knight, Mad Demon, and Demon Soldier. GKDK 1900. MD. DS 1900. They won't be sticking around for long, as I tribute all 3 of them to summon one of my deadliest monsters. Come forth and accept your sacrifices, wicked god Avatar. The 3 fiends screeched as they were pulled together, and their bodies mashed together into a large, pitch-black orb. Wicked god Avatar Fiend Dark LVL 10. What's up with its points? Judai asked. Akio looked at him with a smirk. Well, you see, Wicked God Avatar's attack and defense are variable. For you see, they are 100 points higher than the strongest monster on the field's attack points, except for Wicked God Avatar itself. What? WGA. Shit! Manjim exclaimed, looking at the orb in shock. Shit's right. Akio laughed madly. Wicked God Avatar, destroy Uchiha Obito. Wicked Desolation. A pitch-black beam fired from within the orb, and it engulfed Obito. Akio 1200. Naruto 900. Once the devastating attack died down, Akio frowned when he saw Obito still standing. Once per turn, if Uchiha Obito is to be destroyed, it isn't. Plus, he's immune to magic, trap, and monster card effects. Akio shrugged at this information. Oh well, this duel will just drag out for a while then. By the way, you can't play any spell or trap cards until your second end phase after I summon Wicked God Avatar. I end my turn. Naruto drew a card. I put Obito in defense mode and end my turn. Akio twitched. Oh, are you trying to drag this duel out longer than it already is going to? Che, typical. He drew a card. I end my turn. Naruto drew a card. I end my turn. Now I can play spell and trap cards. I better draw something good next turn. This is intense. Judai muttered, getting nods of agreement. Yes, who will draw the card necessary to win this duel first? That's what this duel has come down to now, Misawa said. Asuka was silent, as she had been throughout the entire duel. For the entire thing, she had not once taken her eyes off of Naruto. Naruto. I know you can do it. Naruto drew a card. I end my turn. Akio drew a card. I end my turn. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. Both sides was looking at their hands, cursing at the cards, none of which being any use in this stalemate. Naruto took a deep breath. Come on, I need one more miracle. My turn, draw. His eyes lit up, and he grinned. Finally! This caught everyone's attention. I play the spell card Kamui. This card can only be played if Uchiha Obito is won the field. It allows me to remove one card on the field from play, and since there's only one option, I choose Wicked God Avatar. Akio's eyes widened as his monster was sucked into a swirly vortex. He looked at Obito once again, shaking in the face of the monster. Obito, finish this duel off. Great fireball destruction. Obito inhaled deeply, before exhaling a monstrous fireball, 3 times larger than the others he fired before. Nuageaah! Akio's screams were ear-splitting as he was consumed by the flames, the nature of the duel of darkness meaning that everything he felt was real. He let out one last scream, before the fireball dispersed, revealing all that remained of the dark duelist, his charred gauntlet, which disintegrated. Naruto 900. Akio 0. Alright. He won! Judai cheered, grabbing Sho and Hayato around the neck, the trio all cheering together. Manjum sighed, hiding his look of relief, while Raya closed his eyes with a smirk. Naruto sighed, before falling on his arse. Woo, I'm exhausted. I don't think my heart would have been able to take much more of that, he muttered. Good job, Naruto-kun. Yeah, you kicked that guy's ass. A chuckle grabbed Naruto's attention, and he looked up. You gave us a few scares there, Naruto. Misawa stood over him, grinning down at him. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Hey, yeah, but I won, right? He pushed himself to his feet and walked over to Asuka, who was smiling at him. Here, this is yours. Naruto handed her the key back, which she took and put it back around her neck. Thanks for lending me it. He didn't say what else he was thankful for, because he knew she knew. Don't worry about it. They smiled at each other for a while, before Naruto yawned widely. I think I need a nap. And with that, he fell on his back, sleep taking him immediately. Chapter 28: The Valentine's Villain and Evil Returns. A mysterious figure slowly made their way up the stairs of the RA Yellow dormitory, being careful not to make any noise. Reaching the top of the stairs, they stuck their head out to have a look around the corridor, only to see that nobody was there. With a smirk, the figure crept down the hallway, sneaking toward their target. As they snuck past the door, they froze as it swung open. Quickly, they turned around to see the open door, which shut to reveal a tired Misawa Daichi. Turning in the opposite direction, the sleepy RA Yellow walked to the stairs and went down them. The mysterious figure sighed in relief and continued to the destination, which just so happened to be just in front of them. Standing up, they grabbed a hold of the door handle and after another scan of the vicinity, pushed the door open and quickly shut it behind them as they entered the room. With their back to the door, the figure stared at the room they were in with sparkling eyes. Kaya! I'm in Pharaoh-kun's room! 16-year-old Kurayumi Yoki squealed excitedly, her hands pressed against her blushing cheeks. She was an attractive girl with black hair and a ponytail, with 2 bangs framing emerald green eyes. She wore the obelisk blue girl's uniform, and pinned on her left breast was a badge in the shape of a pharaoh's headwear, with the letters PRAF written on it. Yoki was the president of the Pharaoh of Ra's Association of Fans, or PRAF for short, a fan club dedicated to RA Yellow's top student, Uzumaki Naruto. Reaching into a shoulder bag, she pulled out a heart-shaped box, and hugged it to her less than modest bust. When Pharaoh-kun sees these chocolates, he'll realize that I'm the one he should be with, not that bitch Tenjoin. You see, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, today is, as you may know, Valentine's Day, a day when girls give boys they admire chocolates. The PRF argued over who would give Naruto a box, and Yoki used her influence, as club president, to make it so she was the one who could do so. Normally, she would just go and give him the box, but she knew that Tenjoin Asuka would be with him today, so she decided to sneak into his dorm room and leave the chocolates on his bed. When he returned from P to get changed into new clothing, he would see the box before Tenjoin would even get the chance to talk to him. In her mind, it was a perfect plan. Walking over to Naruto's bed, she touched it before pulling back, a heavy blush lighting her face. I've touched Pharaoh-kun's bed. Kaya! Unable to contain herself any longer, she leaped onto the bed, hugging the mattress firmly. So powerful was her leap that she pushed the mattress off the bed slightly, and she froze as she heard something fall to the floor. Huh! What was that? With great reluctance, and a large sniff of the pillow, she let go of the mattress and examined the floor. Lying next to the bed was a small box, the lid opened from the force of its fall. Next to it were some cards, their backs showing. "Oh no, I broke something of Pharaoh Kun's," she exclaimed worriedly, and immediately got on her knees to pick them up. She grabbed the closest one to her and flipped it over, and her eyes widened as she saw its attack and defense points. Wow! 4,000 attack and defense points. That's incredible! Why would Pharaoh Kun keep this in some old box? Her eyes trailed along the card, and she blushed slightly at the man depicted in the illustration. Finally her gaze reached the top of the card. Uchiha Madara. Wow, 12 stars! This card is amazing. Her eyes went back to the image, and she focused on the man's face. Her eyes bored into the eyes of the pictured for a while, before her eyes dulled. Her once vibrant green eyes bled into red, and her pupil changed into a circle with 3 commas circling it. They then changed into 3 enlarged tomo with circles at their tops overlapping each other at the bottoms and encircling the pupil, with 3 straight bars going out from the middle of the tomos. Yoki stood up and looked down at her body, her strange eyes staring at her own form with distaste. A weak female body. This could be a problem. Yoki picked up the remaining cards and looked at them, in particular one even stronger than Uchiha Madara. A dark twisted smirk crossed her lips as she stared at the card with malicious glee in her crimson eyes. It looks like my plans have changed slightly. If I can't rule the elemental nations, then I'll just rule this new world. This world, just like my old one, will soon know of the glorious might that is Uchiha Madara. So, how are things going with Momisen, Alexander? Misawa asked the European teen, and Naruto looked at the shorter boy with a grin. The top 3 duelists of RA Yellow were making their way back to their dorm to change after a bath. Yeah, Belmont, how far have you guys gone? Have you used protection like I told you to? Alexander blushed and hid under a towel, furiously drying his hair. Shut up, you pervert. The most we've done is kiss, for Christ's sake. Naruto groaned and slapped his hand against his head. That's it. Come on, Belmont, don't waste my lessons. I'd have thought a student of mine would have at least copped a feel by now. He grinned lecherously, but it was wiped off as Alexander punched him in the stomach. Jaya. Not cool, man. Alexander glared at him from under his towel. Shut up. I wouldn't do anything like that to Momichan. Besides, I've done more than you have with Asuka. Naruto straightened back up, the punch to the stomach having done nothing to stop his pace. Hey, that's not true. Me and Asuka kissed the other. Oops. He covered his mouth quickly, but not quick enough for the other 2 not to hear him. He picked up his pace, leaving the 2 shocked brunettes behind. Quickly recovering, the 2 caught up to him and grabbed him by the shoulders. Wait, you kissed Asuka? Misawa asked gobsmacked. Have you finally stopped denying it to yourself? He grinned slightly, but Naruto shook their hands off. Shut up, it was an accident. An awesome, amazing accident, but an accident all the same. The other 2 backed up. For the love of it's so obvious! Misawa shouted, startling his friends. You 2 are crazy for each other, just admit it already. Today of all days is the best time to just come out and confess to her. Or would you like it if she got sick of waiting and went for someone else, like Ryu, or Manjum, or even Judai? The last name made Naruto stumble slightly, and Misawa shook his head. Look, Naruto, you need to decide whether or not you want to be with Asuka as a friend, or more. Because I can guarantee it that if you leave it for much longer than you already have, she will go to somebody else. He stared into Naruto's eyes for a moment, before shaking his head again. Whatever, I'm done with this conversation. Misawa walked on ahead, throwing one last remark over his shoulder before leaving. Don't forget that it's White Day next month. No doubt there'll be plenty of guys lining up to give her gifts. Naruto stood frozen, still shocked that Misawa yelled at him. Alexander coughed awkwardly, before his eyes lit up at something. Oh, there's Momichan. See you later, Uzumaki-san. Naruto watched as Alexander jogged over to an approaching Momo. The female brunette had her hands behind her back, and with a small blush presented her boyfriend with a box of chocolates. Alexander blushed as well and accepted it. Naruto looked away as they moved in for a kiss, and continued on to his dorm. Or would you like it if she got sick of waiting and went for someone else? Naruto fists clenched as his rival's words rang through his skull, eyebrows furrowing slightly. That's the last thing I want. But what's your problem? Just confess to her or whatever. Yami grumbled irritably. Watching you 2 is like a bad soap opera. Whatever the hell that is. Naruto ignored his dark half, who rolled his eyes in annoyance. Yes, sure, ignore the voice in your head. That'll make it go away. Shut up. Haku scolded, appearing next to Naruto as the blonde walked. She looked at her friend with a small smile. What's the matter, Naruto-kun? Why are you so hesitant? Misawa was right. It's obvious that she likes you. It's got nothing to do with her liking me, Naruto thought, knowing the two would hear it. It's more complicated than that. Something's only complicated if you let it be so, Haku said wisely. Naruto grit his teeth. I'm not in the mood for your sagely advice. Besides, I'm the sage here. Yami materialized on Naruto's other side. Then act like it and do something smart for once. It's no good if you just bottle your feelings up like that. What, you worried you'll be rejected? Even if you are, at least you tried. You don't think you're worthy of her? Forget about that shit. She's not some perfect being who deserves the world, because nobody can give her that, and nobody is worth that much. She's a human, a flawed, imperfect human just like you and everyone else. Naruto and Haku listened in awe, and the three of them stopped walking as Yami got himself worked up into a rant. This world is harsh, and if you don't take your chance to be happy, it'll leave and you'll never get it back. Let's say you don't say anything to Asuka, and she eventually stops liking you. While she may have gotten over you and get with somebody, there's a chance you'll never get over her. For the rest of your life you'll be miserable, constantly regretting not acting and missing your chance. You'll be stuck in a never-ending circle of what-ifs and if-onlys. But if you just take a chance, take the dive and ask her out, what's the worst that could happen? Either things will be a bit awkward for a while before you get over it, or you'll be together and happy. Isn't it better to risk a bit of pain in the short term over living your life in agony? Yami took a deep breath, having used it all up in his rant. Looking up, he sweat dropped at the odd looks on the others' faces. Why are you looking at me like that? That was one of the most beautiful things I've ever heard. Haku sniffed as she wiped a tear away from her eye. Yami blushed and looked to the side. It wasn't that great, he muttered. Gay, whatever, just think about it. Yami vanished and hid his presence, for once not liking the attention. Naruto stared at where the dark spirit had been for a while, before walking again. You know, for an evil spirit, he's oddly concerned about your happiness, Haku commented teasingly, aiming it more at Yami. Naruto heard a scoff. Hey, as long as I'm stuck with this guy I have to put up with his life drama. I don't want to listen to him whine for the next 80-odd years, that's all. Right, sure, that's all it is. Haku giggled before vanishing as well. As Naruto approached the dorm at last, he milled over what Yami said. Is he right? Is it better if I just ask her? Am I making it more complicated than it needs to be? It's true that if I get rejected it'll hurt, but it's also true that I'll have tried. His eyes widened as he suddenly remembered something. I tried loads of times when I was your age to get Tsunade to go out with me, but every attempt ended in failure, like you with Sakura. Although I still care for Tsunade a lot, sometimes I wonder how things could have been different if I tried to find someone who actually wanted to be with me, and who I'd want to be with as well. The fact that I never tried is one of my biggest regrets. That conversation so many years ago. In a moment of idiocy, alright, more idiocy than normal, I asked him for advice with asking Sakura out. Instead, he just told me that. At first I thought he was telling me to give up on Sakura, but now I think that he was telling me to do what would make me happy, even if it means going against what I think I feel. As he finished climbing the stairs to his floor, he made up his mind. I'll ask her later today. Happy with his decision, he strutted confidently to his room, but he stopped when he saw the door was ajar. What the? Rushing into his room, he saw that the bed was somewhat disheveled, but much more worryingly, his card box was open on the floor. Oh no! He ran towards the box and looked inside. Oh no, it's empty. Madara's card and that card are gone. He ran a hand through his hair worriedly. Oh Ari, this isn't good, not good at all. Yami and Haku reappeared next to him. You're telling me that those cards that just leaked darkness are missing? Shit, this could be bad. If one of the 8 stars were to use something that dark, it would wreak havoc on the fabric of reality. And as it happens, I quite like reality. Haku frowned, and out of the corner of her eyes she spotted something. Naruto-kun, look over there. It's some kind of badge. Turning around, he crawled over to the badge, and sitting on his backside he took a closer look at it. PRAF? What the hell is this? Yami looked at the bed and raised an eye. My guess is that it has something to do with that box of chocolates on your bed there. Naruto stood up and picked up a box that he had only just noticed. No note or anything. Looks like my only lead is this pin badge. He rubbed his chin, trying to calm down so he could think straight. If there are chocolates here, then it's likely that a girl was here. A fangirl, maybe? He shuddered at the thought of a fangirl wielding the power of Uchiha Madara and that. In that case, I should probably talk to a fangirl to see what they know. And who better than one of the biggest fangirls in the school? Putting the pin in his pocket, he rushed out the door, making sure to lock it behind him this time. Momo, said girl, pulled her face away from Alexander, and the two glared at the approaching Naruto. What do you want, Uzumaki? We're busy, Alexander growled, but Naruto ignored him. Looking at Momo, he thrust the badge out at her, making her jump in surprise. What's this? She asked, pulling away from Alexander, who did not look happy about the whole affair. That's what I was hoping you could tell me, he responded, and the girl took it from his hand. Curious despite himself, Alexander looked over her shoulder. Praff. Oh yeah, those guys. Her face lit up in remembrance. What the hell is Praff? Naruto asked in confusion. Momo shook her head. No, the PRF, they get very touchy over the pronunciation. Anyway, it stands for the Pharaoh of Ra's Association of Fans, and they're a fan club dedicated to you. Eh? They two guys exclaimed. How come I didn't hear about this? Momo shrugged and handed the badge back. Well, they're kinda new really, they formed together last week. You see, a bunch of girls were arguing over who was going to give you chocolates for Valentine's Day. They were seconds away from brawling before a girl came in and took charge. She organized them together into a group with a purpose to pretty much worship the Pharaoh of Ra. It was quite impressive, to be honest. Naruto paled slightly. Mother of God. She sounds like some kind of super fangirl. Could she possibly be an alpha fangirl? I thought Kaiba was making that crap up. He shook his head and looked at Momo again. This girl, who is she? She seems to be the type to decide that she'd be the one to deliver the chocolates. No way an alpha fangirl would allow another fangirl to fangirl harder than them. Entering my room must be some kind of fangirl fantasy after all. Her name's Kuraya Miyoki, a second-year student in Obelisk Blue. Why are you so interested anyway? Her eyes widened before narrowing in anger. Are you cheating on Asuka? Because if you are, then I won't forgive you. Naruto blushed and waved his hands madly. And no, of course not. We're not even together yet. Alexander raised a brow at yet, before smirking slightly. It's just that I found this badge in my room and some of my cards have gone missing. I want to find the owner of the badge before she does some kind of Wiccan ritual with them or something. She stole your cards? You should report it to the Chancellor. Naruto shook his head. I don't want to make a big deal out of it, I just want my cards back. Momo nodded, before smiling happily. We'll help you look for her. We will? The two boys asked. Momo nodded. Yes, she jabbed Alexander in the stomach. We will. Naruto's sweat dropped at the happy girl standing next to her pained boyfriend. Girls are scary. Naruto grinned back. Thanks for the help then. How about I check the grounds, you check the girls' dorm, and Belmont checks the classrooms? Okay then, let's go. Momo chirped. Woohoo. Alexander groaned unenthusiastically. Asuka swallowed nervously as she walked towards the RA yellow dorm. Clenched in her hand was a box of chocolates that she made by hand for Naruto. She reveled in the simple task of making the sweets. It allowed her to take her mind of the 8 stars and her brother, who was recovering nicely, but she still worried for him. But now she was worried about how Naruto might react to her giving him chocolates. Ever since the accidental kiss, she had been starting to acknowledge her feelings for the other blonde, but she was scared that he didn't feel the same. She was terrified that he might reject her or worse, not understand and see it as a gesture of friendship. She shook her head. She wasn't going to have doubts now. She'd made the sweets, she'd boxed them, and she was on her way to his dorm. She was going to confess to him today. Sure, some might say it wasn't the right time with the 8-star assassins running around, but in her opinion there wasn't a better time. If they failed, then the world was doomed, and what better time to follow your heart than near the end of the world? Her heartbeat sped up as she saw Naruto running towards her, and she swallowed nervously. Taking a deep breath, she thrust the box out before her. Naruto, IL. Sorry, Asuka gotta go be. Naruto ran past without even looking at her. She stayed still, her hands clenching the box. Humiliation filled her very being. He ran away. She was about to pour her heart to him, and he ran. Tears began to build in her eyes, and her arms lowered to her sides, her chest becoming empty. She was about to throw the box away, but a familiar voice called out to her. Asuka? She looked up, hastily wiping her eyes, to see Momo looking at her in worry. Are you okay? I'm fine, she said shakily, hiding the box behind her back. Momo frowned. You don't look fine, oh. Her eyes turned sympathetic as she saw the box behind her friend's back. Naruto just ran past you, didn't he? She stiffened, and Momo hastily continued. Hey, don't worry, he wasn't running from you. He's in a major hurry? Asuka's head shot up, and her eyes were wide. What? Why would he be in a hurry? She asked, hopes slowly building up within her. Somebody broke into his room and took some of his cards. What? His cards? Yeah, come with me, I'll tell you on the way. Madara growled as his new legs wouldn't go as fast as he would like. Damn this weak female body. And this useless piece of fabric. He grabbed the skirt and tore it off, revealing his host's panties to the world. He nodded in satisfaction as the legs were able to move with more freedom. Better. Now I just need to find Uzumaki. He should be around here somewhere. Signora Kurayami? What on earth do you think you're doing walking about in such a state, no any? Madara stopped and turned around to see one of the strangest-looking men he had ever seen. Madara gazed at him boredly. You, tell me where Uzumaki is. The man's eyes bulged. Such impertinence, nah no any. I, young lady, am your teacher. You will treat me with respect. Madara's borrowed brow twitched, and he stormed over to the man. No any. The freak choked as Madara grabbed him by the neck and held him aloft. Tell me where Uzumaki is, now. He glared into the blond man's eyes, annoyed by how his Sharingan was purely aesthetic. If it were real, then he would have just Susanoo-O'd everything until he found his target. Even without its ocular powers, the Sharingan was still quite intimidating. 3 don't know. The man choked, trying to pry Madara's grip from his neck. It's time, he could be anywhere. Madara sighed as the man fell unconscious, before tossing him aside. Closing his eyes, he decided to check his host's memories, and found that she had an extensive knowledge of Naruto's schedule. Most would find this creepy, but to Madara this seemed the sensible thing to do. It wouldn't do to be surprised by something after all. The courtyard. He opened his eyes and turned around, his destination set. As he walked, he got catcalls from various boys, but each one was shut up with a quick glare. Teenagers. Bucho, President? Where's your skirt? Madara sighed in annoyance as another interruption occurred. He gazed boredly at a small group of teenage girls came closer. The speaker had been a short blonde girl, before a redhead scoffed. Who cares about that? What I want to know is what was Uzumaki-kun's room like. Madara's gaze snapped to the redhead, who flinched from the look. Hey Bucho, what's with the eyes? What do you know about Uzumaki? He growled, grabbing the girl by the neck. Bucho! A brunette gasped, trying to pry the hand of her friend's neck, while the blonde watched in horror. Stop it! You're hurting her. What do you know about Uzumaki? Normally, Madara would be a lot calmer in his approach. However, he was now in the body of a teenage girl, and the only hope he has of ruling the world lies in a fucking children's trading card, and he needed to find Uzumaki Naruto of all people to find out how it works. So yeah, Madara wasn't exactly happy right now. Where is he? We saw him going towards the courtyard, Bucho. The brunette yelled, tears in her eyes as her friend started to turn blue. Now please, let her go, Bucho. You're killing her. Madara let go, and the girl gasped heavily, choking on the air going down her esophagus. Nozomi! Are you okay? Madara ignored them and continued towards the courtyard, a smirk crossing his female face. Asuka and Momo met up with Alexander in a hallway, none of them having found Yoki anywhere. Where could she be? Asuka muttered, and Alexander shrugged as he leant against the wall. Maybe Uzumaki-san found her in the courtyard? Asuka nodded. Possibly. Let's check the courtyard. Before they could move, 3 girls came around the corner, 2 of them carrying the third. The three's eyes widened and they ran over. What happened? The brunette looked up with wide eyes. Tenjoin Asuka. She spat, but there was no malice in her voice, and she looked down at her friend who was struggling to breathe. Kurayumi Bucho started choking Nozomi, asking where Uzumaki-kun was. When we told her we saw him going towards the courtyard, she let go of him and stormed over there. Her head rose up again, and she gazed into Asuka's eyes, before shaking her head. You can have him, Tenjoin. If even Bucho is going to fight over him, then I don't care anymore, he's not worth it. They carried on their way to the infirmary. Asuka and the couple glanced at each other, and ran towards the courtyard. Naruto looked about frantically, asking people if they had seen Yoki anywhere. For the most part people didn't know, so Naruto was starting to get frustrated. Kurayumi-senpai? A fellow first-year girl asked. When Naruto nodded, she shrugged, but then her eyes widened and she blushed slightly. There she is. She pointed over his shoulder, and turned to look, before blushing. Black lace. He gaped for a moment, before looking up, and his face turned serious as he saw the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in the girl's eyes. Uzumaki, I finally found you, Yoki said, crossing her arms across her bust. All the other students in the area were staring with wide eyes. Is Kuriyama-senpai going to confess in her panties? How bold. What will Asuka think? Black lace. Naruto ignored them all, and stared at the girl seriously. Kurayumi Yoki. Or should I call you Madara? Once again, the two ignored the confused ramblings of those around them, too focused on each other to care. I believe you have something of mine. Madara smirked and held out 2 cards. Do you mean these? Sorry, but I kind of need them, he said unapologetically, before slotting them into Yoki's deck, then putting that into a dual disc. If you want them back, how about we settle this the way this world apparently solves all its problems, which might I add is really fucking stupid. Naruto shrugged. You get used to it, and sure, why not? As they spoke, Asuka and Ko entered the courtyard. But only if we take this someplace private. Asuka's eyes widened as she examined the situation, and her eyes narrowed as Yoki nodded, and Naruto followed her. Asuka turned to her companions, thanked her for the help, and followed after the other two out of the courtyard, staying out of their sight. I want to see what this is all about. Asuka followed the two into the woods, and hid in a bush as they faced each other off, dropping all pretenses. So Uzumaki, you survived, and you're living the quaint life of a student. How? Well, quaint. Naruto narrowed his eyes and turned on his dual disc. Enough talk, Madara. Let's just do this. Asuka frowned in confusion. Madara? Survived? What are they talking about? Very well then, let us duel. Duel? Naruto, I'm going to make this a duel of darkness. The winner shows whose soul gets destroyed, and when you win I'll destroy Madara's soul, that way he'll be gone for good. Naruto nodded. Okay, fine. Duel. Ladies first, Naruto said, smirking when Madara's host's brow twitched. Fine then, draw. I summoned Harpie Dancer in attack mode. A beautiful girl with long blonde hair appeared on the field. The only way you could tell she wasn't human was the white wings and the bird-like hands and feet. Harpie Dancer Winged Beast Wind LVL 4. 1200 1000. Asuka looked at the smirking Yoki, her gaze narrowed. What's with her eyes? Those aren't natural. Next I activate Harpie Dancer's special effect. By sending one wind monster that I control back to my hand, I can special summon one wind monster. I send Harpie Dancer back to my hand to summon Harpie's pet dragon in attack mode. Harpie Dancer vanished, and in its place stood a large red dragon with a golden chain around its neck. Harpie's pet dragon Dragon Wind LVL 7. 2000. I end my turn, Madara stated with a smirk. Naruto frowned at the tough first turn summon before drawing a card. Nice move, but you really shouldn't have left it so unguarded. I summon Akatsuki Haiden in attack mode. In a swirl of blood, the silver-haired psycho of the Akatsuki appeared on the field. I activate his special ability by paying 500 life points, and giving up my attack phase I can destroy one monster on your side of the field. Haiden stabbed himself in the chest, and Harpy's pet dragon was destroyed. Yoki Madara. Naruto. Finally, I placed down a face-down card and end my turn. Madara eyed Naruto calmly. I see an amateurish mistake. I won't do something so foolish again. Draw. I send Harpy Queen to the graveyard from my hand to add Harpy's Hunting Ground to my hand. Next I play Harpy's Hunting Ground, a field spell card that increases the attack and defense of all winged beast-type monsters on the field. Next, I summon Harpy Lady 1 in attack mode. A female monster with bird-like arms and legs with green wings on her arms, and flowing reddish-pink hair appeared on the field. Harpy Lady 1 Winged Beast Wind LVL4. 1400. First of all, Harpy Lady 1 is always treated as if its name is simply Harpy Lady. Second, when she is on the field, all wind-type monsters gain 300 attack points, plus the 200 points she gets to both attack and defense from Harpy's Hunting Ground. HL. Additionally, when a monster by the name of Harpy Lady is normal or special summoned, I may target one spell or trap card on the field and destroy it, and I pick your face-down card there. Harpy Lady 1 screeched and flew towards the face-down, slashing it with her talons and destroying the hologram. And finally, I use the equipped spell card Phalanx Pike. This spell card gives the monster it is equipped to 900 points of attack for every card in either player's graveyard. However, that effect does not matter, for I equip it to Akatsuki Haiden, which due to its other special effect is destroyed by being targeted by a spell card effect. Naruto grit his teeth as Haiden was destroyed, leaving his field open. Now Harpy Lady 1 perform a direct attack on the opponent's life points. Again, Harpy Lady 1 took flight, this time sweeping down and slashing at Naruto, who smirked. The effect of Akatsuki Tobi activates in my hand. When I am attacked directly while there are no monsters on my side of the field, I can special summon this card from my hand to the field in defense mode. Oh, and he can't be destroyed either. Madara raised a brow as Tobi warped into existence and took the attack, before comically grabbing his arm in pain and fainting. He quickly jumped back up, however. A good play, though how long will it serve useful to you? I end my turn. Naruto sighed in relief and drew a card. I tribute Tobi to summon Akatsuki Kisame in attack mode. In a splash of water, the monster of the mist arrived to the party. AK 2350. I'll destroy your Harpy Lady 1 with Kisame. Kisame charged and swung his sword at Harpy Lady 1, destroying it, and causing Kisame's sword to grow. Whenever Akatsuki Kisame destroys a monster, one spell counter is added to him, which increases his attack points by 200. AK 2550. Next I play a face down and end my turn. Madara smirked and drew a card. Are you forgetting my Harpy's Hunting Ground, Uzumaki? I summon Harpy Lady 3 in defense mode. A female monster with bird-like arms and legs with green wings on her arms, and spiky blue hair appeared on the field. Harpy Lady 3 Winged Beast Wind LVL4. 1400. Before you activate your field card's effect, Madara, I activate my face down, explosive tag. This card can target one spell or trap card and destroy it, while also dealing 500 points of damage to your life points. A paper tag flew out and hit the field spell, destroying it. Naruto. Yoki Madara. Madara frowned, before playing a face down and ending his turn. Is that it? Draw. I activate my face down, Godbird attack. Madara stated with a smirk. By tributing one winged beast type monster, I can target two cards on the field and destroy them. 2 bolts of lightning struck down, and both sides were left without monsters. TCH. I summon Akatsuki Deidara in attack mode, which creates 2 clay tokens on your side of the field. AD. 2 clay birds landed on Madara's shoulders, who frowned and tried brushing them off, but they just pecked him. Next I play the spell card Edo Tensei and tribute Deidara to special summon from the graveyard. Akatsuki Kisame Deidara was swapped out for Kisame, and the 2 birds on Madara's shoulders exploded. Naruto. Yoki Madara. AK 2350. And now Kisame attacks you directly. Kisame charged at Madara, dealing critical damage to the now female Uchiha. Naruto. Yoki Madara, 150. Soon, Madara, you'll be where you belong in hell. Madara smirked in response. You don't have the guts to kill me, Uzumaki. You never did have it in you to kill. I could see it in your eyes back then. Naruto shook his head. You're wrong. I would have killed you back then to ensure peace, and I'll kill you now to do the same. I won't let you ruin the peaceful world because you're power hungry. I will win this duel, you damn relic of the past. Madara smirked. I don't need to win this duel. It was merely a facade to get you alone. Madara made to charge forward, but found he couldn't move at all. What is this? Naruto smirked. You're in a duel of darkness right now, Madara. There is no leaving until the duel is done, which it will be next turn, with this face-down card. Madara smirked as he drew a card. I'm impressed. I had no idea things like duels of darkness existed. When I win, I'll take that secret from you, as well as how to use the Jubi card. I summon Harpie Lady in attack mode. I activate my trap card, Water Shark Bomb. When I have Akatsuki Kisame on the field, I can activate this trap card, which deals 300 damage to your life points. Madara's eyes widened. That's bullshit, she cried, and Naruto smirked. I know. Madara screamed as he was bitten by a water shark, his life points depleted. Naruto. Yoki, Madara 0. Darkness seeped out of Yoki's mouth, before the darkness exploded harmlessly into light. Naruto casually turned off his dual disc and strolled over to the unconscious girl, and throwing his jacket over her legs to protect her modesty, or what was left of it. Taking her dual disc, he looked through her deck, swallowing as he realized that the next card that would have been drawn was Uchiha Madara. That was too close, he muttered, taking out the stolen cards and pocketing them. Now I can finally use Madara's card without worrying about being corrupted by darkness. Hearing a rustle, he turned around with wide eyes to see Asuka standing from a bush. Hey Asuka? How long have you been here? Long enough, Naruto, she said firmly, walking over to the other blonde. Grabbing him by the shirt, she pulled him in for a searing kiss that left him breathless when they parted. Here's how this is going down. I like you a lot, and you like me, right? Naruto nodded dazedly as he tried to get his wits back. Pleased with the response, she kissed him again, destroying any restored mental functioning. Right, now that that's settled, would you like to be my boyfriend? Naruto was active enough to nod, and Asuka kissed him again. Good, now as your girlfriend I deserve to know about your past everything, because there are too many things that don't add up. Naruto slapped himself in the face and looked her in the eyes. He saw the determination to know more about him, but also the insecurity in those beautiful orbs. Smiling, he initiated a kiss this time, leaving her breathless. Pulling away, Naruto smiled. Alright, fair enough. Besides, I only tell people I absolutely trust about my past. Asuka's eyes widened, before she smiled brilliantly. As they made out, Yoki twitched in her sleep, feeling despite being unconscious that something terrible had just occurred. But the feeling left as she cuddled Naruto's jacket like a blanket. Pharaoh-kun. Ravish me. Pogo sticks and pandas. She muttered nonsensically, licking the jacket subconsciously. Chapter 29 Brothers Before Amazos. So tell me again what we're doing up at this ungodly hour, and at the Slifer Red dorm no less. Naruto asked his rival, glaring at him with tired eyes. Misawa smirked as he and the blonde walked up the rickety stairs of the small, run-down dorm. Well, wouldn't you like the chance to prank Judai? Naruto perked up like he'd downed a few coffees and grinned. Oh hell yeah! Nice to see you didn't let Prank 275XOZ ruin the idea of pranking for you. Misawa's face went blank at the dreaded words. I have no recollection of Prank 275XOZ nor am I aware of its existence, he said in a robotic monotone. Naruto's sweat dropped. Oh, it wasn't that bad. Misawa turned his head in a slow, steady motion, like something out of a horror film. Oh no, it wasn't bad, it was despicable. The genius stressed the last word, crossing his arms as he did so. The things you put me through that day, what did I do to deserve that? Naruto shrugged. Dunno, can't remember, he said, casually picking his nose. Misawa twitched, before resting his hand on the door handle to Judai and Ko's room. Whatever, let's just do this. The two of them snuck in, and Naruto smirked at the sound of snoring. Almost makes you hesitant to wake them, doesn't it? Misawa looked at him, before he returned the smirk. Nah. They chimed, and Misawa switched his dual disc on. Naruto raised his own, looking at it and wondering just why Misawa had insisted on bringing it. What kind of prank did the genius have in mind that would require their dual discs? For his friend's sake, he hoped it would be worth it. He didn't exactly appreciate Misawa waking him up so early today. Then again, he never really had, since he'd had a long night last night, what with explaining his past to Asuka. That's not to say that it went badly. She had taken the news surprisingly well, in fact, never once questioning the truth of his words. It was just emotionally draining to have to explain it all again. Then again, Misawa had most likely dragged Naruto along with him as a form of revenge. It wasn't his fault that he was so happy he could sing last night, it was Misawa's fault for being asleep in the first place. He was rudely yanked from his reminiscing by the sound of cannon fire. The noise rang right in his eardrums, and with a startled yell he fell over. Holding his hands over his ringing ears, the blonde glared at Misawa, who was standing next to a barrel dragon holograph. Naruto wasn't the only one to have been surprised, as the three slifers in the room were rudely awakened. Man, you scared me, Hayato complained, peering down at them from the top bunk. What was that, so early in the morning? Sho asked. Naruto pushed himself to his feet, restraining the urge to shove Barrel Dragon's card down the other Ariello's throat. What the heck is it? Jidai wondered from his position on the floor, his legs still on the bed. Misawa laughed and took a few steps forward. Misawa! Naruto too! Did I wake you all up? He asked, staring down at Jidai. Jidai stood up, rubbing his eyes tiredly. Why, you woke us up, all right. In that case, let's start our early morning intensive dueling training at once. Why? Undo draw. Naruto watched blankly as Misawa had the three slifers drawing cards from their decks, next to the ocean of all places. Undo draw. Undo draw. Undo draw. Undo draw. The tired Reds mumbled sleepily, looking like they'd rather be doing anything other than what they were. Why so early in the morning like this? Jidai complained, looking at Misawa meekly, continuing to draw despite his moaning. Misawakin's kinda scary. Naruto snorted at Sho's words. Please, Misawa's as scary as a Kuribo, he drawled. He was watching the spectacle from a rock, sitting with his left leg crossed over his right, his head resting in the palm of his hand. Hayato took notice of one of Sho's drawn cards, and grabbed the younger boy's hand to look at it. Oh, that's Thunder Nyan Nyan, isn't it? Sho chuckled and held it up. It's my idol card. I've actually only put one in my deck. Hayato also chuckled and pulled out a card of his own. It's the same for me. Naruto took an interest in their conversation. He had nothing better to do, and lethargically strolled over to them. His face turned green when he saw the card in Hayato's hand. So, you really like them older, huh? Sho questioned. It reminds me of my mom back home, Hayato said sheepishly. I have it there as a charm. Sho turned to Jidai. Hey, you have one too, right, Aniki? A favorite idol card? Sho, as always, wanted to hear Jidai's input in the current conversation. Well, for me, they're just the cards I like. What about you, Naruto-san? Naruto raised a brow. I suppose it would be Akatsuki Konan, considering I don't have any other female monsters, he said, deciding to play along with them. He heard a humph in his head, and he knew he wouldn't hear the end of it from Haku. Hey! Misawa yelled, approaching the group angrily. What are these idol cards of yours? Do you think you'll win against those 8 stars with girls on your mind? Did he say girls? Sho asked, unsure as to what the genus meant. We're not battling the 8 stars though, Hayato added, Naruto nodding in agreement, before shaking his head rapidly. Hey, don't lump me in with a couple of losers like you. Naruto pointed at the two dramatically, his brow from anger. But didn't you lose your key, Naruto-san? Yeah, but I won the next time. And at least I actually had a key at one point. Not liking how the subject was diverging off topic, Misawa refocused the conversation. If you're making your deck seriously, then you shouldn't even have one of those impure cards. Misawa's expression shifted slightly, before he blushed and shook his head. Anyway, he continued with renewed ire, idol cards are things that the weak have. But when you have a card like this, you'll be cured when you're in a pinch. Sho informed him cheerfully, still holding Thunder Nyan Nyan up. To be fair, Conan and Thunder Nyan Nyan are decent cards. Naruto commented, but he was ignored. Stop it! Misawa yelled, causing Sho and Hayato to fall over. If you clear your mind of mundane thoughts, even a pinch will also feel refreshing. Wipe away your bad thoughts, and now, practice. Practice. I wonder if Misawakin isn't interested in girls? Sho whispered, and Judai smiled slightly. He's the last samurai, you know. What? Sho, Hayato, and Naruto shared each other's confusion, looking at Judai stumped. I don't really get what you mean, Hayato said, sitting on the ground, with his cards scattered around him. Having had enough with this whole situation, Naruto turned around and walked away. Yeah, I'm gonna leave now. I have better things to do than practicing drawing. Seriously, you've been taking training tips from Tai-Zen? Misawa frowned as Naruto left, but shook his head slightly and continued his coaching. Undo draw. Later in class, Naruto and Asuka were sitting next to each other. Naruto felt somewhat awkward after the night before, but he was still happy to sit next to her. He was unsure about how to act now that they were actually together, but when she greeted him like she would any other day, he felt a bit more relaxed about the matter. It didn't stop him growing a bit nervous when she held his hand under the table, however. Seriously, you made out pretty heavily yesterday, but this is enough to make you nervous? Naruto forced his expression to remain as it was, but internally he growled at Yami. Shut up. Oh man, you have so put me in my place. I'm speechless. Yami drawled sarcastically. Oh, leave him alone. Haku admonished the dark spirit. It's cute. She giggled. Guys aren't cute. Yami added indignantly. Naruto decided to ignore the voices in his head, we're not going anywhere you know, and looked at Daidokuji as the man spoke. I wonder what's happened, Harinya. The bespectacled man glanced around the room, his body language slightly deflated. Have you heard anything, everyone? Everyone is absent without noticing ya. The door behind his desk opened, and Naruto looked on with interest as an attractive woman holding a duffel bag entered. Naruto winced as Asuka's grip tightened when she saw him staring at the woman, and he looked away, whistling innocently. Huh? What's the matter? The cat lover leaned in as the woman whispered in his ear. That's Kawadakan's bag, isn't it? This led to the key bearers plus Sho, Hayato, Kronos, Rai and Naruto searching the forest for Kawada, and the rest of the missing students. So, everyone ended up vanishing in this forest, huh? Judai said, taking in the scenery as they walked. I knew it, Misawa muttered. There's no doubt that the 8 stars are on the move. I hope everyone's all right, Nya, Daidokuji said, his tone laced with worry. Hey! Anyone! The group started calling out, trying to get some kind of response from anyone that might be nearby. After who knows how long, they came across a strange sight. Okay, this is strange, even by our standards. Naruto deadpanned, looking at the huge coliseum that he doubted had been there before. What is that? Judai asked. It's a coliseum, Naruto told them. In ancient times, warriors would fight for an emperor's amusement, and if he wasn't, well, let's just say there wasn't an encore. His sweat dropped when he saw them looking at him in amazement. You don't look so shocked. I learned about them when I was in Italy. When their looks didn't change, his brow twitched. Bucciculo, he muttered in Italian. He noticed Asuka blushing slightly, assumingly from his use of a different language. With a smirk, he turned to her slightly stupido, Piccola? What did you call me? She glared, and Naruto shook his arms wildly. Hey, stupito means amazed. She had the decency to look embarrassed by her misconception. Let's check it out, Misawa declared, ignoring the small exchange, and they ran towards the large structure. Once inside, everyone was shocked at the sight of students who appeared to be working on construction. Something else seemed to catch Sho's attention, judging from the small gasp he let out. That's Kawadakan. Who? Naruto asked. Where? He tried to see where Sho was looking, but to no avail. However, he did see someone that made him facepalm V2. Oh sweet Ari, evidently Manjum saw it too. Hey. Look over there. Professor Kronos. Sho yelled. The man turned to them and muttered something, seeming not to be of his own mind. See, come to think of it, I haven't seen Professor Kronos Ithurnia. Daidokuji muttered, holding his hand to his mouth nervously. Suddenly, a loud growl startled them, and Naruto turned to see a tiger growling at Judai. The fuck? He yelped, stepping in front of Asuka ever so slightly, only to be pulled back by said girl. While the tiger began to chase them, Naruto swept Asuka into his arms and jumped into the stands. He let the girl down, and they watched with worry as the others ran around, desperately trying to escape the beast. The hell is going on? Naruto wondered bemusedly. We need to do something, Asuka said, worried for their friends, but Naruto waved her off. Trust me, if that tiger wanted to kill them, they wouldn't be outrunning it. Professor Kronos! Daidokuji screamed. What is going on, Harinya? Well, that tiger brought us Harinya, he explained deliriously. Eventually, the group had been chased up a stone column, which they hung on to for dear life. Naruto's senses kicked in, and he looked to the other side of the stands to see that a woman had appeared in the arena. That's right. Thanks to them, this Colosseum you see here is finished. I give you all my gratitude. Naruto blinked when he gave her a good look over. Damn, she's ripped as hell, he muttered, taking in her appearance. She wore white slip-ons, somewhat baggy black trousers with white strips down them, that were bounded by belts below the knees and spiked rings near the ankles, and a green-gray top that only covered her abdomen and half her breasts. On each arm she had gloves, though one had belts and a spiked ring, while the other had a dual disc. She also wore belts around her waist, and around her neck was a spiked collar. Naruto had to wonder what the point in all of the belts was. Her auburn hair was tied up in a high tail that arced down near her mid-back, and adorned on the right side of her face were 2 scars, like claw marks. Objection! Naruto called across, catching the woman's attention, and the exasperated anticipation of his friends. Colosseums don't just get built in a few days. That's just not possible. I bet half of this place is cardboard. The woman twitched angrily, before she noticed his appearance. A grin crossed her face as she eyed him up. You're the one that Akio was obsessed with, for whatever reason. I should thank you for getting rid of him. If he flirted with me one more time, I was going to gut him myself. She gave a predatory smirk and held up her dual disc. How about you and I have a little duel? I want to see your strength for myself. Nah, Naruto said uncaringly, picking his nose as he responded. Don't wanna. Besides, I don't have a key anymore. Get one of those guys to duel you, Miss 8-star assassin. What? She's one of the stars? Sho yelled. Ignoring him, she shrugged of Naruto's refusal. Everyone, she called cheerfully, and the collected students grouped together in a line. Thank you for your cooperation. Thanks to you, a splendid Colosseum was built. Seriously? Naruto yelled. 7 people built a Colosseum? Are you freaking kidding me? Ignoring him this time, she gave the boys compensation, except Kronos, who she refused to reward because he gave her the creeps. That can't be. That is unfair, is it not? The tiger, out of nowhere, landed next to the woman, and growled at Kronos. Oh my! You're scary! Oh Dio! The professor wailed. Hey! Judai yelled, having at last climbed down from the pillar. Who the hell are you? The woman walked into the center of the arena, her tiger standing beside her. I am Tanya, head and descendant of the great Amazonas tribe. And, as the whiskered boy stated, I am one of the 8 stars. I knew it, Judai muttered. Amazonas, huh? Sho said as Hayato stood next to him. I know of them. I've heard that there's a tribe of just women somewhere in the world, Hayato added. So Asuka muttered, they're real, it seems. Yes, Naruto muttered. But how do they have children? Asuka stared at him blankly. That's what you're thinking about. She shook her head, and Naruto shrugged. Well, it's a legitimate question. We'll conduct a sacred battle in this Colosseum, with the keys to the 8 spirit gates at stake, Tanya declared. Still, though, only one of your men will be able to battle me. She smiled. Oh, I get it, Naruto said loudly. You beat guys up and rape them. That makes complete and utter sense. Tanya's smile dropped, and she sent a nasty glare the blonde's way. It was close to being matched by the glare Asuka was sending her. What's that about? She asked, indignant at being left out. Don't worry, Asuka, at least you won't get raped. Naruto gave her a comforting pat on the shoulder, and Tanya's glare sharpened. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and opened them again with a smile back on her face. Those of you who are the men I speak of except you, she pointed at Naruto, just flipped her off, step forward. I'll go, Jidai declared, and Manjin was right behind him in volunteering. No, I will, Misawa declared, stepping in between the two slifers. The last male was facing away, staring at a wall instead. Naruto's sweat dropped, wondering why on earth Daidokuji had been given a key at all. Tanya mused, holding a finger to her temple in contemplation. You don't look too bad, but… Shotokan! Naruto called down, his hands curled around his mouth in an attempt to make his voice louder. The finger clenched into a fist, before relaxing. She stared at the trio for a few more seconds, until she smirked and pointed. You! Jidai and Manjin walked away, the latter muttering in frustration. Asuka humphed and crossed her arms, something that Naruto thought was adorable. Not that he'd ever tell her that. He liked his face arranged the way it was, thank you very much. Misawa and Tanya faced off in the arena, the genius standing with confidence in his stare down with the Amazon. What's your name? I'm Misawa Daichi. Tanya smiled, her eyes narrowing. Naruto pulled his phone out, toying with it in his hand. Asuka raised a brow at this, but when he gave no explanation she decided she didn't want to know. Break a leg, Misawa, Jidai called, in a way he must have thought was encouraging. Don't let down your guard. We'll be counting on you too. Don't let her touch your thing, Naruto yelled. Misawa's brow twitched and Tanya glared at him again. Naruto shrugged when Asuka gave him an exasperated glance. What? If someone touches you in a way and place that makes you uncomfortable, then that's no good. He shook his finger, shaking his head along with it. Tanya's face twitched in restrained irritation, her fist shaking by her sides. Don't worry, he has that effect on most people, Misawa told her, his voice as dry as the ground they were stood on, before he turned serious. I've been prepared for this day for a long time. Do you have your rape whistle? Naruto asked, cause if not, then you're not prepared. Ignoring him, Misawa began to open his jacket to reveal his jacket deck holder thingy. I'm going to win, count on it. In response, Tanya held up 2 decks in each of her hands, one stayed unclenched. Here, I have 2 decks that will decide your outcome. One is a deck of knowledge, and one is a deck of courage. I'll let you choose your own destiny. Misawa didn't even need a second. Naturally, I'll play against the deck of knowledge. Very well. She shoved the deck into her dual disc and powered it on with a feminine chuckle. I'll face you with my new deck, and banish you from this island. Misawa pulled out said deck and switched his disc on. I forgot to tell you, but this duel isn't a duel of darkness, Tanya informed him, much to the group's surprise. What do you mean? Misawa asked. I don't want your soul. I want you. Misawa's eyes opened wide. Tanya clasped her hands together, a dreamy expression creeping up on her face. In other words, if and when, I'll take you home back to my village as my groom. Your groom? Misawa yelped, his face a mask of terror. A few beeps could be heard, before a phone toned. Yeah, is this 119? I'd like to report an Amazon Shotokan, who wants to marry a minor, Naruto said into his phone. Oh, and she has a tiger, hello? Huh, they hung up. Why are you saying something so nonsensical? In that case, what happens if I win? Tanya held her knuckles to her face, wiggling on the spot. Well, if you do, I'll be your bride, Misai. Wahahaha. Naruto fell to the floor, laughing his head off. Misai. Ha! I'll have to remember that. Fucking Misai. He stopped laughing when Asuka kicked him in the side. What was that? Misawa asked, baffled after glaring at Naruto, that is. What is she thinking? Asuka wondered in bemusement. Recovering from the pain in his abdomen, Naruto stood back up. Well, she's probably thinking of rocking Misawa's world in a complete and utterly illegal act of depravity, and having his kids, before she and her village sacrifice him in some kind of sick ritual to their demon god. Everyone stopped and looked at the blonde incredulously. Hey, Misai. It'd kind of suck if you were ritualistically sacrificed. So don't lose, okay? His tone was mocking, but Naruto was, in all honesty, worried for his rival. Women could be forceful when they wanted something, which Naruto could himself confirm from his own experience. I don't plan on losing, Misawa declared. Nor do I intend on making you my bride. That's the way, Misawa. Show her your last samurai soul. Judai cheered. He and the others had made their way into the stands and were sitting where Naruto and Asuka had landed earlier. Leave it to me. Misai, take me. Okay, seriously, you're fucked up, lady. Duel. I'll make the first move, the Amazon declared. It's my turn, draw. I summon Amazona's swordswoman in attack mode. A muscular woman with tan skin, wild hair, bikini-esque armor and a huge curved sword appeared on the field. Amazona's swordswoman warrior Earth LVL4. I'll place one card face down, ending my turn. Misawa looked down at his dual disc. I have yet to use this deck in an actual battle, so this will be a test run. This deck was created to duel Naruto, but what better time to test it than now? My turn, draw. Misawa swiped a card from his deck, and revealed that I activate the continuous spell card Dimensional Fissure. This card sends cards to a different dimension instead of to the graveyard when they leave the field. What does he mean by different dimension? Sho asked, confused as always. Though, to be fair, Misawa wasn't one for speaking directly, he never was, to be honest. He means that cards will be removed from play or banished when they leave the field, instead of put in the graveyard. Ryu explained, once again cluing in his little brother. Next, I play the spell card Cross Soul. It allows me to select one of your monsters, and use it as a tribute in a tribute summon, Misawa declared with a smirk. Tanya's eyes widened. What? She watched as her swordswoman crumbled to dust, its spirit rising into the air. Misawa smirked, and then picked out a card from his hand. Now come forth, O Lord of Ice and Snow, Mobius the Ice Emperor. The spirit took the shape of a large humanoid figure in white armor and a blue cape. Mobius the Ice Emperor Aqua Water LVL 6. 2400 1000. Wow, it got chilly all of a sudden. Jidai stuttered, rubbing his arms as a sudden cold wind blew over them. Daidokuji sneezed. Right into Manjum's hair. Erg. Asuka rubbed her exposed arms, and a jacket was draped over her. Blinking in surprise, she turned to see Naruto in just a shirt. She sweat dropped when she read the slogan on the shirt, your opinion is irrelevant because you are a twat and I hate your face. Despite his rude shirt, she blushed slightly at his thoughtfulness, but frowned as she noticed his shivers. She decided not to say anything, knowing how stubborn he could be. Thanks, she said simply instead. Now, Mobius's effect activates. Misawa continued with his turn. When this card's tribute summoned, I can target up to 2 spell or trap cards on the field and destroy them, so say goodbye to your face down. Tanya took a step back as her trap was revealed, and quickly destroyed. Sweet card. Judai cheered, staring at Mobius with awe. Daidokuji nodded in agreement. Yes, the Emperor monsters are quite the powerful set of cards in Diachu Naya. Stop sneezing in my hair. Mobius the Ice Emperor, attack her directly, Misawa ordered, and Mobius obliged. A fierce blizzard washed over Tanya, and she grunted as her life points dropped heavily. Misawa. Tanya. Oh my, it would seem that you've messed up my plan. Way to go, Misai. Naruto's sweat dropped. This chick is crazy. Misawa crossed his arms with a smirk. I end my turn. Naruto jumped when Tanya squealed. My. So cool. It's so incredible, the confidence of a man. Great, I thought I was done with fangirls this week. Naruto groaned. Asuka twitched from the mention of yesterday's events. At least she's not focused on you, she muttered, clutching his jacket tightly. Naruto looked at her in confusion. What was that? Nothing. I get it now, Tanya. Misawa smirked, staring at Tanya confidently. That cliched strategy of yours, trying to seduce me to slow my pace down. But, as you've just seen, my strategies are impregnable. Your pink beam is of no use. The hell is he on about? Naruto muttered, receiving a shrug from Asuka. It's my turn, draw, Tanya declared. I summon Amazonis blowgun soldier. On the field appeared a well-built woman with tan skin and long blue hair. She wore skimpy armor, and wielded a blowpipe. Amazonis blowgun soldier warrior Earth LVL 3. 800. Just watch, Misai. Your icy rejection will not put out my flames of love, Tanya squealed in a girly voice. Would you just hurry up, I have things to do today, Misawa said impatiently. He would have been more annoyed with her attitude if Naruto wasn't 3 times as annoying on a daily basis. From my hand, Tanya's called strongly as she took a card out of her hand. I now activate the spell card, Amazonis Curse Master. It switches the original attack of one Amazonis monster with that of one of my opponent's face-up monsters. Suddenly, Amazonis Blowgun Soldier had 2,400 attack points, and Mobius had 800. No way! She's flipped their attack around. Sho fretted, watching with wide eyes. Go, Amazonis Blowgun Soldier! The Amazon blew a dart from her blowgun, destroying the icy monarch. Misawa 2,400. Tanya. Turn end, she declared smugly. Impressive, Misawa muttered. To think that she's one-upped me so easily. It's a love strategy, Tanya told him. Women are more skilled, you know. Don't toy with me, Misawa said, not at all impressed with how his opponent kept acting. What's your groom deal and your bride deal? He was starting to sweat, and even his long-tempered patience was beginning to strain. You and I are both enemies. We're fighting for the destruction of the world, aren't we? What destruction of the world? Tanya smirked. Love is undying. I'll open your heart, which won't even open with your key to the 8 spirit gates, with my own key. Naruto's sweat dropped and glanced at Asuka. Do you have any idea what she's blabbering on about? She looked at him dryly. What makes you think I know? Naruto shrugged. Dunno. Say, can I have my jacket back now? No. This is nonsense, Misawa muttered, feeling a migraine coming along. Are you really smitten with me? I am smitten, Tanya said, wriggling on the spot. What's gotten you smitten? The genius asked in confusion. The absurdity of the whole situation was actually starting to get to him. Isn't it obvious? It's that manly face of yours. Misawa twitched. I think she just might be worse than Naruto is, but then again I'm probably just used to his antics. No, she's more like Sho and Hayato, only interested in superfluous things like looks. There's no way she could like me so easily. It's just a distraction technique. He tried to convince himself, but a small, hidden part of him wanted to believe it. Unlike Alexander and Naruto, he didn't currently have anyone who liked him in a romantic sense. Heck, nobody ever had. A small part of him was jealous of them, but every day he ruthlessly buried it under tactics and equations. This duel was no different. My turn, draw, he announced, his composure beginning to return. I summoned DD Scout Plane in attack mode. A small robotic orb with arms emerged from a blue portal and hovered in the air above Misawa. DD Scout Plane Machine Dark LVL 2. 800-1200. Now, DD Scout Plane, attack her Amazonis Blowgun Soldier. But they have the same attack? Sho said out loud, confused yet again. Manjum smirked and crossed his arms. Misawa must be growing desperate, he said smugly, causing Naruto to roll his eyes. As if Misawa would do something without a plan, he murmured, watching his friend with full faith that he would win. The two monsters collided, and both were destroyed by battle. I end my turn, Misawa said, and a blue portal appeared before him, and to everyone's surprise DD Scout emerged from it once again. What? Tanya asked, shocked to see it once again. Misawa smirked at her confusion. During the end phase of the turn that DD Scout Plane was banished from this dimension, it is special summoned in attack mode. With Dimensional Fissure in play, my scout plane will continue to return to the field, no matter how many times you try to be rid of it. He closed his eyes, pleased with his strategy, but he nearly fell over when Tanya squealed once again. Amazing! I'd expect no less from you, Misai. I'm so glad you're showing me your manly spirit. It's my turn, she continued in her deep voice, causing Naruto to sweat drop. Draw. I summon Amazonis Paladin in attack mode. A cloaked woman with long blonde hair that escaped the confines of its hood emerged by Tanya, holding a sword before her impressive breasts. Amazonis Paladin Warrior Earth LVL 4. 1700-300. This card's attack is raised by 100 points for each card on my field with Amazonis in its name. Paladin brandished its sword and its attack raised by 100. Now, Amazonis Paladin, attack his DD scout plane. Paladin raised its sword and swung it down on the machine, destroying it again. Tanya. Misawa 1400. Net, I'll place 2 cards face down, ending my turn. Yet again, DD scout plane emerged from a portal. Ignoring this, Misawa stared at his opponent with a serious expression. She's far from simple-minded, despite how she might occasionally act, so I have no doubt that those 2 cards will spell bad news for me if I attack recklessly. He decided to bait her, to see if he could coax some kind of reaction from the Amazon. Show me your true nature, he demanded. Tanya smiled and looked him in the eyes. I'm showing it, aren't I? I have all along. She brought her thumb to her mouth and gave him a hooded stare. I've been frantically thinking about how I'd be able to turn you around, Misai. I'm trying to make you like me, aren't I? Misawa gasped and took a small step backwards. Tanya placed one hand over her heart and pointed at him with the other. You're a handsome emperor, while I, Tanya, am an empress. She ended her statement with a blush and finger fidgeting that reminded Naruto of a certain Hyuga. We really have to do our best to merge our empires together. She giggled and clutched her hands to her chest. And so, Misai, do your best too. Misawa gasped again and clutched his hand over his heart, staring at her with wide eyes and a blush. Open the reverse card of your heart, Misai. A goofy grin spread across Misawa's face, his serious manner dropped completely. She's cute, he muttered. Tanya. Misai's face looks kinda off. Judai mused, staring at Misawa in confusion. Seeing the look on Misawa's face, a look that he had seen destroy the brain of many a man, Naruto decided to step in. Misawa! Everyone jumped as Naruto screamed at the top of his lungs. Misawa blinked and turned, the dreamy expression faltering slightly. With his teeth grit so hard that it stretched his face, Naruto stomped on the wall of the stands with one foot and pointed at the genius. ISWAR, if you lose to that pedo, I will subject you to something 10 times worse than prank 275XOZ. Misawa's face went blank, and violent shivers racked his body. I have no recollection of prank 275XOZ, nor am I aware of its existence. His eyes fluttered rapidly, and he held a hand to his head. What the hell was I thinking? I was about to lose on purpose, because some woman fluttered her eyelashes at me. Unacceptable! He roared, throwing his head back, his hands on his temples. Tanya's eyes widened and she took a hesitant step back. Me, Misai? She stuttered, but Misawa ignored her. I see now, Misawa declared, his face once again concentrated. If Naruto hadn't have snapped me out of my foolish mindset, I would have charged on ahead and activated your trap cards. With a narrowed gaze, Misawa placed a hand on his deck and yanked a card from it. Glancing at it, he smirked. Excellent. First of all, I play the spell card Double Summon, which means I can summon 2 monsters this turn. My first monster will be DD Survivor in attack mode. A figure in a rough, ragged cloak emerged from a black portal and landed in front of Misawa. DD Survivor Warrior Dark LVL 4. 1800-200. Next, I play the spell card Sacred Serpent's Breath. When I have 2 monsters on my side of the field, I can activate its first effect, adding 1 monster from my graveyard or banished zone to my hand. Asuka's eyes widened. Of course, brilliant! She blurted out, and Sho and Hayato looked at her with furrowed brows. What's brilliant? Hayato asked, and the obelisk turned to them. Think about it, what's the only monster in Misawa's banished zone? The 2 Slifers looked at each other, and their eyes widened in realization. Of course, that card. I tribute DD Scout to bring back Mobius the Ice Emperor. Returning from the dark depths of an alternate dimension was Mobius, looking as magnificent as ever, bringing another frozen breeze with him. Asuka clutched Naruto's jacket closer, glad she didn't give it back, though he'd in all probability give it back to her anyway. Akunya! Bird, it's on my face. MTIE 2400. Misawa swept his arm to the side, before pointing it at Tanya. And remember Mobius's special ability? When he is tribute summoned, I can choose 2 spell or trap cards on the field and destroy them. Tanya stumbled backwards in shock. Not again! She despaired as like before, her face-down cards were removed in an icy gale. All right. That's our Misai! Judai cheered along with Hayato and Sho. Stop calling me that! Misawa yelled back. Asuka looked at Naruto with raised brows, seeing his self-satisfied smirk. How did you know what was happening to him? She asked. Easy, I saw that look on Erosenen's face enough to know that any guy with that expression loses all sensible thought processes, and usually it occurs when women are involved. Asuka smirked as she remembered last night. I can attest to that. Tanya gulped as she looked back at the towering emperor and the mysterious survivor. Me Misai. What about our love? Misawa closed his eyes, his expression becoming haggard. Tanya. I don't know if your feelings are true or not, but either way, thank you. You're the first woman to ever make me feel like I'm someone of worth, and I'll forever be thankful of that. He glanced back at Naruto, who nodded, then back at Tanya. But I can't afford to lose this duel, not when my closest friend has placed so much faith in me. In other words, I believe that the correct phrase here would be brothers before Amazos. DD Survivor, attack Amazonis Paladin. The cloaked man rushed at the cloaked woman, and the two destroyed each other. Misawa couldn't help but notice the parallel. Now Mobius the Ice Emperor attack her life points directly. Imperial Ice Burst. Mobius raised its arm where cold wind circled around it, before firing it at Tanya. Nuh! She screamed as the cold blast buffeted her form and carried her off her feet. Misawa 1400. Tanya 0. Before his dual disc could even power off, Misawa ran towards Tanya to help her up, but he stopped when she began to glow purple. Titania? Her body began to change, growing white fur and bending down, before she transformed into a white tiger. Huh? Misawa gasped, along with everyone else. Tanya, you're? Thank you for the duel, Misai, and your kind words. She turned around and left the arena, with the other tiger following her. Misawa watched her walk away with a twitching brow. So, I was almost entranced by a tiger? Back in the stands, Naruto burst into laughter. Wahaha! Geez, Misai, I didn't know you were into that sort of thing. Misawa span around with a fierce glare aimed at his rival. Shut up! He yelled, and Naruto sat back with a grin. Why don't you make me? Misawa, I was just kidding, you know. Hey pal, too didn't know you could jump that high on not the face. Naruto rescue from a face pounding came in the form of Manjin placing his hand on Misawa's shoulder. No, she was a fine woman, wasn't she? Misawa looked at him, before watching Tanya's retreating form. Yeah. She was. Still a bit of a pedo though, the face. Hey, I need this for romancin'. Tell him, Asuka. Hit him a few more times, Misawa. Maybe he'll learn to shut up for 5 minutes. Oh, what the hell? Why am I here? FLAASSSHHHBAASK. You're going to Duel Academy, Pegasus told him. I'm not going. Naruto refused. Boobs. I'm going. Flashback end. Oh yeah? Naruto looked up and saw a babe. Imma hit that. Naruto then went down for his duel with Jim, the proctor. Prepare to zzzzzzz. Jim fell asleep halfway through his sentence. Wake up, dick nuts. Meanwhile, up in the obelisk blue section, who already have their uniform because rich people benefits. He's interesting. Asuka ponders, watching her fellow blonde. Raya smirked next to her. I know him vaguely. Back at the duel. I have clown magic. Jim boasted. Yeah, well, I have ninjas. Ah, shit. Naruto wins. Your duel was interesting. An English but Nitrila because Japan voice told Naruto, which belonged to Misawa Daichi. Let's be friends. Let's be rivals or frivals. That's lame. Word. On a jet. It's good to have connections, but after today I won't use them again unless for blackmail. A spirit popped up next to him. Go away, you're not revealed yet. Ah. Tough titties. Naruto then sat through a very boring speech. To show how serious I am, I'm going to glare at that Kuribo head. He glared at Judai. Boy, you hatered. After the speech he left and ran into Misawa. Yo. Sup. Wanna go chill? In it. They walked off to find their dorms, but not before running into Judai. Hey, you guys in red too? Naruto scoffed. No, dumbass, we yellow 'cause we ain't mellow. He and Misawa did a sideways knuckle bump and walked away. Later, Naruto and Misawa dueled. It was shit. After that, they ate food, and Naruto used his patented death glare that he'll use like twice more before forgetting all about it. Man, I sure am lost. I hope this doesn't become a recurring theme. Oh, look, the plot. Naruto found the plot and met Asuka. Databao. LOL. Don't tell, please, it's embarrassing. Okay. Now I have blackmail that I won't ever use. Awesome. After that, Naruto and Misawa discussed what happened. I stared at her ass. Do she got booty? She do. In class, Kronos was being a douche to show. Speak, peasant. Tell me about field spells spaghetti. WL. Ha 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 ha, you dumb pizzano any no up. Naruto got annoyed, but not because he liked Sho, but because he felt sorry for him. Totally different things. Sundara Gunadir. Here's info I copied off of Yu-Gi-Oh! Wiki. Ga. I mean, good job, yellow SWHY, you better than reds, lol. Well, that was pointless. Later in P class. She's so hot she makes me reference Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged. Naruto thinks, staring at the PE teacher. Then Judai came up to him. Thanks for helping Sho out. Naruto then had flashbacks. Angst. He stormed away. He got lost again. Damn it, this is going to be a recurring theme, isn't it? The spirit popped up again. That's because you need to get to the plot without having to hang around the actual main character. Haku said, which is totally a surprise reveal. Got a fucking problem? Tough. Shut up, ho, yo, just angry 'cause yo frigid. Then he stumbled on the whole peeping Tom situation. Judai dueled Asuka, he was losing. You can win Kuribo head. Naruto cheered for no real reason. Judai won. Told you. Naruto said, rolling in on his swag boat. Thank. You still suck though, and I hate you. Why cheer me on then? Because plot. Fair deuce. Judai took his sidekick and rode away. Yo, Asuka. Why are you here? Because plot. Later, babe. He swagged off. OMG, Asuka, have you been banging him? Why no? Naruto grinned as he rode. Still got that swag though. Then it was time for the monthly test fucking time skip or what? We got this in the bag, Misawa. Totes. I'm the best around fuckers. Manjim bitched to his bitches before the queen bitch arrived. Have all these cards, bitch, Kronos said. How'd you buy all of these? It's called a payroll, noob. Naruto had seen this because naturally plot. This isn't going to get boring fast. Then the test happened. Prepare to lose. Suppishity. Grr. Eat magician. Ninjas. Ah shit! Naruto wins. Then Judai won. Grrrr, Naruto growled. That twat be stealing my thunder. Next day. Naruto? Naruto saw Asuka and went to meet her. Sup? Wanna hang? Bitch, you know I do. So why do you hate Judai? Because of reasons that are barely formed but are there. Slap. You're just a jerk. And you're just somebody that I used to know. Ah shit, she's gone. Naruto went off to angst, before running into a forgettable OC. Asuka too good for you, asshole, Yamashima said. Ah hell nah. Now we dual fucker. I have gladiator animals. I combat your gladiator animals with ninjas. Ah shit. Naruto wins. Burn fucker. Oh no, the pixelated horror, Yamaha screamed. Fuck you. Naruto puts on sunglasses and Miami Vice opening plays. Then he angstred into the forest. Ayaha. Asuka. Shit, I've wandered into the plot again. Naruto ran to the abandoned dorm and found one of Asuka's cards. Well, she's dead. Naruto? Balls. Naruto saw Judai and his gang approach him. Whatever Imma find Asuka. They found Asuka. Asuka! Naruto yelled. Asuka! Judai yelled. Titan! Someone else yelled. Wha? That's me, bitches! A man in a mask declared. I control shadows. I like games. Can you see where this is heading? Air. Midnight Monopoly? Game of darkness fuckers. So Midnight Monopoly? No, not Midnight fucking Monopoly. A children's card game. Oh, that makes much more sense. I have magic. No, you don't. I also have demons. Ninjas. Ah shit. Naruto wins. Now we're friends again, Naruto said to Asuka. Yep. Now to plot Judai's perfectly justified demise. The next day. Judai is in trouble. Yes. I mean no. Naruto was once again drawn to plot. Yep, def not getting old. Look, that midget is drowning. YouTubing it. Naruto. Yo. Kaiser and Asuka. Hey. HN. Yo, Ryudy way of saying you sup. Hanzumaki. You two know each other. Eh? Flashback. I have samurai. I have robot dragons. Ah shit. Raya wins. And Flushbuck. And that's why I have ninjas now. Cool story, bro. Naruto. Yes, Ryudish? Here. He grabbed a handful of vague philosophy shit and threw it at him. What do I do with this? Nothing. Oh, okay. That was pointless. HN. Later. Kronos sat in his office, planning evil things, but then he got grabbed. Where is she? Oh, sorry, forgot I wasn't Batman. Uzumaki sandwich. How dare you? I'm in Wasido Kaiba, I could shut you down like you was Woolworths. What would you like, my lord? What are you doing for Judai's punishment? A cameo. Shit, dude, that's fucked up. Make him duel me and Manjum instead. Kronos, I want to duel Judai. Why? Revenge. Okay. Fucking sweet. Yo, Manjum. Naruto waved from his new chair in Kronos' office. You. Use this deck. No way. Do it or I post your diary on Tumblr. You can't. Try me. Grr, fine. Then they duel Jedi and show. I have heroes. I have warriors. I have the cast of the new Cars movie. I have ninjas. The duel will continue after this now. Naruto placed a face down, but then realized he was gonna fuck his life up, so he didn't use it. We won! Jedi and Sho cheered. We lost. Naruto made a hasty retreat. Naruto! Asuka seethed, before he shoved the card in her face. Look at this. I forgive you. Awesome. Naruto decided to call Kaiba because he was bored. Fuck blackberries. What's wrong with blackberries? Fuck him, that's what. Kaiba hung up. The fuck? Naruto went to sleep in Misawa's bed cause it was just right, but then Misawa brought Sho and Judai in, presumably for a gay threesome that or painting, so he had to go. Hey Naruto. Hey Asuka. Let's duel. Aight. I challenge you to a duel, Alexander Belmont declared. Sure thing, Limey. Hi, Asuka said. Alexander turned into Hugh Grant from Love Actually. Naruto grabbed him and turned him around. Fuck's wrong with you? I'm very nervous around girls. Sure you ain't gay? Positive. Aight. Then they dueled. I have some kind of evil servants to ancient evil deities. Ninjas. You're. Raya. Naruto barely won. That was tight, bro. I guess. Let's hit the strip club. HY. Asuka kicked him in the boys. Gah. My mouth tastes like my balls. To the infirmary. Batman music plays. I'm better now. To Misawa's duel against Manjum. Sure, whatever. They ran and tripped and rolled into the area where shit was going down. Look at my decks. Misawa roared as he ripped his jacket open, revealing 6 decks strapped to his chest. Thought he was gonna say dick. I have fire, Manjum said. I have water, Misawa replied. Ah shit. Misawa wins. Manjum ran away. Nobody cared. Until they did. Kaiba rang. Naruto. Yo, moneybags. I want you to investigate something dangerous. I'm in. So what are we looking for? Misawa asked as they trudged through the jungle. Summit dangerous. Oh. They saw Judai duel a monkey. I'm bouncing. Naruto bounced. What did you find? Kaiba asked over the phone. Jack shit. Naruto said. A robot jumped out of the water. Found it by. He hung up. Hi. Who are you? My name is. What? My name is. Who? My name is. Wika Chica. My name is Slim Shady. Then the robot's head blew up. Naruto called Kaiba. Killed it by. He hung up again. Daniel Gray growled while clenching a nutcracker repeatedly. I thought you said that robot was unbeatable? A scientist shuddered in fear. We will. Die in the name of God, motherfucker. The nutcracker was actually a gun. Gray shot the scientist dead. Shit, he bled out on my Persian rug. Now we're playing tennis, Naruto said. Why are we playing tennis? Judai asked. 'Cause too many people got blood clots from playing card games all day. Oh. Youth. Ayanokuji fell to the ground with a tennis ball lodged in his face. No. Naruto growled. No. He dragged the body away and pulled out his phone. Misawa. Yes? Help me bury this body. I'll grab a shovel. Naruto's phone rang again. Naruto. Koiba. My name is not Koiba. What's up, Koiba? That robot has nothing in it. So it ain't a Cyberman? Nope. Phew. Indeed. They hung up. I'm bored, Naruto whined. Go prank somebody then, Misawa said. Misawa woke up the next day a changed man. That was shit, Naruto yelled. Nothing of importance, moving on. Forget about it. Seriously. Doesn't come back at all. Nope. Somebody's stealing the Edwiges, Tomo wailed, sobbing into a napkin. Fucker, Naruto growled. Belmont, let's do a stakeout. Alexander shrugged. Sure. They staked out with the Slifer posse and Asuka. They found Tarzan. I've been practicing me drawing. What, like pencil sketches or something? Yes. Situation over. Stuff happened. Time for a Judai vs Naruto rematch. Then they dueled. Time to get you game-o. Ninjas. Ah shit. Naruto wins. Let's go on an adventure, Daidokuji declared. Sure. Naruto shrugged. They adventured and found another dimension. Haku. Yes? Is that a pyramid? No, it's a fucking porridge bowl. Of course it's a pyramid. Oh, you. Naruto grabbed a guard and hit him. Tell me things. Go that way. The guard pointed. Thanks. They went the way the guard pointed. They found a man. Let my people go, Naruto demanded. I'll let you leave if you beat me. Naruto shrugged. That'll do. They dueled. I have flip effect monsters. I have an overused joke. Ah shit. Naruto wins. You may go, the man said. Cool. They met the others, had a Mexican standoff with men with pointy stabby sharpie sticks, and they ran away. Was that a dream? Judai asked. Naruto shrugged. I dunno, but Lara Croft ain't got shit on me. It's time for the school duel. A huge submarine came from out of the water. Out of it came a priest. Hello? He said. I'm totally not insane. Hi, I'm totally not insane too, Naruto said. I'ma fucking kill you. Was that? Nothing. Gray smiled. Meet our rep. Out came a boy with blue hair. Yo, Nakamura said. Sup? Naruto returned. Ready to die? Huh? Duel. I said, ready to duel? Oh. Yeah, sure. They dueled. I have dragons. I have ninjas. We appear to be at an impasse of awesome. Indeed. Suddenly things went to shit. The fuck? Ha ha. You're going to die. Why? You know why. I really don't. But you do. I fucking don't. Meanwhile, Asuka, Misawa, and Judai escaped. I'm fabulous biatch, Yashiki declared. Misawa stared. One is not amused. They dueled. I have fairies. I have many things. Ah shit. Misawa wins. Gaawawa. Yashiki screamed as he was electrocuted. Totally not fabulous. Raiden said. Asuka glared. Let's duel. I have ballet. I have ice. Ah shit. The power went out before Asuka could lose. Well, time to bounce. And then Raiden was gone. Manjum. Judai. Let's duel off screen. Aight. Judai won. Yeah, the power's off. Oh. Nakamura gulped. Naruto grinned. I have a god fucker. Theron hit the wall. Bleh. The walls came down. Yay. The crowd cheered. Then Naruto had to duel Gray. No. They cried. Nobody told you what happened to your father, did they, Naruto? They told me enough. They told me Kurama killed him. No, Naruto, you killed my father. And oh wait, what? What? Then they dueled. I have priests. I have a bomb. Ah shit. Naruto wins. Kitty, you're alive, Samejima yelled. Indeed. I'm nice now, Nakamura said, getting up. Then they all had a party and went home. Then Gray died in a car crash. We will soon be attacked by assassins, Samejima said. They're after 8 keys to unlock 3 cards that will end the world or something. He pulled out a box. I'm giving these keys to children and 2 wimps. This plan can't go wrong. Then Naruto beat a guy who was Asuka's brother. Then Kronos lost to a vampire. Hello? Akio said. I'ma fuck you up, Naruto roared. No, you're not. Naruto got stepped on. Ah shit. Akio wins. Who are you? Naruto asked. I'm you, Yami replied. But I'm me. You're both me. Then they dueled. Naruto stuck his hand in Yami's chest and absorbed him. Now we're one. Naruto woke up and accidentally kissed Asuka. Then Raya lost to Kamula. Then Jidai beat her. I'm here for a rematch, Naruto declared. No. I'll use Asuka's ki. Okay then. They dueled. I have fiends. I have fire, bitch. No. Akio died. Yay. Then Madara turned up. Shit, I'm a woman now, Madara growled. Why is it always me? LOL, Madara, a crossdresser. Naruto laughed. Enough. Now we fight. Aight. I have bullshit. Ah shit. Naruto won. Then he and Asuka made out. I guess we're going out now. Damn straight. Then a tiger lady turned up. Pedo. Naruto hid behind Misawa. Take him, he's fresh. Misawa won because of the prank Naruto pulled. Ha 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 ha, I lied, it came back. And now we're caught up. That was the best. Worst. Best summary ever. Until next time, chumps. Thanks for watching. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love.